This guy is our main character. He lives in a 1,000-square-meter apartment left behind by his dad, who bought it with loan shark money. When the apocalypse strikes, while mutants with special powers rush outside to fight monsters, he just stays indoors, eating snacks and drinking tea. Just casually throwing a water bottle out the window is enough to send some unlucky monster straight to the afterlife. Simply pointing his hand forward summons thousands of iron dumbbells raining from the sky. But okay, let's not ramble any longer. Let us jump right in. The entire city is engulfed in a sea of fire. It is a sudden, full-scale apocalypse. The TV constantly broadcasts updates about infectious diseases, declaring this virus the greatest threat to humanity. The number of young adults aged 20 to 30 giving up on life has hit a record high of 740. Normal fine dust levels in Jew, war, breaking news, and severe casualties everywhere. Economic recession and widespread famine. Although these doomsday signs appeared early on, the force that truly claimed humanity's lives was actually not themselves. The main culprits driving humanity to extinction are monsters that used to only exist in video games. The rest of the story is quite cliché, playing out just like a typical fantasy novel. Awakened individuals suddenly appeared across the globe, possessing extraordinary special powers. If there is one thing that sets this apart from novels, it is that their power is not nearly enough to stop this disaster. 3 days later, the fires are mostly out, leaving behind nothing but ruined, smoking debris. That is right, the world has not completely ended yet. At least our main character still has a home and some snacks to eat, because he is still alive. For every 3 chips he eats, he takes a big gulp of Coca-Cola, sighing in pure satisfaction though he is completely alone. The apartment is spacious enough for him to live comfortably, but it feels empty since he is the only one living in this 30 pyong space. His parents, grandparents, and all his other relatives are all stuck on the outside. The place was bought, with 200 million, borrowed by his dad, combined with another 200 million of their entire family savings. Not being a rich kid, he has to live alone here because getting a tax write-off requires actually residing in the apartment for over 2 years. That is why he lives alone. But now he is completely trapped here due to the sudden outbreak of the apocalypse. He grabs his phone to check the screen, and his face instantly turns pale. Serious trouble has arrived, with a screen error saying there is no internet connection, and being stuck alone offline is about as boring as it gets. Suddenly, a loud noise catches his attention, and looking up, he sees a colossal giant bird flying right toward him. It has 3 mouths full of sharp fangs rushing to eat him alive. And seeing this horror in real life would terrify anyone. A terrifyingly close call, but he is still alive. Damn, that was scary. Fortunately, the beast is far too massive to squeeze through his tiny balcony window, keeping him safe despite his terrified screams. After screaming and realizing he is still in one piece, he peeks out to find a blue system notification hovering in front of him. An unauthorized subject is attempting to intrude, and the giant monster is completely blocked from entering his home. This is his level 1 passive skill. King of the house. As long as the king does not give permission, absolutely no one can enter. Reading this, he finally lets out a deep sigh of relief. Knowing no monster can suddenly break in to devour him now, he feels a massive weight lifted off his shoulders. It is all coming back to him now. This skill is the sole reason he survived. However, the barrier is so absolute that he cannot even step outside himself, making his home completely locked down. No one can get in, and he cannot get out. Trapped inside, he desperately pounds on the door and screams for it to open, but nothing works. The door is like an absolute fortress. He could kick it until his leg breaks, and it still wouldn't budge. Extremely frustrating. Today marks the 3rd day since the apocalypse began, and thanks to this protective skill of his, he remains completely trapped inside his own empty home. In the quiet, empty house, only the robotic system voice echoes around him. It repeatedly announces that the king cannot leave, which is incredibly annoying. What kind of king is this? And is being normal really that hard? He is completely powerless to do anything about it. Glancing down at the floor, he realizes his food supply is quickly becoming a critical issue. Empty instant food wrappers litter the floor, and to make things worse, his refrigerator has completely lost power at some point. Though some of his side dishes have kept relatively fresh thanks to the freezer's residual cold, they definitely will not last much longer. With only a few cup noodles left, he has no idea what to do. Suddenly, the system dings with news that he has defeated a level 23 pelican. His skill level has increased, but he has no idea why. He has not even touched anything yet. Why would that notification pop up? Utterly confused, He steps onto the balcony to see what is going on. True to the system's report, the giant bird lies crushed and dead on the ground below, swarmed by blue monsters. So, that is how it died. Ethan suddenly puts two and two together. Does the system count the bird crashing into his home as his kill? A barrage of notifications pops up. He has learned a new skill, and eligible loot has been detected nearby. As the loot calculates, the goblins below scream like absolute madmen. Ethan stands there completely bewildered by their bizarre behavior. The monsters gather around the giant bird carcass, acting incredibly strange as if they are losing their minds. Ping. The tally is complete. 2,203,240 dong has been sent to his Lord of the House wallet. Ethan is still frozen in confusion when suddenly, the apartment lights flicker back to life. Today is just one crazy surprise after another for him. The power is back. It seems that without the permission of the Lord of the House, absolutely no one can trespass inside. To maintain his status, the system has fully restored all home functions. His current balance sits at 2,203,240 dong. Ethan can only vaguely understand these bizarre home settings, but knowing they are working is more than enough. He dashes straight to check the refrigerator first, because survival starts with a full stomach. Absolutely amazing. Cold air drafts out, running water is back, and the stove hums with electricity. Starvation is no longer on the menu. He is absolutely ecstatic. Grinning from ear to ear, Ethan lets out a loud shout of pure, tearful joy. Everything is back to normal, exactly like the pre-apocalypse days. Wondering if the entertainment works, he grabs the television remote to try his luck. However, the screen displays a connection error, asking him to check his internet status and try again. No online entertainment yet. Damn it, the internet is still completely down. Then, his eyes land on a USB drive sitting on the floor. No internet, but his computer can still read this. He plugs it in to find old family videos. Images play of him as a baby in his mother's arms, his very first day of school, and happy pictures of their family of 3. There are birthday clips of a deeply loving family. Looking at them now, a wave of raw emotion squeezes his heart tight. Fueled by painful longing and anger, his eyes burn with a fierce determination. He must find a way to save his family and bring them back. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, Ethan looks outside at the ruined world, vowing to make it happen. Suddenly, the system screen flashes. The level 1 Lord of the House shop allows him to purchase registered items at cost price. Balance is 2,203,239 dong. Register your first item. The level 1 Lord of the House shop lets him buy registered items at cost. Ethan decides he needs to look into this a bit more. A shop? Huh? He taps it to investigate. Looking at his funds, the feature seems linked directly to his King's Wallet skill. To test things, Ethan tries to step outside, but a system alert instantly stops him. The Lord of the House cannot leave, and even stepping onto the balcony triggers an invisible barrier. He lets out a heavy, defeated sigh. Of course, it is not that simple. Even with his skills leveling up, he still cannot leave this place. But one thing is absolutely certain. Defeating monsters is the only way to level up his skills and gain powerful new abilities, just like what happened after that giant bird died at his doorstep. But if he cannot even step outside his front door, how is he supposed to hunt down any monsters? Plenty of winged beasts roam the skies, but none of them are going to foolishly crash into his apartment and die like that again. He cannot rely on dumb luck forever. But looking down, a wild idea suddenly pops into his head, and trust me, it is crazy. Wait, with a little trickery, he might actually be able to kill those goblins. Deciding to act fast, he grabs a heavy water bottle. Holding it high, Ethan winds up and hurls it downward. Dropping a heavy object from this impressive height should definitely deal some pretty serious damage to anything below. He cannot leave his apartment, but throwing things out is perfectly fine. Alright, this is actually working. Launching items from the balcony is a viable tactic. Since that works, he needs to find his heaviest gear to maximize the impact. He grabs a heavy dumbbell. Just as he prepares to throw it, he looks down and notices something strange happening among the monsters. The goblins begin carving up the bird meat and scattering in all directions. Ethan's face pales. If they run, his target is gone. Damn it. Do not run away. He has to throw this fast before they all vanish. Please, let this shot find its mark. Luck is on his side. The dumbbell lands directly on a monster's head, crushing it instantly. It is a win, but terror still washes over him. He has officially started a war with these beasts, but he only has one dumbbell left. What is his next move? There is virtually nothing else heavy enough left in the apartment to throw. With his current strength, throwing heavy appliances like the television or computer just is not possible. Suddenly, an angry roar echoes from below, startling him. The surviving monsters are pointing straight at his building, screaming in absolute rage. They look up with murderous intent. If this horde decides to hunt him down, Ethan is in serious trouble. Earlier, he worried they would leave, but now the entire pack is charging his building like rabid dogs. Clutching the balcony railing, he watches them swarm. Hold on a second. An opportunity suddenly presented itself. From this height, the distance actually looked pretty perfect. He was finally starting to understand how this system worked. His eyes lit up with the store right here. Why worry about running out of things to throw? He opened the shop menu immediately. Stay at home King Shop. Please register an item. Current balance, 2,203,239 won. Min hit register without a single second of hesitation. Holding up a dumbbell, he confirmed to the system that he wanted to register this item. The system scanned the dumbbell to register it. Registration successful for the classic 3-kilogram non-slip dumbbell. He was absolutely shocked to see the price was identical to his old shopping app. It seemed the apocalypse had not affected market rates at all. Basic 3-kilogram dumbbells for next to nothing. As the system asked if he wanted to buy, he eagerly accepted. The cheaper, the better. Now he could easily crush those monsters below. Instantly, the dumbbells materialized before him. He was absolutely thrilled, his eyes shining with excitement over the success. He tested the weight, finding it quite solid, and immediately began throwing them down. The more monsters gathered, the higher his accuracy became. Every single drop was guaranteed to crush at least one of them. System notifications chimed. He defeated a level 7 goblin, earning some clean experience points. The system added 345 yuan directly into his Homebody King wallet. It felt just like collecting easy video game rewards. Monsters crowded the street, furiously glaring up at his window. But before they could even utter a sound, a relentless rain of dumbbells forced them to scatter in sheer panic to survive. The surviving goblins were getting smarter, successfully dodging his attacks and leaving him quite annoyed. Missing a shot, he realized he simply had to buy more. He quickly purchased 3 more sets of dumbbells to keep up the assault. This time, his throw connected, instantly eliminating a level 6 goblin. 2,512 yuan filled his wallet as his skill levels rose. Min smiled from ear to ear. The skill was called Housekeeper's Inventory Level 1, which allowed him to store items in a pocket dimension. Eager to test it, he picked up a dumbbell and watched the system respond. Asking if he wanted to store the item, he confirmed. With a soft chime, the dumbbell instantly vanished, sucked right into his new inventory. His inventory now held the dumbbell. Retrieving it proved incredibly simple and convenient. Commanding it to return, the weight materialized back in his hand. He realized he could summon items to any designated location. A devious plan formed. He had a great way to mess with them. From a distance, a massive flash of light erupted from his apartment room. Standing by the window with outstretched hands, he activated his inventory summon. He spammed the summon command, spawning dumbbells repeatedly in midair. In an instant, the sky outside was filled with heavy metal, raining down on the street below like a localized storm. Earth-shaking crashes terrified the monsters, leaving them with absolutely nowhere to run. Their leader was completely frozen in shock, its legs turning to jelly as it failed to even decide which way to flee. System logs rolled in. Goblins were dropping like flies. He racked up a massive chunk of experience, adding 54,661 to his pocket. The system then asked if he wanted to register more items. Of course he did. More registered items meant more lethal options, translating to effortless cash. He could honestly do this all day. After opening the shop, he registered 10 different items, including basic groceries and snacks. Survival meant keeping his stomach full, but he registered all his cooking ingredients and daily necessities. After spending a fortune, he noticed his wallet balance was down to 2,178,805 won. Something was wrong. Why was his balance down by one single one? Scanning his apartment, he noted that the electricity, gas, and water were still running. The running refrigerator was likely the culprit behind the deduction. This was a serious problem. Ever since he started crushing those annoying goblins with heavy weights, the rest of them seemed to have fled the entire neighborhood. In the end, he only managed to eliminate 2 more stray goblins. Damn it. Were there really no monsters left around here? Without targets, he was basically unemployed and completely broke. He stared out the window for hours, but the streets remained completely empty. He had to figure something out, but the stress was giving him a headache. If only a Calican appeared. Right then, he spotted something in the sky. Talk about perfect timing, a flying beast was circling right above. It looked exactly like the previous one, diving down with its jaws wide open. He froze with fear. Instantly recognizing the beast, he grabbed his gear. Gripping the cord tightly, he put together a makeshift slingshot and prepared to take aim. Unlike the previous beast, this one kept its distance and circled far away. But then, his weapon suddenly erupted with a brilliant, blinding light. This flashing light immediately catches the giant beast's attention. The monster shrieks and charges like crazy, fiercely attacking just like the previous one. It walks right into his trap. The main character is absolutely thrilled, shouting that it worked. Unaware of the barrier, the flying creature slams straight into it with a loud crash. Watching the beast repeatedly ram its head, he cannot help but laugh. At this rate, the game is basically over. Taking it down will definitely trigger a level up. Still, the impact this time is massive. Even from inside, he can feel the terrifying force radiating off it. Suddenly, a strange silence falls over the area. What is happening? In the blink of an eye, the monster completely vanishes without a single trace, as if it was just an illusion. He rushes outside to check, and is left speechless. The entire beast is clinging tightly to the wall. It cannot be. The creature is still very much alive, deliberately hiding up there to lure him out. The thing actually has the intelligence to set a trap. His face immediately pales with dread as the monster throws its head back to build momentum. With all its might, the beast strikes the system barrier, triggering a red alert, warning that an unauthorized entity is trying to break in. The deafening crashes echo endlessly. If this keeps up and the barrier actually shatters, he is as good as dead. Despite the panic, he clings to the hope that the barrier will hold. He quickly opens the system store, desperate to find a solution. But the store only sells dumbbells and food. On top of that, he has to be near the monster corpses to claim any loot. Over the past few weeks, his goblin hunts have not always been successful. The surviving monsters always drag away their dead companions, and those stolen corpses can no longer be processed for system loot. Basically, if the distance exceeds a certain limit, claiming the rewards becomes impossible. He grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. This will not work. Is there no way to kill them in one hit? Staring at the system items, a sudden stroke of genius hits him. He instantly purchases 10 packs of canola oil, confirming the transaction in a flash. Clutching the entire batch of oil bottles, he grabs his pots and pans, pours the liquid in, and heats it on the stove. This is going to be brilliant. He even ties an alcohol-soaked cotton ball to the end of a stick, dipping it directly into the boiling hot oil. Then, he quickly opens the system store, registers the item, and pours the hot oil straight into the interface. With a chime, boiling canola oil is successfully registered. Everything is ready, and he grabs his homemade ignition tool. The oil erupts into a massive blaze. Outside, the giant bird is still circling, right beneath the floating system screen. It is time to die. Staring up, he yells out to the system. He summons the canola oil. Instantly, a torrent of boiling oil pours from the system, completely drenching the giant beast. Seizing the golden opportunity, he hurls the torch, shouting for the monster to burn. The fire engulfs the beast perfectly, turning it into an instant roast bird. He watches the glorious sight, grinning with absolute satisfaction. It worked. The bird dies instantly, plummeting to the ground. It is a gruesome sight, but in this harsh apocalypse, survival is all that matters. The creature thrashes in agony before finally drawing its last breath. With a chime, he has defeated a level 27 Kelly Can, earning massive experience points. Skill level increased. Skill level increased. A new skill has been learned. With the loot nearby, the system begins calculating the rewards. Loot complete. The homeowner's wallet is credited with 9,347,487 won. This beast was worth far more than the last one. He gapes in shock. Over 9 million won? That is almost 10 million. With all requirements met, the system begins expanding the safe house territory. The entire building suddenly shakes violently before he can even react. What on earth is happening? The house is literally shifting and upgrading on its own. Terrified and completely lost, he has no idea what to do. He decides to stand still and observe the changes. His room moves across a bizarre spatial shift, suddenly revealing another apartment. A family of 4 is sitting around a table, completely oblivious to his presence. His face goes pale with shock. There are actually other survivors nearby. His neighbors are still alive. His eyes go wide as cold sweat drenches his body. Something feels incredibly off. What is going on? He never expected anyone else to still be alive in this nightmare. He had assumed he was the sole survivor here. Suddenly, the house grinds to a halt, plunging into silence as he slowly lowers his hands in disbelief. The system displays the family's profiles. The young man with glasses is Choi Hui-jun, a husband aged 35 to 39. Hygon Park, his 35 to 39-year-old wife. Choi Nan, the 6-year-old daughter, and Choi Seon, the 4-year-old second daughter. The system detects eligible citizens and asks if he wishes to grant them citizenship. He immediately asks the system what happens if he refuses. The system warns that non-citizens will be expelled from the safe house. The system asks if he is truly sure about denying them. It sounds incredibly harsh, but then he realizes, without citizenship, those innocent people will be left completely vulnerable to the monsters outside. He cannot abandon them, deciding to grant citizenship to all four. Citizenship successfully granted to Choi Hui-jun, Hygon Park, Choi Na-on, and Choi Seon. Doing this actually brings him some decent benefits. Pretty good. Maybe other skills related to citizenship are also unlocked. He decides to check them out. Just as he guessed, he now has the level 1 Lord's Eye skill. Under this gaze, absolutely nothing in the house can escape his watch. He looks around to find the Citizen tab. A chime rings, announcing a level 6 passive skill, House Proclamation. Without the king's permission, absolutely no one can enter the house. Ah, he finally found it. He clicks on it right away. Hyunjin is level 9 with 24 trust, and Uncle Hegan is level 5 with 18. Naeon is level 3 with 33 trust. Selion is level 2 with 42. The population is 4 out of 600, which completely shocks him. Is this capacity way too exaggerated? All of their levels and skills are displayed, alongside experience and reward distribution rates. Does this mean their experience points and rewards will be shared with him? He can even adjust the rates himself. Now, he has become a true capitalist. He laughs to himself, wondering if this is actually how he is supposed to level up. On top of that, can he actually assign quests? Details, time limits, rewards, and failure penalties are all right here. This makes managing them so much easier. It gets more interesting as he realizes he can customize the details. With that in mind, he immediately tests out the quest assigning feature. Defeat 1 goblin within 168 hours. Reward is a little experience with no penalty. He cancels the draft. Since there are rewards, how harsh can the failure penalty be? He changes it to death, and the system actually accepts the extreme setting. That is way too cruel. The young man shakes his head and deletes the quest. He literally holds the power of life and death. He can execute his citizens at any moment if he wishes. Is this really his power? He ponders what to do next. Suddenly, he whispers the skill name, King's Eye. The space warps instantly, and his eyes turn pitch black. This skill allows him to see right through the walls, revealing the family next door. The worried wife looks at Hyunjun. What should we do next, honey? Hyunjun grabs his hair in utter frustration, completely at a loss. We need to go outside and get some water at least. You and the kids, wait here for me. His wife gasps, warning him how dangerous it is. He knows, but has no choice. Even Uncle Hegan is deeply worried about finding clean water out there. He has a plan and wants to check a nearby convenience store. It is quite large, so something might still be left. At their most desperate moment, the two little girls complain they are so thirsty. The wife turns to comfort them. Seeing his kids like this adds massive pressure on the husband. He tightly squeezes his wife's hand, asking if she trusts him. He promises to bring water back, telling her to wait. Having no choice, the wife bites her lip to suppress her anxiety. Watching this heart-wrenching scene, the young man feels as if his own energy is being completely drained. He deactivates King's Eye. That family is thoroughly exhausted, and things are worse than he thought. He needs to check his shop. The shop still has a few essential items to keep them going, but not much. He wishes he could list more items. He wonders if this is possible. Opening his skill tree to see if he can purchase an upgrade. Overjoyed, he pumps his fist and celebrates. A chime rings, asking if he wants to upgrade his Royal Home Shop skill. Of course he does. Upgraded. His Royal Home Shop skill has successfully risen to level 2. The registerable items increased to 20, with a 10% discount on everything. This is pretty amazing. He still has 2 skill points left. He might as well invest them in the shop and King's dignity. He will likely meet more citizens in the future anyway. Ding. His Royal Home Shop skill rises to level 3, increasing the limit to 40 and unlocking the item repair function. This is pretty awesome. A feature that turns old items into brand new ones. Upgrading the shop to level 3 was totally worth it. Opening the shop, a level 3 royal home shop allows him to purchase registered items at cost price. He buys mineral water and some tangerines first. The family next door is parched, so after this, he will upgrade his other skills. Would you like to upgrade the King's Dignity skill? Yes. The King's Dignity skill has successfully risen to level 2. Unlocking Retainer Registration. That is a pretty strange name. He wonders what a retainer actually is. Next door, Hyunjun is packing his backpack to head out. His wife and kids tearfully see him off as he gently pats the children's heads. Pleading with sad eyes, the two girls ask their father if he really has to go outside. He pats their heads, explaining he is going to find water and food, telling them to listen to their mother while he is gone. The little one is on the verge of tears, closing her eyes in fear as she screams that there are monsters outside. She remembers when the two sisters were playing in the sand park, and a pack of massive, terrifying monsters suddenly rushed at them. Terrified and pale, they beg him not to go, remembering how they had to run for their lives. Oh man, thank goodness the parents made it in time. Each grabbed a kid and ran for their lives. Just thinking about it still terrifies them. Their faces pale, and Hyungjun is too scared to go outside. The two kids cry hysterically. His wife holds and comforts them tightly. Be good, kids. Stop crying. This might be the last time we see your father, she says, as Hyungjun bites his lip, completely drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly a knock. Hyungjun quickly grabs a baseball bat as the family stares in terrified silence. What was that? Who is there? Jae-hyun's voice calls out from the hallway, asking if they can open the door if it is convenient. Their faces turn pale with fear. They are highly alert and too terrified to move. Is it really a human, or is a monster waiting outside? But he calls out again, saying, hello. The family sits in absolute silence, too terrified to make a move. Left with no choice, Jae-hyun bangs on the door before total silence returns. Hyungjun clutches his bat. Did he finally leave? Gathering his courage, Hyungjun slowly opens the door to check. He gasps. Immediately spinning around, he shields his family, trembling with fear. No, please, spare them. Please have mercy and spare my wife and kids, Hyungjun begs. Nobody has even done anything to them yet. Jae-hyun speaks in a gentle voice, apologizing for the intrusion, standing there with a bag of food and a warm smile. Hyungjun stammers in complete panic, asking who he is. Jae-hyun gently explains that he lives next door. He introduces himself as Kim Jae-hyun, offering them some water and tangerines to share. He kindly asks if they can talk for a bit after they eat. The family stands completely frozen in disbelief, unable to process what is happening. Then, all four of them let out a massive sigh of relief. He is like an angel sent to save them with water and food. They have absolutely no reason to turn him down. Perhaps this stranger really is here to help us. Hyungjun steps aside, inviting Jae-hyun into their home. The two kids stand perfectly still in their parents' arms, their faces tense. In fact, their mother is holding them so tight they can barely breathe. Jae-hyun gives an awkward laugh, wondering if he terrified them. He notices they used blackout curtains. That is an incredibly smart move. It naturally lowers the chances of a monster attack. But he really dislikes sitting in a pitch-black room like this. First, he needs to turn the lights on. Looking up at the ceiling, his eyes glow. The room instantly lights up, leaving everyone shocked. He first pulls out a water bottle and hands it to the father, suggesting they let the kids drink something first. They politely accept it, thanking him. The two girls, Na-yeon and Se-yeon, eagerly grab the bottle. They drink frantically to quench their thirst, chugging so fast they start to choke. The mother anxiously asks if they are okay. Jae-hyun looks at the kids with pity and offers them a fresh tangerine. Asking if they like tangerines, he hands one over. Though still a bit scared, they slowly take it, but the mother quickly stops Se-yeon, saying she will peel it first. She splits it into pieces. Open wide, sweetie. The child eats happily, her eyes shining bright as she chews with full cheeks. Smiling warmly, the mother asks if it is good. The eldest child eagerly agrees. She begs for some too. Soon, both of the children get a sweet share. With food and water provided, their trust level immediately begins to rise. A system notification chimes. They meet the conditions to become his vassals, as Jae-hyun observes them. The young Na-yeon actually has the highest potential. But despite meeting the requirements to register as a vassal, she is simply far too young. He cannot possibly assign dangerous tasks to a child. Unlike normal residents, he can only register up to 10 vassals. He needs someone capable like Hyungjun to carry out his orders. But looking at this chubby guy, his trust score toward Jae-hyun is sitting at a mere 31%. Jae-hyun needs to figure out a plan. He must make this man place a bit more faith in him. Hyung-jun suddenly looks up, catching Jae-hyun in the middle of scheming, which startles him. He asks what is wrong, expressing deep gratitude for everything. Hyung-jun admits he has no idea how to repay this kindness. Jae-hyun suggests they step out into the hallway to talk. Surprised, Hyung-jun agrees. The two head out to speak in private. There, Jae-hyun asks if he has received resident rights yet. Confused, Hyung-jun taps the floating holographic screen before him. If Jae-hyun means that system notification, his entire family received it over 30 minutes ago. Jae-hyun quickly follows up, asking if anything strange happened right after they accepted those resident rights. He honestly replies that their bodies were temporarily paralyzed. They were unable to move for a short while, confirming his family is among the first official residents. Jae-hyun nods, realizing a crucial detail. Before gaining resident rights, humans must first go through a brief state of complete paralysis. Jae-hyun decides to tell him straight out. He can help their family return to their normal lives from before. Hyung-jun naturally doubts this, his eyes wide with shock. But Jae-hyun casually sweetens the deal. He promises that absolutely no monsters will ever penetrate their home. Finding this harder to believe, Hyung-jun completely freezes up. He stammers, "Is it really true?" Jae-hyun firmly nods. Prompting a massive sigh of relief, Hyung-jun whispers how wonderful that is, but he also understands a simple truth. Nothing in this ruined world comes for free. There must be a catch. "What do you need me to do?" Jae-hyun warns him that doing so could easily cost him his life. Is he truly prepared? His face goes pale with fear. But keeping his family safe is worth any price. He makes his decision. Fine, he is ready. After all, without the kid, he would have had to forage for food and water ages ago. He already resolved to risk his life back then. That is the spirit. The main character is highly pleased with this attitude. Oh, right. Earlier, he noticed the man holding a golf club. How much does a club like that cost? Hyun-jun scratches his cheek in confusion. What? He recalls it costing around 500,000 won. It is a premium club, but that is a problem. The high price makes it bad for the shop. They must cut costs for the future. Hyun-jun looks at him, highly confused. Why ask this suddenly? Ga-hyun waves his hands, saying it is nothing at all. Clearing his throat, the main character asks if he remembers the exact day the monsters first appeared. Terrified, Hyun-jun racks his brain. It was likely a weekend. Ga-hyun nods in agreement. Yes. The people who stayed inside their homes back then are probably still alive right now. A single goblin is physically small and possesses barely any real strength on its own. Their level is far lower than an adult human. But their true weapon is their pack mentality. They always hunt in groups. Humans can do the exact same thing. Ga-hyun already made his calculations. The #1 priority right now is building an army. Ga-hyun addresses him directly, and Hyun-jun listens with absolute focus. This is his very first mission starting today. He just needs to help search for other survivors. Simple, right? That night, Ga-hyun lounges on the sofa and opens up his system. The trust score of citizen Hyun-jun just spiked again. Seeing that eating the food caused no harm, the entire family of 4 now trusts him completely. Seeing them together brings back a wave of deep sadness. By recruiting more survivors step by step, finding his own family is only a matter of time. Suddenly, a terrifying shriek echoes from the monsters below. Ga-hyun bolts upright in sheer shock. The noise came from the lower floors, sending him rushing to the balcony. Looking down, his face loses all color. There are actual humans down there clashing with the beasts, but helping them from up here is next to impossible. They are on the ground, while he is trapped high up in this locked building. The monsters are vicious, but one survivor stands out as the most aggressive. He hurls a baseball with lethal precision, hitting a beast dead on. Fast and brutal. Hold on, this guy is playing on another level. What is this? And he is not alone. A girl in purple is sniping with a bow. She fires 2 arrows at once, hitting her marks perfectly. The arrows pierce straight through their heads. Meanwhile, a guy wielding a baseball bat leaps high into the air with a savage roar. Gripping the bat with both hands, he brings down a thunderous strike that crushes a monster's skull. They are executing clean, one-shot kills. Terrified, the remaining monsters turn tail and flee, leaving these absolute badasses standing victorious. Suddenly, the archer spins around on high alert, raising her weapon to strike. But the source of the noise is just a packet of instant food hitting the ground. Looking up, she spots Ga-hyun waving his arms frantically from above. Shouting is useless at this distance, so he just keeps waving like a madman. To her, He is just a tiny, unrecognizable speck moving up there. He flails both arms and legs desperately. This situation is getting completely out of hand. A sudden knock at the front door cuts his signaling short. Peering through the peephole, he sees Hyun-jun standing there holding a cardboard box. Opening the door, Ga-hyun invites him inside. Carrying the box, Hyun-jun steps forward politely, but a system barrier blocks him, keeping him outside. This catches Ga-hyun completely off guard. The prompt states the guest lacks the necessary requirements to enter. Hyun-jun is baffled by the rejection. What on earth is going on here? The main character is totally stumped. Could it be that his home is not open to just anyone? Maybe only registered subordinates can cross the threshold. Luckily, passing items through the barrier still works fine. Take these weapons first. Hyun-jun brought over every tool that could serve as a weapon. Ga-hyun takes them gratefully and opens the box right away. Inside are various toolboxes. Accessing his system inventory, Ga-hyun commands it to summon 5 bottles of water and 5 packs of instant noodles, which materialize instantly. Handing over the supplies, he asks if Hyun-jun can help carry these items down to the first floor entrance. The man hesitates, asking if going down to the lobby is too dangerous. Ga-hyun quickly reassures his anxious neighbor. It is perfectly fine. His observations show that these goblins actually prefer hunting only during the daytime. He is still highly impressed by that combat squad. He is determined to recruit those powerful survivors outside. Once they realize he holds a vast stash of food, they will naturally seek him out. Keeping his actual plan completely hidden, he simply requests help with this task. Terrified out of his mind, Hyun-jun repeatedly begs for reassurance. He asks if he truly just needs to leave the goods downstairs. Annoyed, Ga-hyun gives a cold nod, silencing all further questions. Giving a deep bow, the neighbor agrees and heads out. As long as he gets the job done, Ga-hyun is perfectly satisfied. Jae-hyun gave a small smile and thanked him, realizing that the more honest someone is, the more rewards they should get. He immediately opened the quest panel, assigning a task to leave 5 instant noodle packs and 5 water bottles on the first floor. The time limit was 24 hours, rewarding a bit of experience with a penalty if he failed. Suddenly, the quest screen popped up right in front of Hyun-jun's face, making him gasp, while Jae-hyun calmly explained the situation. He asked if completing the quest would give him experience points, just like in those video games. Jae-hyun confirmed this, adding that Hyun-jun was currently level 9, and leveling up would bring amazing rewards, so he was counting on him. This news gave Hyun-jun a much-needed boost of motivation, prompting him to take a deep breath and accept the task. After grabbing a golf club from his house, Hyun-jun hesitated at the door before finally gathering the courage to head down. He reached the first floor drenched in sweat, holding a cardboard box in one hand and clutching his club in the other. Suddenly, as he prepared to place the items, he froze, staring wide-eyed at the dark corridor ahead of him. Right there in the dim twilight, a group of figures stood gathered together. Unable to see clearly in the dark, his mind went wild with terror, assuming they were those horrible monsters. Seizing the moment before they noticed him, he spun around, whispering to himself that he had to run away immediately. But his foot twisted suddenly, sending his entire body crashing down. The contents of the box spilled everywhere with a loud clatter as he face-planted onto the floor. Honestly, nobody had even touched him, yet he had already terrified himself to this absolute extreme. His body went stiff, and his legs felt like jelly as he desperately begged himself to get back up. With a pale, terrified face, he glanced backward, completely mute with fear, as he literally wet his pants. Squeezing his eyes shut, tears streamed down his face as he shielded his head in terror. But suddenly, a human voice called out, instantly snapping him back to reality. Lowering his hands, he saw a group of young people surrounding him, kindly asking if he was all right. Suddenly, a system chime rang out, warning that unauthorized entities were trying to enter. Back inside his home, Kim Jae-hyun stared blankly at the alert, immediately figuring out what was happening. Realizing he had to verify this himself, he activated his Eye of the Absolute skill. Sure enough, it was the same group he had spotted earlier, now following Choi Hyung-jun into the building. They were whispering among themselves, realizing that the person who had dropped those instant noodles lived right in this apartment complex. They wondered if there was food inside, acknowledging that their own supplies were desperately running low. Jae-hyun observed their faces closely and recognized them instantly. It looked like the fish had finally taken the bait. Another system chime echoed, stating that eligible candidates for citizenship were approaching and asking if he wanted to offer them citizenship. The main character paused to reflect. He wondered why granting citizenship had suddenly become a formal proposal instead. while expanding his territory allowed him to force citizenship on anyone inside. This scenario seemed to offer these newcomers a free choice to accept or decline. This meant they could easily say no. It was quite a headache, since they would almost certainly refuse 90% of the time. What was the best way to handle this? Right at that moment, footsteps echoed outside, indicating they had finally made it upstairs. Jae-hyun decided to go and check it out. Outside, Choi Hyung-jun was ringing the doorbell, calling out for Jae-hyun, who simply told him through the door to wait a moment. Another system alert popped up, notifying him that Choi Hyung-jun had a quest in progress and asking if he wanted to reset it. Deciding that sounded like a great plan, Jae-hyun agreed to reset the task, changing it to serving a meal for the 6 guests, giving him a perfect chance to break the ice. The big guy outside immediately received the update. He called out for Jae-hyun, but the host quickly cut him off. Jae-hyun confirmed it was a new quest and told him to let the others know he had a great proposal, leaving Hyung-jun confused but willing to comply. Agreeing to get right to work, Hyung-jun relayed the message. Through his security cameras, Jae-hyun could see the newcomers whispering excitedly. Eventually, Hyung-jun smiled and reported that they had accepted. Jae-hyun replied with satisfaction, thanking him for the quick work. Jae-hyun immediately sent citizenship offers to all 6 newcomers. The system chimed, confirming the proposals had been sent to Ha Dong-jeon, Kang Deok-soo, Kim Ga-young, Yoo Hai-rin, Kim Jeon, and Moon Byung-ho. Access to the 30th floor was granted to Ha Dong-jeon, Kang Deok-soo, and Kim Ga-young, as well as Yoo Hai-rin, Kim Jeon, and Moon Byung-ho. With their entry, the citizen count hit 10, boosting all rewards and experience by 10%. This was awesome. Kim Jae-hyun's eyes lit up at the sight of the newly boosted experience points and gold payouts. Not only did he gain more manpower to face the monsters head-on, but he also scored these incredible passive buffs. He was more than happy to welcome them with open arms. Their detailed stats immediately showed up on his management system, revealing Ha Dong-jeon was level 23, with a trust level of 19. Jae-hyun noted that level 23 was roughly on par with the Kelican monster they had recently taken down. His awakened skill was baseball throw, with 0% experience and gold share. The D-rank skill consumed physical stamina to increase the ball's destructive force by 3 times. Reading through the stats, Jae-hyun immediately realized the impressive potential of an awakened survivor. Depending on individual strength, a baseball could easily serve as a deadly weapon. By using a skill to triple its impact, it would become an absolutely perfect tool for taking down those terrifying monsters. All he needed now was to gradually build up their trust. He sets the experience point distribution rate for all 6 people to 70%. For now, things are looking much better. With that done, he just needs to assign them monster hunting quests to sit back and collect both experience points and cash. It is just like an auto battle feature in a game. Still, he must build close ties with them, as they could hold the key to finding his lost family. Suddenly, a notification pings Ha Dong-jeon's trust level has increased. The main character is stunned since he has not even done anything yet. Suddenly, notifications flood in, showing Kim Gap-dong's trust has gone up. Even Yoo Hai-rin's trust has risen before they even meet. What is happening? Meanwhile, Choi Hyung-jun warmly invites the group inside. Come on in. Hyung-jun welcomes them. His wife Park Hae-won rushes out in a panic, asking what is going on. He quickly reassures her, promising to explain later, and asks if she can prepare some food. She hesitates, questioning the sudden request. She points out they have to cook from scratch, but he just sheepishly scratches his head and begs her for help. Sensing that Jae-hyun must have a plan, she immediately heads to the kitchen. With total trust in her eyes, she says she will get everything ready. Turning back to the guests, Hyung-jun asks them to wait a moment. They politely bow and express their gratitude. The group leader looks around with scanning eyes, getting straight to the point to ask what kind of person this Jae-hyun guy really is. Having only met him a day ago, the chubby guy does not know what to say, admitting he does not know much. The group grows more confused, wondering how he cannot know. He explains that Jae-hyun is just his next-door neighbor, prompting a curious, questioning look toward his room. Hyung-jun keeps his explanation brief, simply describing him as a truly remarkable and mysterious person. Realizing all these resources exist thanks to Jae-hyun, the leader quickly pieces it together, asking if the man is an awakened. He is sure of it. Keeping the food item Jae-hyun dropped hidden in his clothes, the leader knows this level of power is exceptionally formidable. He knows he must get on his good side. After all, someone who can supply electricity, water, and food is invaluable. In their current ruined world, this sort of ability is a flat-out miracle. putting him on an entirely different level. As the leader plots his next move with Jae-hyun, Hyung-jun continues to be an incredibly warm and welcoming host. Since dinner will take some time, he asks if they want to wash up first, making the two girls' eyes light up at the mention of a bath. They can hardly believe they can actually take a bath. Only now does it click for them. Having running electricity means nearly all the appliances here work normally. Which means what? Hyung-jun just smiles warmly back at them. He confirms they even have hot water, an absolute luxury. It feels like stepping into a dream world, leaving the two girls completely shocked. They stammer at the mention of hot water, while Hyung-jun adds it is all thanks to Jae-hyun, pointing out that both the living area and bedroom have bathrooms. He offers to lead them over, so two can bathe at once, driving up their trust in the main character. Hyung-jun is doing an excellent job with his task. Nearby, the guys whisper among themselves, wondering if their senior is also an awakened. The leader nods, admitting that if everything is true, that man possesses a power he cannot even hope to match. The others tease him, suggesting he should not feel down and just take his baseball bat to give the guy a good beating. The leader snaps at him for talking nonsense when they should be trying to win him over instead. Though the Joker just shrugs, he begs him to stay put and do absolutely nothing, letting out a helpless sigh as the Joker casually agrees. Leaning in to discuss their plan, the leader reiterates that their main goal is to secure as much food as possible, stay alert, and adapt on the fly. When asked if they understand, the guys immediately nod and agree to the plan. Only one timid-looking guy stays quiet, prompting the leader to pat him on the shoulder and call out Byung-ho's name to snap him out of it. Byung-ho apologizes, admitting he missed what was said because he was lost in thought. The leader takes the blame, but the young man quickly insists it is not his fault. The leader is genuinely sorry, expressing regret for throwing a housewarming party and dragging him into this mess. Byung-ho looks away, assuring him it is fine and that he came here of his own free will. The leader promises that once they secure the food here, they will head over to search for his grandmother next. Byung-ho politely thanks him, but despite those reassuring words, his face remains incredibly pale and grim. Closing his eyes, he sighs heavily, thinking it is already too late. Thinking of the horrific monsters roaming outside, he desperately wants to hold on to hope that his grandmother is somehow still alive, gritting his teeth as he tries to calm his nerves. The others reassure him, pointing out that her place is nearby, and they can easily make it if they stick together. They urge him to hang in there, leaving him with no choice but to quietly nod in agreement. But just as they talk, a sudden noise echoes from behind, making the entire group spin around toward the door as the leader defensively grips his racket, demanding to know what is there. In that exact moment, they all realize that this person is precisely who they had been hoping for, as Kim Jae-hyun steps into the room and calmly offers his help. The group stands frozen in shock at the arrival of the one man who can pull them from absolute despair and save them all. They are all putting their hopes on the MC as their only lifeline, and as they sit down at the table, the atmosphere is pretty awkward. Hee-gon covers her mouth with a sheepish chuckle, apologizing that their place is cramped and wondering if the guests expected anything better. It is completely fine since they were the ones who suddenly barged in to disturb them. Choi Hyun-woo then carries the food out. Finally, it is time to serve the food. Rice, soup, and veggies are all laid out, which must be their first real meal in ages. Hee-gon blushes deeply, wondering if the dishes will suit their tastes, since the simple meal consists mostly of various egg dishes. The guests immediately grab their chopsticks to dig in. Everyone is practically drooling because the food smells absolutely incredible. Even though it is just fried eggs, they praise her cooking to the high heavens, calling it a feast they never expected. Hee-gon quickly waves her hands, saying it is all thanks to the ingredients Ga-hyuk provided. Without his help, they could only offer plain rice and mandarins. With a sudden chime, the MC stares at his system interface in surprise. It is shocking that her trust level jumped to 50 even faster than Choi Hyun-woo. The hungry group digs in, eager to eat. This is easily the best meal they have had since the apocalypse began, leaving them too busy chewing to even talk. They ask if these are the sweet egg rolls served in Japanese restaurants, and Hee-gon smiles warmly, urging them to eat up. Suddenly, a little kid approaches, tearfully asking her mother why she cannot have some egg rolls too, making the mother tear up. The mother asks her to wait until the guests finish, but the child bursts into tears before another woman quickly waves her over. She calls out to Sae-yeon, inviting the kid to share some egg rolls, and the little girl instantly leaps right into her lap. She happily feeds the child a big piece, telling Sae-yeon to open wide, which brings warm smiles to everyone at the table. With the tense atmosphere completely gone, the MC invites the couple to join them, pointing out that there is still plenty of food left. The couple exchange surprised looks, their eyes instantly lighting up as they eagerly accept the invitation. They gladly join in without any hesitation, and just like that, the group eats together like one big, happy family. As the MC eats, a wave of nostalgia hits him, reminding him of the warm meals his mother used to pack with sweet notes. He silently prays that his loved ones stay safe, just as the little girl finishes her food and sleepily rubs her eyes. Hegon gently hugs her two children, telling them it is time to go to bed together. Watching them leave, the MC realizes that it is getting late, meaning it is finally time to sit down and talk business. He asks why they cannot reach the nearby grandmother's house, causing the leader's face to darken instantly as he blames the goblins. Goblins? The MC questions. The leader nods, explaining that the apartment's underground parking lot is the perfect hiding spot for them. Because of that, the entire basement is overrun, a chilling reality that the main character definitely did not see coming. They add that there are likely thousands of goblins down there. The MC realizes that since the apartment ruler's barrier only covers up to the 30th floor, those monsters are using the basement path to infiltrate the building. The man adds that every single exit in the apartment connects to that basement, making it impossible for anyone to escape the building. Kim Ga-hyuk crosses his arms, thinking deeply as he mentions that there is actually another path he knows about. The other man nods in agreement. Their original plan was to use that escape route, but get this, that path might actually be a complete death trap. When asked what it looks like, the man turns pale with terror, describing a creature that resembles a mix of a wolf and a bear. Fortunately, that beast was busy fighting the goblins, allowing them to escape, but the MC realizes he has never encountered such a monster before. The man tries to remember, but since it was pitch black, he only recalls two glowing eyes and cannot be entirely sure of its shape. Since the darkness hid its true form, the main character concludes that their only option is to launch a direct frontal assault. The leader nods in agreement, but is forced to admit that they have already reached their absolute limit. Their weapons consist only of bows and baseball bats, which are unfortunately breaking down after constant use. To the MC, this is an easy fix, so he steps forward and offers to take care of their weapon problem. He asks to inspect their bows and bats, and they hand them over immediately. He lifts a baseball bat first to examine it. The system prompts him to register the items, so he loads them in to get an appraisal on their recurve bows. The system asks if he wants to register them for 1,530 coins, and he naturally agrees. Turning back to the group, he asks if they actually know how to use a bow, leaving them sweating nervously in silence. Figuring they can learn on the fly, he still decides to buy 5 sets, advising them to start practicing because they will need these weapons constantly. Right after the purchase, system notifications chime with updates on their trust levels. Ha Ryung-on, Kim Ga-dong, and Doon all have surging trust levels, leaving the MC completely stunned by how easy they are to please. Especially Bung-ho, who is openly overjoyed. Seeing what this guy can do, he realizes his grandmother might actually have a chance too. Ding. The system notifies that citizen Bung-ho's trust level has increased significantly. Watching them discuss strategies so excitedly, Jia Hyung knows their monster hunting speed will skyrocket. He won't even need a bow anymore, meaning no more risking his life to retrieve arrows. But since he is the one planning everything, he tells everyone to wait. First, they need to thin out the goblin numbers. The group naturally accepts him as their leader, quickly asking when they will launch the operation. Jia Hyung announces they start tomorrow. The others gasp, but he notes, the sooner they act, the better. No one dares to object. With a solid plan in place, they vow to rescue Bung-ho's grandmother tomorrow, no matter what. Bung-ho is absolutely thrilled, grinning from ear to ear. Still, some of them are quite nervous, asking how he expects to pull it off. Jia Hyung confidently replies that he has a strategy. He is going to use some live bait. They listen in absolute silence, finding it hard to believe. Yet, they realize this wild idea actually stands a real chance of success. The guy with glasses still worries about potential risks. Suddenly, the system chimes to announce that citizen Hyun Woo has successfully completed his assigned task. The service fee of 30,000 yuan is fully spent, taking Jia Hyung by surprise since he had no prior clue. So, assigning tasks actually costs money. This implies that with enough cash, he can easily elevate the social standing of his citizens. Unless it is absolutely vital, he decides to hold on to his funds. Meanwhile, Hyun Woo's trust level suddenly spikes. It hits 50, unlocking the loyalty stat. Since his loyalty exceeds 30, Jia Hyung decides to grant him access to the system logs. Hyun Woo flinches in pure shock as a strange sensation washes over him. Did something just flash before his eyes? The system announces the first advisor appointment. As a special reward, he unlocks a brand new skill to summon his subordinates. He can now summon any servant directly to his shelter. However, there is a 2-hour cooldown before summoning another one. Hyun Woo is level 20. His trust is at 51, loyalty at 62, with an awakened special ability. It is the superhuman strength of a gorilla, a passive skill that grants him immense physical power. As the first servant, any experience points and gold he earns from defeating monsters will be doubled. Within a 5-meter radius outside the shelter, a summoning zone is active. Suddenly, a small detail catches his eye. Wait, what is this plus button for? Does he want to spend 1,000 gold to upgrade his servant Hyun Woo? It is ridiculously, painfully expensive. Jia Hyung feels like he got hit by lightning. Seeing his pale face, the others ask in worry if he is okay. He says he is fine. Looking at the heavy-set man, Jia Hyung asks how he is feeling instead. Clenching his muscular fist, he replies that he feels incredibly energized, wondering if this is Jia Hyung's doing. Of course it is. Who else could have done it? Staring down at his hands, the man excitedly notes that he feels 10 years younger. Excellent. A stronger ally benefits him directly. So Jia Hyung hands him a bow, inviting him to join their upcoming operation. The citizen will receive an extra 10% experience points. With the servant's efficiency doubled to earn maximum experience, Jia Hyung immediately hands down his orders. The man must eliminate as many monsters as possible. The man's face pales as he practically weeps. Not daring to refuse, he clutches the bow and nods in agreement. Satisfied with this obedience, Jia Hyung decides to trust him. Down on the first floor, the armed group begins their march. Someone asks Dong-gun if they need to clear the first floor, noting that the broken windows have left everything in ruins. But checking is always the safest bet. Grimacing, their leader asks if they already forgot the orders Jia Hyung just laid out. They are here operating as the rescue team, and this is the very first task handed down to them. Their objectives are scattered across the complex, while any survivors they find must be safely brought up to the 30th floor. The core strategy is to draw a massive horde of goblins inside the building, trapping them to wipe them out all at once. They just need to find as many people as possible. Grinning fearlessly, the guy holding the baseball bat says he completely understands. Dong-gun rallies the group and cheers, instructing everyone to begin their search, starting with apartment unit 101. With no way of knowing when the goblins might strike, they must stay alert as they fan out to start the search. Sensing a sudden shift in the air, Dong-gun grips his weapon tightly, instantly on high alert. The group behind him freezes in absolute horror, clutching their mouths to muffle their screams. Before them lies a gruesome scene of scattered, blood-drenched corpses, completely traumatizing the two girls in their squad. Trying to maintain their composure, they whisper to one another to leave this place immediately. Elsewhere, the group following the baseball bat user is equally horrified to find gruesome bodies littered wherever they look. Realizing there are no survivors left on the first floor, they hurry to the second, only to find the exact same horror. With the shocking scene proving too much to bear, Dong-gun couldn't take it anymore. He muttered a curse. He had to get up to the third floor right away. The third floor was indeed in much better shape. The group went from door to door, banging loudly and asking if anyone was inside. They knocked on every single room, but only silence answered back. Is anyone inside? Getting no response, they gathered back together, shaking their heads in defeat. It felt completely hopeless at this point. Dong-gun bit his lip, his face turning pale as he headed upstairs. Every closed door they passed still held a flicker of hope. The group called out loudly, asking if anyone was there and announcing their rescue mission. Suddenly, a door opened, revealing a pale, exhausted-looking man. With deep dark circles under his eyes, he warily asked if they were actually the real rescue team. Relieved to finally find a survivor, Dong-gun smiled warmly and confirmed they were indeed the rescue team. Seeing how exhausted the man looked, the man pleaded for some water to quench his extreme thirst. The group quickly pulled out a bottle and handed it over to him. Only reaching one arm out, the cautious man asked if they were truly giving the water to him, still hesitant to trust them. He kept asking if they were the rescue team, pushing a slightly impatient Dong-gun to quickly reassure him. He explained they were actually just residents from the same building on a mission to rescue survivors, offering to lead him to a much safer sanctuary. The old man stared in utter disbelief, his mind failing to process the situation, before suddenly slamming the door shut without another word. Left speechless, The group waited patiently with their gear. Soon, the door swung open again, revealing a few other survivors. As the man warmly offered a handshake, he admitted he had been worrying far too much. Introducing himself as Hong Jung-soo, the man did a complete turnaround. Dong-gun introduced himself as well, hoping they could look out for one another in this crisis. Turning to the two girls, Gadong and Hulin, he instructed them to escort their new guest up to the 30th floor before returning. The old man gasped in shock. The 30th floor? Weren't they supposed to head down to escape from the first floor instead? However, a young man from inside the house stepped out with a much more relaxed attitude. Letting out a massive sigh of relief, he excitedly told his father that he knew a helicopter would eventually arrive to rescue them. One of the girls quickly clarified that, while there was no helicopter, going upstairs meant a hot meal and a warm bath. Hearing the word bath, a young girl inside the house practically sprinted out with sparkling eyes. A bath? Leave it to a girl to get excited over a hot shower. The rescuers smiled, assuring her they even had plenty of hot water. That was more than enough to convince her, and she eagerly called back to her father, urging him to hurry up. She told him to head upstairs immediately, as the system rewarded 90% bonus experience points and increased settlement funds. Back at his apartment, Kim Ji-hyung checked the system interface and saw the citizen count had reached 40, deciding to house the elderly and children in Choi Hai-run's place first. The young adults could wait in the corridor for the time being, just as Dong-gun messaged to confirm that 40 survivors had been gathered. He double-checked, asking if that was really all the survivors left. Dong-gun nodded, explaining they had searched up to the 29th floor, but most residents had probably fled when the apocalypse began, prompting his leader to thank them for their hard work. With Choi Hai-run's place packed to the brim, this was likely more than enough. He activated his King's Eye skill to peer through the walls, checking up on his team's progress to see how they were managing. They were taking the job quite seriously and had rescued everyone they possibly could. Satisfied, the leader turned to Dong-gun to deliver his next set of instructions. Phase 2 of the operation was officially underway. It was time to hunt some goblins. Gathering the team in the hallway, he called for everyone's attention. With Dong-gun still taking the lead, the group went over the mission details, outlining their main objective to lure the goblins hiding in the basement out into the open. Starting with the first basement level, they would split the squad into 2 teams. The plan was to provoke and wipe out the pests on the first level before moving down to clear the second, when the man wearing glasses suddenly raised his hand. Granted permission to speak, he voiced his concerns about what would happen if they ran into a massive, unexpected horde. He worried they might get trapped on the first floor, especially if the goblin corpses blocked their paths. But the others remained entirely confident. They assured him that things were different now, especially with an abundant supply of arrows, leaving the worried man with no further arguments to make. Just as they agreed, a savage screech echoed through the corridor. Talk about perfect timing, the monsters had already arrived. Hulin immediately loosed an arrow, skewering 2 beasts in a single shot, while another ally charged in swinging a baseball bat. As a chaotic melee erupted, the team fought with incredible coordination, effortlessly slaying the monsters while somehow still finding time to joke around with each other. He teased his senior, asking why he brought a bow if he was only going to use a baseball bat. He defensively claimed he might still need it, but their banter was cut short when an anxious Hulin pointed out that the goblin corpses were vanishing. The bodies vanished into thin air, leaving them to wonder if this was yet another one of Kim Ji-hyung's bizarre, overpowered system abilities. With the coast clear, they prepared to descend into the first basement, with Byung-ho following closely behind. Feeling completely at ease, confident in their leader's ultimate plan, Byung-ho relaxed while Kim Ji-hyung sat comfortably in his secure apartment, monitoring everything through his interface. Trust levels for citizens Han-gun, Kim Ji-rang, and Yu Hai-jin have all gone up. Perfect timing. Even though he did not mean to, it looked as if he was constantly staring at them. Ding! Citizen Mun Bung-ho's trust level has reached 50. Loyalty unlocked. Citizen Mun Bung-ho's loyalty has now passed 30, meeting the requirements to register as a retainer. That was incredibly fast. He did not expect this at all. Only a few hours have passed. But this is definitely a good thing. The faster his retainers grow, the quicker he develops. Wait, something is off here. That Bung-ho guy's loyalty is all the way at 88? He is completely bewildered. But either way, this is not a bad thing. Now he can easily decide the perfect time to register his retainer. While the others are still fighting furiously, Bung-ho's entire body suddenly shines brightly. Lightning bolts even start crackling and shooting out from him. The others turn around, mouths wide open in disbelief. What on earth is that? Even the demons are completely blinded by the intense light. The demons do not dare advance any further, completely terrified. Donggun immediately barks out an order. He yells that whatever it is, they need to run right now. The group immediately flees for their lives, while Donggun and Haijin shoot back. To keep the rampaging monsters at bay, Haijin is absolutely no joke, shooting with perfect accuracy and taking down monsters with a single shot every single time. Firing 3 arrows in a single second, she takes down countless monsters, but their numbers are still endlessly overwhelming. Terrified, they scream to Donggun that there are too many, cursing because they did not expect to draw this much aggro. The beasts from basement level 2 seem to have flooded up here as well. Everyone rushes toward the emergency exit as their formation completely collapses into chaos. Urging everyone to hurry, Donggun stays behind to hold the door. But the horde is simply too massive for one man to hold off. A monster thrusts its massive, elongated arm forward to attack. But thankfully, 2 other guys have also stayed behind to help. The 3 of them join forces, but the horde is overwhelming. Knowing they cannot hold much longer, they shout for everyone to escape to the first floor. Right then, a massive roar echoes from behind. Ding! Gorilla Strength, a passive skill, has been activated, granting immense physical power rivaling a giant gorilla. Choi Hyung-run unleashes an unbelievable surge of strength. Thanks to him, this big guy is able to hold the door alone. He urges them to run, deciding to hold the line by himself as sweat pours down his face. Exhausted but pushing forward, Hyung-run's whole body trembles as he tells himself that he must succeed, because this is his duty. After running a short distance, Donggun spins around and yells for his brother to get up there now, since they are safe. Letting go of the door, Hyung-run calls back that he is on his way. But in classic fashion, he twists his ankle and falls right at the most critical moment. The moment he hits the ground, the monsters swarm him, leaving him to helplessly scream for the others to just save themselves. Donggun stands frozen, completely helpless. But then, a guy with a baseball bat suddenly dashes in and strikes a monster squarely in the head. He screams for his brother to get over there, refusing to abandon his comrade, but it is too late as a swarm of beasts tightly pin Hyung-run down. Just as they reach out to grab each other, there is a sudden flash, and the big guy completely vanishes without a single trace. The entire group completely freezes in place, utterly stunned. He cannot believe his eyes, wondering what on earth just happened. He cries out for his brother, but honestly, he has bigger things to worry about as a monster leaps straight toward him, forcing him to wildly swing his bat. Donggun and Haijin continuously rain down arrows to cover him, urging him to hurry, and he quickly spins around to run for his life. The other 2 watch the incoming swarm with absolute dread, screaming for everyone to run faster, though it already seems far too late. They are literally only a few steps ahead of the monsters, making everyone wonder if they can even make it out alive. That night, the apartment complex sinks into its usual silence, but outside, a massive black bear is savagely tearing through monsters, practically snarling with pure rage, screaming for them to die. The bear has already slaughtered countless monsters today, its red eyes glowing as its razor-sharp teeth clamp down on another target. For this beast, it is never enough, and it constantly hungers for more. Suddenly, fierce shrieks echo from behind, prompting the bear to instantly spin around with bloodshot eyes, completely intent on ripping them apart. Meanwhile, Hyung-run is completely covered in a chaotic sea of monsters. But just as he is about to meet his end, he is suddenly warped away into another dimension. Completely oblivious to what just happened, Hyung-run can only stare as Kim Ga-hyuk looks at his pale face and sighs. That was a dangerously close call. Hyung-run's brain is still struggling to process everything, drenched in sweat and too terrified to speak. Finally recognizing Ga-hyuk, he stammers out a thank you to his brother for saving his life, feeling incredibly relieved to be alive. To be safe, Ga-hyuk had been using his Monarch Eye to keep tabs on them, and fortunately, his retainer's summoning skill worked perfectly. Suddenly, Hyung-run's face contorts in pain as his legs tremble. Looking down at his bleeding leg in shock, he wonders when he even got hurt. Ga-hyuk quickly reaches out to calm him down, asking if he is all right. With his legs shaking violently, Hyung-run stubbornly insists that he is fine and that the minor wound will heal quickly. However, Ga-hyuk looks at the severe injury with deep concern, realizing it is finally time to register some medicine as he turns to go inside the house. Telling him to wait there for a moment, Ga-hyuk leaves a completely confused Hyung-run, standing there with a blank stare. Kim Ga-hyuk went straight over and pulled open the medicine drawer. In a crisis like this, medical supplies are absolutely essential. Bringing back memories of his childhood, when his mother used to apply ointment to his minor wounds. Scouring the house only yielded a few scattered bottles of rubbing, alcohol, and bandages. But with only 40 inventory slots left, he had to prioritize. Suddenly, the system chimed as a genius idea struck him. He quickly emptied the drawer and loaded the items into the system in a flash. The system successfully repaired the low-quality old first aid kit, and he hurried to bring it over so he could examine the young man's wounds. Rolling up his pant leg to reveal a bloody mess, the young man insisted he was actually fine. Kim Ga-hyuk ignored his protests, gently pulling out the medicine to disinfect the wound first, his practiced movements keeping the young man from any further complications. The alcohol stung the wound, making him grimace in pain. But then, the system chimed. The trust and loyalty of citizen Choi Hyung-jun had officially increased. Once the painful treatment was finally over, he let out a relieved sigh, thanking him. Seeing him injured like this made Ga-hyuk worry about whether the other survivors were doing all right. Quickly returning to his room, he told the young man to rest there first, as he still had some urgent business downstairs to check on. Closing his eyes, he activated the Eye of the Absolute, spotting a few survivors running down from the second floor. Hyrin fired arrows furiously to take down the monsters closest to her allies, while Dong-jan shot alongside her, screaming at the top of his lungs. He yelled at Ju to run as their situation grew critical, with a horde of massive monsters chasing hot on their heels. Ryo was falling behind, with a monster clawing closer by the second. Gritting his teeth, he ran without daring to look back, though escaping these beasts seemed entirely impossible at this speed. At the peak of the tension, Moon Byung-ho charged in like a man possessed, slaying 2 monsters in one blow to save his friend. The group watched in absolute shock, realizing that a newly upgraded Byung-ho was now easily strong enough to solo the entire monster horde. With the tables completely turned, the rest of the group stood there, frozen in disbelief, stunned by his raw power. It was completely surreal, leaving them wondering if Byung-ho had always been this skilled at fighting. Watching this scene play out made Ga-hyuk feel much more at ease, prompting him to immediately appoint Moon Byung-ho as his second official retainer. With 55 trust and 88 loyalty, his newly awakened power was teleportation. The skill only worked in clear open areas, and mental energy consumption scaled with distance and passengers, leaving Ga-hyuk grinning with smug satisfaction. Appointing these retainers was definitely the best decision he had made. After wiping out the monsters in a flash, they moved to their next task, asking Kim Ji-eun if the extension cord was ready. With the water tank fully prepared as well, Dong-jan finally called down to Byung-ho, letting him know it was time to make his move. Hearing the signal, Byung-ho teleported away instantly, leaving behind a staircase piled high with junk and a massive, precariously balanced water tank. A perfect trap. Exactly as they had calculated, the tank tipped over and completely flooded the incoming monsters, washing them away as Dong-jan screamed for Kim-jan to activate the trap right now. The bespectacled young man immediately flipped the switch, sending a massive surge of electricity through the water to completely fry the entire horde. Over 334,000 coins were deposited into the housekeeping king wallet, leveling up his skills. Unlocking a brand new skill left Ga-hyuk thoroughly impressed, realizing his heavy investment in this highly efficient team was already paying off. His overall power shot up rapidly, especially the range of his penetrating eye skill. His field of vision stretched further and further, as the system chimed to alert him of detected level 6 and level 7 goblins being eliminated. The endless wave of monsters rushing in from outside was the exact reason they could never seem to clear the building. Suddenly, one of the monsters stopped dead in its tracks, turning around as its sharp instincts warned him that something was terribly wrong. Turning its head, it came face to face with a massive black bear looming silently behind, which immediately bared its teeth and lunged forward. Treating the monster like a quick snack, the bear bit straight through the goblin's neck, killing it instantly. Hearing the noise, the remaining monsters turned and scattered in sheer terror, though the bear simply kept on relentlessly tearing them apart. It slaughtered every goblin it could grab, its eyes glowing red in a wild frenzy, as these weak, low-level pests were simply no match for it. But their sheer numbers and aggression prevailed, as they swarmed the bear in a frantic collective assault. They sank their sharp teeth deep into the beast, but the pain only fueled the bear's rage, turning the clash into an evenly matched bloodbath. In the middle of this deadly struggle, several goblins' heads suddenly exploded, spraying blood everywhere. The bear froze in sheer confusion, having barely even touched them yet. But just as the battle peaked, the system chimed to announce that citizenship had been granted. The bear's massive body shrank down as its thick fur vanished, gradually transforming back into a human. Plus, she is a pretty young woman, but she is completely exhausted and passes out right on the spot. Kim Ga-hyun witnesses this entire scene. He wonders who she is, and the system displays her info as Oh Yeonju, level 33, with a trust level of 9 and the Beast Bear Awakening skill. The Beast Bear skill transforms her into a beast warrior, maximizing her physical capabilities and regeneration power. She is surprisingly powerful. Not only is she level 33, but she also possesses an A-rank ability. Suddenly, the system alerts pop up repeatedly. Ha Dongjan's trust level has reached 50, unlocking loyalty, while Ryu Hyrim's trust has also hit 50. Loyalty is unlocked. Have the trust levels of Ha Dongjan, Ryu Hyrim, and Kang Deok-soo all reached 50 already? Citizen Kang Deok-soo's loyalty has surpassed 30, meeting the conditions to be recruited as a retainer. Excellent. After this battle, they have witnessed his terrifying strength. Their trust has skyrocketed, and they are finally qualified. Kim Ga-hyun immediately registers Kang Ryo-soo as a retainer. His name is Kang Ryo-soo, title the Third Servant, possessing the Steel Knight Awakening ability, which summons full-body steel armor and a battle axe. He knows that the rank of a retainer is decided based on their awakening ability. Choi Hyung-jun possesses a C-rank Gorilla Strength ability at level 20. Kang Ryo-soo has a B-rank Steel Knight skill at level 25. And finally, Moon Byung-ho possesses an A-rank teleportation skill at level 30. The moment they are registered as a retainer, their rank is determined by their awakening class, just like this. Suddenly, the system displays a random box with a question mark. He wonders if the rank is purely random. If Moon Byung-ho achieved A rank through loyalty, then Choi Hyung-jun has higher loyalty, so he should have received a B rank instead of C rank. Especially since Kang Ryo-soo got a B rank with only 31 loyalty. He racks his brain, but cannot figure it out. If only he knew the exact conditions to unlock higher tier abilities, it would be perfect. This is an incredibly critical issue. After all, he can only register 10 retainers at most, so gathering as many high-ranking people as possible is highly advantageous. The problem is he still does not know what happens after recruiting an awakened person as a retainer. They can move freely between the stairs and elevator halls. He walks to the elevator door and activates his skill, Eyes of the King, to check on the bear girl. She is still unconscious. Arriving at floor 30, the elevator stops. He turns to Choi Hyung-jun standing behind him, who asks what is up. Having reached floor 30, the elevator doors open. He tells him to bring up the girl from basement level 2. The scene shifts. Dong-gu and his group are still finishing off the monsters. At that moment, they discover several goblins with exploded heads. Confused, they ask one another what on earth is going on here, and why a pack of goblins suddenly appeared. Indeed, it feels as though someone did this on purpose. Dong-gu tensely surveys the scene, certain that whoever possesses such terrifying power is too frightening to even contemplate. Eyes closed tight, he bites his lip to hold back. Remembering their first day here, Choi Hyung-jun had mentioned that the man is truly extraordinary. He is right, and they even have hot water. This is also Kim Ga-hyun's power, all thanks to the resources that he brought in. Without him, they could only offer people plain white rice and tangerines. He gulps hard, a chill running down his spine, thinking of Kim Ga-hyun and Moon Byung-ho's frightening abilities. That quiet, introverted boy. After meeting Kim Ga-hyun, that boy suddenly transformed into a completely different person, becoming terrifyingly strong. No matter what special ability he possesses, that fact will never change. He truly respects and fears Kim Ga-hyun. Back in the basement, Choi Hyung-jun is running at full speed to bring the girl up to floor 30 as requested. To find salvation in this godforsaken world, one absolutely has to be chosen by Kim Ga-hyun. They all understand this. Obeying his commands is the only way to get food and water to maintain a basic survival. In a small park back before the apocalypse, a child is playing happily. He grins and looks back to call out to his mother. The woman standing there with a gentle smile is none other than Oh Yeonju. Suddenly, a massive shadow creeps up behind the child. Her face instantly pales, her gentle smile vanishing in pure panic. Her expression shifts from ghostly pale to utter despair, her eyes wide with terror as her child stands there waving and smiling. Terrifying, giant goblins tower over him. She desperately lunges forward to save her son, but it is too late. Even though he is only a few steps away, there is no time left. The monsters strike as fast as lightning, her tears streaming down uncontrollably. She screams out in absolute madness, begging them to stop. But in the end, only a blood-splattered toy car remains on the ground, drenched in sweat. The girl suddenly wakes up on a hospital bed. Kim Ga-hyun, standing nearby, notices and softly calls out to her. Addressing her as Oh Yeonju, he realizes she just had a nightmare and speaks gently to calm her down. Unsure of what else to say, she sits up abruptly and buries her face in her hands, weeping. Confused, Kim Ga-hyun extends his hand to introduce himself as Kim Ga-hyun. Gradually calming down, she looks over and asks if he did this. Still confused by her words, he asks what she means before she finally mentions the defeated goblins. His hand froze in midair, slowly pulling back as he finally admitted that she was right. Ryoju stared in absolute disbelief because he looked so completely ordinary. She simply could not understand how his power was strong enough to instantly wipe out such a massive horde of goblins in the blink of an eye. Her face darkened as she quietly lowered her head. She calculated silently, her fists clenching until her whole body trembled, realizing that with his incredible power, there might actually be a chance to pull it off. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, begging him to save her son, pleading that even just having him back for a single day would be enough. A system chime rang out, announcing that Citizen Ryoju's trust level had significantly increased. While she wiped her tears and wept miserably, hearing her weep about how much she missed her son, Ga-hyun finally understood that the goblins must have taken him, which was why she could not stop crying. The sheer grief of losing her child broke her heart, leaving him completely at a loss for how to comfort her. Was there really no other way? He desperately searched for a loophole, decided to issue a custom quest to eliminate 100 goblins with no time limit or penalty, offering her son's resurrection as the final reward. Anxiously waiting, he wondered if the system would actually accept such a crazy exploit. But of course, a cold mechanical voice chimed in with a swift rejection. The system flatly refused to issue the quest, leaving Ga-hyun with a bitter sigh because bringing the dead back to life was never going to be that simple. But as he started brainstorming other ideas, he realized the real issue was that he simply lacked the cash required to fund the resurrection reward. The system told him to prepare enough cash and try again, leaving him completely dumbfounded to realize that bringing the dead back was actually possible if he was just rich enough. After all, anything that can be resolved with money is a bargain, and his voice began to shake with pure excitement as the insane reality fully sank in. This was absolutely mind-blowing and beyond his wild dreams, meaning that with enough money, he could literally resurrect the dead. Looking at the grieving mother, he knew that even though the cost of resurrecting her son was currently immeasurable, having a clear path forward was still a massive relief. Gritting his teeth, Ga-hyun carefully chose his words, calling out to Ryoju. She wiped her eyes and choked out a response, prompting him to quickly promise that he might have a way to bring her son back, giving her real hope. These words struck her like a sudden ray of light, leaving her completely stunned as she stopped crying and began to stutter. Gasping, she asked if he could actually bring her son back, and he gave a firm, reassuring nod. He clarified that while he could not do it immediately, it was possible as long as they had enough money, begging her not to lose heart. Assuring her there was a way, he asked if she was willing to seize even the smallest sliver of hope. She eagerly promised to do absolutely anything, while Ga-hyun calculated their chances, noting that in Wang-gu's group, both Gu and Byung-ho had already awakened. If they added level 33 Ryoju to the mix, fighting ordinary monsters would become incredibly easy, meaning the best strategy was to make all 7 of them his loyal vassals. There was a very real chance of making this work. Ga-hyun told Ryoju to stand up, offering to introduce her to the rest of the crew, as they all greeted each other warmly for the first time. Hwang-gu introduced himself first, but Ryoju instantly recognized his face, asking if he was indeed the baseball-throwing warrior who had obliterated the giant goblin horde earlier. She then looked at Hyun, recognizing her as the archer. Surprised, they asked how she knew them, and she teased back, laughing that they clearly did not remember her. To jog their memories, she playfully mimicked a wild bear clawing the air, which only left them scratching their heads in utter confusion. Since her little dance went completely over their heads, Ryoju decided to show them directly. Transform. As thick fur began to cover her body, the group finally put 2 and 2 together. Gasping as they recognized her, they realized she was the beast they had spotted on the path earlier, while Ryoju proudly grinned and corrected them, calling herself a giant bear. She chuckled, asking if they really had not recognized the beast that saved them, leaving them to stare wide-eyed at her massive size. Their crossing paths was no mere coincidence, especially since anyone who hated the goblins was instantly considered an ally. Seeing them bonding so quickly, Ga-hyun stepped forward, glad to see that everyone was already getting along. He took the opportunity to announce their next mission, explaining that they would head out tomorrow morning to rescue Byung-ho's grandmother. With the goblin forces in the area currently thinned out, It was the perfect window of opportunity to strike and save her. The group listened intently as he added that because Hyungjun was still recovering from his injuries, he would sit this mission out. While Hyungjun was left behind to rest, Ryoju would step up to join tomorrow's raid in his place. She readily agreed to help, and with the plan finalized for tomorrow morning, Ga-hyung suddenly called out to two of his companions. He motioned for Byung-ho and Ryosu to step outside, asking them to follow him into the hallway for a private chat. Once they were in the hallway, Ga-hyung asked Byung-ho and Ryosu if they knew why they had been singled out, leaving both of them standing there completely clueless. The sudden tension felt exactly like being called into the principal's office, making them sweat as they admitted they had absolutely no idea. He wonders if it has to do with this power. Bingo, he is actually not that dumb. Kim Ga-hyun grins, yes. Both of them have successfully awakened this time. Moon Bung-ho gained the power of teleportation, while Kang Ryosu received the Steel Knight class, giving him heavy defensive gear. He has it all planned out. He needs to fully understand their abilities before they head out tomorrow. First, he sets up a small party quest, followed by a much bigger mission objective. The goal is testing their awakened abilities. The time limit is 10 minutes, the reward is a power boost, and the failure penalty? Sleeping out in the cold hallway. Sounds pretty good. A party quest sounds like a solid starting point. As he initiates it, Kang Ryosu suddenly calls out to him, looking pretty confused about the whole situation. He asks if he really awakened his powers just like the others. When Ga-hyung nods, the guy absolutely loses his mind with excitement. He has no idea what this epic Steel Knight power actually does, even though he can summon a full suit of heavy armor and a massive battle axe. His face goes totally blank in shock. A battle axe? Right then, a glowing blue pillar of system light erupts right next to him. He jumps back and screams in pure shock. Standing face to face in the hallway, they lock eyes. Even Bung-ho can feel a sudden surge of raw energy inside him. The initial test is a complete success. He clenches his fists as hope floods back. With this power, the system chimes to show his citizen trust level is rising. With Moon Bung-ho's trust level shooting up, he is incredibly grateful and politely bows to thank his savior. But Ga-hyung tells him to wait, which leaves him utterly confused. Knowing exactly what the guy wants to do with his newfound power, Ga-hyung warns him that running off to his grandmother's house right now is suicidal. He stammers in confusion, asking why. Ga-hyung explains that there is no guarantee he can even control his teleportation under pressure yet. That first attempt was probably just pure luck. He gulps nervously at those words, and Ga-hyung uses the moment to give him some crucial advice. He needs to figure out his maximum teleportation range and what kind of physical toll each jump takes on his body. The young man nods, admitting that makes perfect sense. Right then, some fast-moving blur flashes past like a streak of lightning. They look over to see Ryosu clad in heavy steel armor, wielding an absolutely massive weapon. The guy is absolutely thrilled. His eyes wide in disbelief as he wonders if this insane power-up actually worked. A system chime follows, showing Kang Ryosu's trust has shot up. Seeing this work, how could anyone not trust Ga-hyung? Now that they have a basic grasp of their abilities, Ga-hyung issues a command. He asks Bung-ho if he can teleport all the way over to the rooftop of the building right across from them. The guy hesitates, looking pretty nervous about the distance, but he knows he has to push himself and agrees to try. Ga-hyung instantly creates a system quest, ordering Bung-ho to teleport onto the rooftop of Building 113. The limit is 3 minutes. The reward is increased mastery, and the penalty for failing is sleeping out in the open. Standing right behind him, Ju cheers him on, yelling that Bung-ho can easily pull this off. Standing by the open window, the guy takes a deep breath, focuses his mind, and vanishes in a flash. It happens so fast he barely feels a thing. Looking back at the others across the gap, he realizes he made it and cheers in excitement. He successfully made it and eagerly waves his hands. The system chimes to confirm Bung-ho completed the quest. Ga-hyung lets out a sigh of relief, but just as the guy is waving, he suddenly staggers and collapses cold. Panic sets in for the other two. How are they supposed to rescue him now? Ga-hyung quickly activates his summoning skill to pull the unconscious guy back. Luckily, the summon works perfectly. The guy is just fast asleep in bed, snoring away without a scratch on him. Ga-hyung figures he just exhausted his energy reserves. Ryosu hovers over him, nervously asking if their friend is going to be all right. A quick look at the system screen reveals he just needs some decent rest to fully recover. With Bung-ho resting safely, it is time to focus on the next recruit. Ga-hyung turns to Ryosu, and asks him if he actually bothers to get any regular exercise. The guy is completely stunned, but Ga-hyung just ignores him. He issues a training quest. Do 100 push-ups and squats in full armor within 10 minutes, with a massive strength boost as the reward. If he fails, he sleeps outside. Left with no choice, the guy starts pumping out reps while gasping for air under the intense weight. Squats are hard enough, but doing them in heavy steel armor is pure torture. He finally finishes and screams out in relief as the system chimes to confirm his success. Even Ga-hyung is genuinely impressed. His background as an athletic student really paid off, giving him physical limits far beyond normal people. Suddenly, the system screen flickers, but nothing appears on it. Ga-hyung stares in confusion at the blank screen, while the exhausted recruit collapses to the floor and gasps if he is finally done. Ga-hyung snaps out of it and smiles, telling him he did a great job and can head to bed. The exhausted guy gladly drags his aching body away. As a notification pops up, confirming his own power has increased, Ga-hyung suddenly feels a strange, dark energy beginning to swirl around both of his hands. Kim Jia-hui never expected this. His own power actually increased just because those two were out training. Talk about a sweet deal, he cannot stop grinning. This completely changes the game. The next day, in a Busan alley, Jong-gu and his crew scream and run for their lives. A horde of goblins chasing them down. Ryu turns back in absolute rage, refusing to run any further as he activates his armor skill and charges straight ahead. Cursing at the beasts, he takes on the whole mob single-handedly, using the chaos to get used to his new armor and weapons. The monsters press forward even more aggressively, but Seo fights back fearlessly, yelling and challenging the bastards to bring on everything they have. Bong-ho shouts to ignore the cowards running away, making Ju burst out laughing and agree with a nod. Working in perfect harmony, one fighting up close, the other from a distance, they force the terrified goblins to back off, while Ryu continues to taunt the beasts and challenge them to fight. A massive, echoing roar suddenly freezes the goblins right in their tracks. Wu-ju, the bear, has entered the chat, and there is no way these monsters are escaping this time. Caught in a three-way pincer attack, the goblins are completely devastated, as the hunters seize the advantage to wipe out as many as possible. Donggu screams at Bong-ho to snap out of it and make his move now, urging him to go find his grandmother. Assured that they can handle the remaining monsters, Bong-ho expresses his gratitude and bolts from the scene. Back home, Kim Jia-hui slurps his instant noodles while keeping watch as a system alert chimes. Wu-ju has completed the mission. The evaluation finishes, adding 132,966 won to his wallet. Though he still cannot grasp this system's logic, he notices this reward is different from last time when Kang Ryu got a stat boost. Perhaps the bonus rewards are entirely randomized. That would make sense, especially since the overall difficulty of the quests is scaling up. Naturally, the rewards should increase too. Just then, the system announces that Moon Bong-ho has also completed his task. With Bong-ho's daily quest limit reached, the system begins its evaluation, and Jia-hui leans in eagerly, ready to see the loot. His jaw drops when he sees the screen. A jackpot alert flashes, congratulating him on securing an incredibly rare skill point. Jia-hui nearly chokes on his food. A jackpot? He had no idea skill points could even be earned this way. Gaining a skill point is huge. This system keeps getting better and better, leaving him with a satisfied grin. Meanwhile, Bong-ho repeatedly uses his teleportation skill, pushing through intense fatigue without daring to slow down for a second. He finally reaches the small house and rushes inside, shouting for his grandmother, panicking when he spots her lying still on the bed. Thankfully, she slowly opens her eyes and recognizes him, weakly grasping his hand and whispering his name. Overwhelmed with relief that she is alive, Bong-ho bursts into tears as they hold each other tightly. Sobbing, he apologizes for being so late, deeply grateful to the main character for giving him this chance. As he whispers his thanks to Jia-hui, a system notification chimes. Moon Bong-ho's loyalty has reached 100%. With his retainer capacity successfully increased, Jia-hui reaps direct benefits from this turning point. Getting major upgrades for his 3 retainers while relaxing at home is a sweet deal, leaving him holding back laughter. He eagerly checks the requirements to upgrade Bong-ho further, wondering exactly how much it will cost him. Unfortunately, his balance falls short. The system demands 100 million won to upgrade Bong-ho, prompting him to deposit more. That is an absolute highway robbery. 100 million won is way out of reach, forcing him to apologize. He promises to keep assigning daily quests instead, but is suddenly interrupted by a strange noise outside, putting him on high alert. Hearing the elevator chime, He wonders who it could be and instantly activates his X-ray vision. Out in the hallway, a young couple carrying a cardboard box knocks on Choi Hyun's door, calling out to see if anyone is home. The wife responds immediately, opening the door to find a smiling young woman who introduces herself as Kim Gabin alongside her brother, Kim Minho. They live in Unit 1701, and Hegon politely greets them in return. When she asks what brings them by, they let out a heavy sigh, admitting they came to ask for a favor. Hegon stands there completely bewildered, wondering why they would need her help, as Gabin's expression grows hesitant. Feeling extremely embarrassed, Gabin asks if they could take a quick shower, making the serious atmosphere feel almost comical. Hegon is stunned. A shower is all they want? Once they confirm it, she finally lets out a sigh of relief. She welcomes them inside, relieved it was nothing serious, while Minho carries their box and politely asks where to place it. Surprisingly, they brought along some canned food and random supplies as a token of gratitude for letting them use the bathroom. Looking at the decent spread inside, Hegon finds herself secretly thrilled despite trying to act polite. He tells them there is really no need to be so formal. He thanks them, brushing off their polite back and forth as nothing. They admit they barged into another person's home with such a bizarre request. So, a return gift is only proper. Suddenly, Robin freezes, staring intently at the bows and arrows in the corner. "Excuse me," she asks, "but do those bows, arrows, and baseball bats belong to the residents living in this building?" Hegon grins and explains. He explains those weapons do not belong to their residents, as someone from another building brought them. The explanation is quite complicated, but they quickly exchange details and piece it together. Ji Hyun witnesses everything, noting they do not seem like bad people at all. He decides to head over soon to check on them and have a proper talk. Plus, he might even be able to ask for their help in rescuing survivors trapped in other buildings. Exactly 39,783,200 gold has been transferred to his wallet. His skill levels up, and he learns a brand new skill. He is just standing there when a fortune drops straight onto his head. What is this sudden situation? He quickly activates his clairvoyance skill to check. Damn it, Donggun and the others are covered in blood, but thankfully they are still alive. The battle was clearly a brutal showdown. The bear girl clashed with a massive tiger, and though the beast is dead, she is also left heavily injured. He only just realizes what happened, panicking as he wonders, what is going on? While they scream in agony, the system notifies him that potential citizens have been detected, asking if he wants to grant them citizenship. With his citizen count reaching a certain threshold, the system unlocks the power of belief skill for all his residents. He has no idea what this power of belief even means. Looking closer at the injured survivors, everyone is severely weakened, and Byung-ho is desperately carrying his grandmother on his back. The blood-drenched group tries to drag their battered bodies back, panicking that things have gone terribly wrong. The injured one turns out to be Ozu. If their strongest fighter is down, what are they supposed to do now? Monsters relentlessly pursue them from behind, eager to finish off the wounded. As the remaining survivors try to salvage the situation, they suddenly realize something is very different. They are shocked to score a direct hit on the very first try. Everyone is completely stunned, wondering what on earth is happening to them. Their bodies suddenly feel incredibly light, and they do not feel tired at all. It turns out, this is the power of belief, a passive skill. This passive boosts all their stats proportionally, channeling extra strength into them based on their current belief percentage. It turns out, the basic belief stat of Donggun's group has already exceeded 50. When stats like stamina, mobility, vision, strength, and reflexes all jump by over 50%, a massive spike in combat power is only natural. Byung-ho excitedly yells that this must be another one of Ji Hyun's incredible powers. Hearing this, the entire group's loyalty to their leader instantly skyrockets. Ji Hyun immediately registers both of them as his vassals. The two girls watch in sheer disbelief as glowing spiritual energy begins radiating from their bodies. They wonder what is happening as Garam awakens her skill, earning the title of fourth vassal with the penetration ability. With the fifth vassal title unlocked and her poison mist skill supercharged, the two of them can now comfortably hold the line against the monsters. Hyein draws her bow and fires with incredible force, landing every shot with flawless precision. Any goblin hit by her arrow drops dead instantly. Even better, the arrow pierces straight through multiple targets, wiping out entire clusters with a single shot. She is completely blown away by her new power. The penetration skill consumes mental energy to fire a devastating, armor-piercing arrow. Ji Hyun quickly issues a mission to both of them, tasking them with using the penetration skill to eliminate 10 goblins. They have a 10-minute time limit, with the reward boosting mastery, while failure results in complete exhaustion. But even Ji-hyun realizes this skill is quite tricky to handle. Meanwhile, the other girl uses poison mist, consuming her mental energy to release a lethal fog. Although this ability is incredibly powerful on its own and is rated as a highly effective B-rank ability, using it incorrectly could easily end up poisoning and harming their own allies. He decides to put that aside for now and study it later. Soon enough, the system announces that Ga-ram has successfully completed her mission. Having reached her daily mission limit, the system begins its evaluation, which is the exact moment Ji-hyun has been waiting for. Strangely, there are absolutely no rewards this time around. He decides to check on the lower floor residents instead, activating his special vision, only to spot someone pacing down the dark hallway. He wonders what they are up to, watching the survivor collect clean water in empty bottles. That is quite smart of them to stockpile drinking water ahead of time. Since they can stockpile food and water on their own, they might not even need to join the main team. Suddenly, he spots a girl collapsing and rushes down to investigate. Her name is Ji-dong, a level 26 healer with a low trust rating, who uses her mental energy to mend physical wounds. A healer is incredibly valuable in this apocalypse, and he knows he absolutely must recruit her to his side immediately. Ji-hyun finally makes his way down to apartment 290-2, cracking the door open into the darkness. The safety latch is engaged, preventing him from easily sliding inside. As he stands there brainstorming a workaround, a brilliant idea suddenly flashes in his mind. Right, his newly acquired skill. He summons the system screen with a soft chime. The invisible hand of the absolute dweller allows him to manifest and control a completely unseen hand. Excellent. He clenches his fist and taps lightly against the door, focusing his mind entirely on finding a way to break it down. With a sudden twist, his invisible hand transforms into a pair of giant bolt cutters. He carefully slips it inside to snip the lock. Success! It cuts right through on the first try. Now he has to rush to the balcony before the girl passes away. Finally, he spots the young woman lying completely still on the floor, her eyes shut tight. Kim Jae-hyun kneels by her side and gently shakes her, calling out for her to wake up, but she remains completely unresponsive, and his face goes pale. Damn it, her condition is far worse than he first thought. She looks dangerously dehydrated. Scanning the room, he searches for anything useful. Suddenly, he freezes in sheer confusion. How does this make sense? It is completely illogical. Why is this happening? There are still bottles of water left in the room, so why is she dehydrated to this extreme? No time to ponder. He absolutely has to find a way to save her. He wonders if this plan will actually work. He opens his system and issues a quest. The task is to breathe once, and the reward will alleviate her dehydration. Kim Da-jong completes the quest, consuming 10 points. It works. The young woman recovers visibly. As long as there is breath, there is hope. Slowly opening her eyes, she spots the silhouette of our main character sitting nearby. He welcomes her back, but she flinches in shock, asking who he is. He introduces himself as Kim Jae-hyun from the floor above, leaving her even more stunned as she stammers, asking how he got inside. He sees no reason to hide the truth. Honestly, since her condition was critical, he had to break the door down to get in. Upon hearing this, her eyes widen in sheer terror. Tears stream down her face as she starts sobbing uncontrollably, unable to speak. Whatever she went through must have been awful to make her starve herself like this. Our hero sits quietly, waiting for her to calm down, but eventually has to speak up and call Kim Da-jong. Having no more time to waste, he gets straight to the point. He apologizes sincerely, but explains that they desperately need her help, as his companion is severely injured. She finally stops crying and stares at him in silence. She struggles to process his words. What is this man talking about? Does he truly believe she has the power to help anyone? How is that even possible? Besides, why is he asking for medical aid? How could he possibly know she was a nurse? Shivering with sudden fear, she looks at him. Since he seems so desperate for help, he probably is not dangerous. Still, to be safe, she decides it is best to cooperate for now. After deep thought, she finally replies, asking where he needs her to go. The system displays a 1-hour time limit, rewarding her with increased healing skill proficiency. With no penalty for failure, she stares at the system screen. Kim Jae-hyun reassures her that she does not need to travel anywhere. He tells her to eat something and rest first. as the others will bring the injured patient directly to her. Before she can even react, he manifests a huge pile of tangerines, completely ignoring her panic. He only stops once she screams at him to wait a minute. "What is it?" he asks. She points trembling fingers at the system, continually producing the fruit, demanding to know what that thing is. Not wanting to waste any more precious time, our hero dismisses it lightly, promising to explain everything to her later on. He walks away, advising her to just rest here for now since her body is still extremely weak. Standing there like a lost soul, her mind struggles to process the rapid chain of events. Feeling utterly bewildered, she peels a tangerine and wonders if she is dreaming. Back in his room, Kim Jae-hyun receives a system notification. A chime reveals that Kim Da-jeong's trust has increased by one, only reaching 1 so far. He is speechless. Clearly, she had zero trust in him initially, but then again, she is a young woman living all alone in this chaos. It makes complete sense. Barging in so suddenly would make it incredibly hard for anyone to trust him. Peering down from the balcony, he expects his allies to arrive soon. Suddenly, his heart drops in absolute horror. What on earth is that? The team has indeed returned, but right on their heels is a massive tiger. Our hero's face pales in dread. Even watching from all the way up here sends shivers down his spine. The beast is colossal, its jaws packed with razor-sharp teeth. This is the red tiger. One strike from its powerful paws is instant death. And now, it is about to overtake the group. In just a few seconds, they will all be completely wiped out. Kim Jae-hyun is completely shocked. Is there really another one? This beast is exceptionally aggressive, and with their vanguard heavily injured, none of them stand a chance against it. At this critical, life-and-death moment, Kim Da-jeong twists her ankle and tumbles hard onto the ground. The group screeches to a halt in sheer panic. Da-jeong is badly hurt, her entire body trembling as she struggles to stand. Up on the balcony, Jae-hyun watches in horror and screams out. It is no use. The tiger is already upon her, opening its massive jaws to bite. Da-jeong is doomed, completely helpless to escape. She can only close her eyes and brace herself to be devoured whole. But the moment the tiger snaps its jaws shut, she vanishes into thin air. Having missed its easy prey, the beast looks around in sheer confusion. Nearby, Da-jeong is safely pulled away, gasping for breath as her heart pounds in absolute disbelief. Ga-hyuk managed to recall his sister just in time, barely saving her life, which made him swallow hard in absolute tension. That was incredibly close, but thanks to that, he bought plenty of time. A system alert popped up, detecting a potential citizen and asking if he wanted to register them. The next ones he recalled were Moon Bung-ho and his grandmother. Bung-ho immediately lowered his grandmother to the ground. Bung-ho pleaded for his grandmother's safety, but Ga-hyuk quickly held him back, telling him to wait. Bung-ho was confused, but Ga-hyuk nodded to signal it was all right. Ga-hyuk would handle the rest now. Bung-ho was completely taken aback, having fully expected to teleport right back into the heat of battle. Catching his drift, Bung-ho nodded and held his grandmother close. Meanwhile, down below, the tiger missed its target and began chasing down the others in a rabid frenzy. Ga-hyuk couldn't let it hurt anyone else. He instantly activated his invisible hand skill, knowing he had to find a different way to slay that red tiger. The survivors below were completely helpless, running for their lives as they struggled to find any other way to survive. Dong-gun suddenly halted, taking precise aim to hurl a baseball as hard as he could, determined to buy whatever precious seconds he could. He channeled his power into the baseball and threw it with all his might. Unfortunately, the strike missed completely. The tiger dodged, taking 0 damage while only getting angrier. Hi-in screamed Dong-gun's name in terror as the beast charged straight at him, closing the gap instantly. Realizing it was already too late to escape, he decided to use himself as bait. Whipping around, he bolted in the opposite direction and screamed at the others to run immediately. Sure enough, the tiger ignored the rest, focusing entirely on him. He dashed straight toward the entrance with the beast snapping at his heels the entire way. Dong-gun was absolutely terrified, but he had no choice. Suddenly, the giant tiger froze mid-stride, unable to advance further as Ga-hyuk's invisible hand gripped it tight. He formed a solid vice around its neck, pinning it in place so he could easily attack from a safe distance. Lifting the thrashing beast high into the air by its neck, he watched it writhe in agony, completely stripped of any power to attack. Refusing to abandon their comrade, the group rushed back with weapons drawn, only to freeze solid at the baffling sight. A system screen materialized right before their eyes. Ga-yeon furrowed her brows in sheer disbelief, and the group realized exactly who was behind this. Ga Hyuk had calculated everything, realizing he didn't need to step forward. If he let Kim Ga-ram deliver the final blow, the loot would quadruple. She stepped forward with her bow drawn, aiming directly at the tiger as it struggled helplessly against the invisible vice. She resolved to land the shot. Beep. The tiger was slain, granting massive experience and depositing 63,211,776 world. Alongside that, the entire group's trust ratings skyrocketed. Most notably, Ha Donggun's loyalty had officially surpassed 30, meeting the requirement to become a vassal. Ga Hyuk smirked, completing Donggun's registration as his vassal, satisfied that everything was finally falling into place. The wounded were quickly being treated. Ga Yan stepped up to help the group, healing their wounds instantly as soon as she touched them. Ga Hyuk was relieved to have found them just in time, then turned to Donggun to ask what had happened and where that red tiger came from. He sighed heavily, explaining that Bung Ho's grandmother's house apparently happened to be right in the middle of their territory. They had successfully slain one already, never expecting another to show up. Ga Hyuk understood then, realizing why he had felt something was off all along. Looking back, there were absolutely no signs of goblins around the house. If those goblins had needed a nest, Bung Ho's grandmother's house would never have been left untouched. Fortunately, this place was only the territory of 2 red tigers, meaning they had actually gotten quite lucky in the end. Beep. Ga Yon had successfully completed the quest. The quest fee of 73,312 world was consumed. She wiped her sweat, sighing in relief that the healing was done. Ga Hyuk thanked her for her hard work, and she smiled in response. She replied it was nothing, asking if she could head home now. Suddenly, a heavily sweating Choi Hyung came running out, asking them to wait. Hyung admitted it might be bad timing, but he finally gathered the courage to ask if Ga Hyuk really planned on letting everyone stay at his place forever. Ga Hyuk laughed, realizing he hadn't actually considered that until now. Looking over at Donggun, he agreed it was a bit inconvenient. He chuckled and told Hyung not to worry, as he had already made up his mind on the matter. He explained that there were vacant rooms available, fully equipped with electricity, and promised to supply everything they needed so everyone could move in there. Addressing Kim Rin, who immediately answered, he mentioned that rooms 1 and 2 on the 21st floor were also empty, and he would supply power to them. He asked if she could pass the word along to the other survivors. They were welcome to go there for daily needs like showering and using the restroom. She readily agreed, saying she would handle it. He also suggested that if necessary, 2 people could share a room, leaving the other space to be used as a common living area. It sounded absolutely wonderful. But before she could even celebrate or crack a smile, Ga Hyuk reminded her that there was no such thing as a free lunch. He went on to explain that he had a favor to ask. Unable to refuse, she quickly told him to go ahead, prompting him to speak. He hoped she could act as a reliable bridge between him and the other survivors. Rin was slightly taken aback by the request, but Ga Hyuk had already recognized her exceptional diplomatic skills. That is right. Go ahead and let the others know. From now on, I will award a vacant home to the team that kills 100 goblins the fastest. Free electricity, water, and gas are a given. Plus, I personally guarantee unlimited food. On top of that, if any apartment takes in 10 survivors, everyone living under that roof will get the exact same benefits. But make sure they help me, depending on which floor they are on. It might take quite a bit of time. Our main character is finally taking charge of the building, proving he is the absolute boss. Basically, from now on, only those who prove their worth will get rewarded. There is a limit of 168 hours, offering a tiny bit of experience. But the penalty for failing is a total ban on public utilities, forcing everyone to risk their lives in battle. One young guy is out here trying to survive alone, which is basically suicide. Drenched in sweat, he sprints toward a nearby door, but before he can reach it, a monster grabs him, flings him aside, and sends him crashing hard to the ground. Turns out he is just bait. He screams to the others, waiting with weapons that the plan worked. And he successfully lured a whole pack of them. The guys hidden behind the door immediately thrust their weapons out, slaying the goblins outside. That sneaky tactic actually works pretty well, catching the monsters off guard and wiping out a massive crowd. A few surviving beasts lose their nerve and flee, prompting the squad to charge right out after them. Hey, look over there. They are escaping. Go get them. But suddenly, one guy grins wickedly and asks his buddies if they want to see something amazing. He steps forward with a homemade spear and hurls it straight ahead, and man, this guy has some serious power. His weapon flies straight through the air, and his 2 teammates move lightning fast, accurately driving their blades right into the damn monster. Even from that crazy distance, his casual toss easily drops the beast, and he cheers out to celebrate a job well done. His teammates are absolutely impressed by his skills. With the battle finished, it is time to tally up their score. They ask how many they ended up killing, with one bragging about getting 22 while the other claims 24, laughing their heads off. That means the three of them combined have taken down over 100 already, which is ridiculously fast, honestly. At first, they thought reaching 100 would take forever. But then, their bait runner catches up to them. The bait runner complains to Sung-woo, reminding him that he promised there would only be 15 goblins at most. But Sung-woo just glares back, annoyed, asking what his issue is this time. The runner yells back in frustration, asking if that horde really looked like just 15 monsters to him. The others step in to calm things down, pointing out that the result was great and they get a new apartment, but the bait runner won't let it go, veins popping as he shouts that Sung-woo almost got him killed. Caught in his own lie, Sung-woo cannot even argue, but his face turns red as he tries to play the tough guy, asking who actually designed this whole defense strategy in the first place. He claims he made the entire battle plan while the twins made the spears, pointing out that the runner himself was the one bragging about how fast he could run. Left with no comeback, the bait runner goes quiet, and Sung-woo immediately shows his true, ugly colors, telling him that if he is not happy, he can just pack up and leave. He says they can manage fine without him, but the twins quickly step in to separate them and keep the peace. They tell Sung-woo to take it easy, since Sung-min actually did an amazing job acting as bait, running fast enough to save all of their lives. But Sung-woo still huffs, complaining that he was insulted first and mockingly asks who dares to curse at their older brother. The blonde twin turns to Sung-min and agrees that cursing at an older brother like that is definitely crossing the line. He tells him to apologize, and Sung-min finally backs down with a quick apology, finally putting an end to the argument. Sung-woo tells them to forget it and head up to the 21st floor to claim their brand new home, but once they arrive, Gobin has some bad news for them. She apologizes, stating another team already claimed the prize, which of course these guys are not about to accept. They demand to know if another team actually killed 100 goblins faster than them, and she simply nods in confirmation. Sung-woo refuses to back down, telling Gobin to stop playing around and just hand over the keys to their new place. Left with no choice, she tries to explain that she is not joking at all. Just as the winning team arrives at that exact moment, she points right at them, identifying the actual vanguard group that successfully took down those 100 goblins first. Sung-woo stands there completely frozen, left speechless as the sisters exchange a quick look and start talking to each other. They discuss how the deal went, explaining that although they gave up the new apartment, their own home and Uncle Jiho's place will still get guaranteed electricity, food, and resources. On top of that, the daughters will not even have to do missions. But wait, aren't Uncle Jiho's daughters minors anyway? Since they are underage, they already do not have to do any of those dangerous missions. The couple just grins warmly and explains that those girls are actually all grown up now. Our daughter definitely has a baby face just like her mother. And since the kids take after me, their archery skills are top tier as well. You should worry about those kids instead. Oh, right. He also promised to provide you both with bows and arrows. But why on earth do they need bows and arrows? Planning to keep hunting goblins? Yes. June personally asked us to help clear out the green monsters around this area. Nobody knows where those disgusting goblins keep coming from, but they just never seem to end. Meanwhile, everyone is so busy talking, they completely ignore Sung Reo standing right there. His face darkens with pure rage. Having overheard everything, he yells out, "Aren't you guys just abusing your authority here? You are all just his buddies," which makes this incredibly unfair. Hearing this, Minho suddenly remembers something. Right. To make sure nobody feels cheated, he actually prepared equivalent rewards for the second and third place teams, inviting them all to the 30th floor. Jiabin just realizes this. Oh, is that so? She flashes a bright smile toward them and asks if they heard that. That is perfect. Take your team members up to the 30th floor, he will be waiting for all of you there. Sung Reo is still furious but shuts his mouth. Once inside the elevator, they start mocking, so that is the guy named Jia Hyun? Word is, he is even younger than us. Is it not hilarious how everyone addresses him with honorifics? The two twins quickly chime in. Absolutely. We thought he was some kind of god. God, my foot, he sounds way more like a cult leader to me. Just a bunch of kids learning complete nonsense. But among them, only Sungmin mutters in clear dissatisfaction. We are only protected right now, thanks to his power. Do we really have the right to talk like this while going to suck up to him? That truth hit a nerve. The other three fall dead silent, glaring back at him. Sung Reo, already irritated, gets even more triggered. You little bastard, but just then, a chime signals the 30th floor. The doors slide open, and Sung Reo throws out one last threat. I will deal with you later. But they definitely did not expect Jia Hyun to be standing right there. He smiles warmly and welcomes them. Hello, everyone. Their faces instantly turn dark, barely able to force out a response. Hello there, the leader steps forward, introducing himself as Bae Sung Reo. As they shake hands, Jia Hyun reveals he watched their entire battle. I saw the impressive performance of Sung Reo and his team. Using that defensive wall tactic to wipe out the goblins was truly brilliant. His face goes pale. How did you know that? Jia Hyun simply smiles, saying he will restore power, water, and gas to rooms 1301 and 1502. The guy completely freezes in confusion. Is that actually possible? That is what happens when you talk trash and get caught. Jia Hyun just nods and confirms it. The group is completely baffled, asking how on earth he can even do that. Jia Hyun explains it straight. Since they successfully hunted 100 goblins, they have earned this privilege. Talk about a direct slap. And by the way, he is no cult leader. Staring right at their frozen faces, he adds that he has zero interest in becoming a god. The guys are so incredibly embarrassed they wish they could sink into the floor. But he is not quite done yet. Since things have turned out this way, Jia Hyun covers his mouth with a highly mischievous smile. He tells them he needs one more favor. This is the moment they learn the hard way about the consequences of running their mouths. The next exhausting task he hands down is naturally to grind monsters without a single moment of rest. The group scrambles in absolute panic. Serves them right. Leading the escape, Sung Reo desperately yells at them to throw it. They are assigned to work with Dong Gon's team, but their role is exactly like Sung Min, serving as mere bait to draw the monsters in. Gripping his weapon tightly, Dong Gon grins with supreme confidence. Now, the real hunt begins as he raises his spear to aim. At this point, Dong Gon holds the title of 6th Vassal, Spearman Knight, with awakened skills like Throw and Pierce, alongside a 200% experience bonus. His throw skill drains mental energy, but it boosts the force of any thrown weapon by 5 times. Pierce consumes stamina to temporarily manifest a sharp aura at his spear tip upon thrusting. Meanwhile, his Knight class enhances physical strength based on his loyalty percentage. As a vassal with the Knight title, killing monsters grants triple experience points and money, allowing the Lord to allocate those points directly to level him up. His Spearman Mastery currently sits at 11%, boosting attack power with every level. And honestly, his aiming skills are already pretty impressive. With a single throw, he drives it right into the giant monster's chest. The remaining beasts charge forward blindly, turning even more aggressive after witnessing their comrade's brutal demise. Suddenly, a brilliant streak of light flashes past Dong Gon. Another deadly weapon is airborne. Direct hit to the skull. The deadly projectile turns out to be an arrow from the female archer. Working together to perfect their synergy, Dong Gon does not slow down, quickly preparing another spear to aim straight at the creature's weak spot. He only smiles with satisfaction once the beast finally drops dead. A system notification, chimes, orc, defeated, experience points gained, and the Housemaster's total wallet balance increased, 211,098 world. The party quest to slay 100 orcs is officially complete. The terrified onlookers can only watch as 3 more survivors are saved. Dong Gon smiles warmly, reassuring them that they are close to meeting the requirements for citizenship. Do you want to offer citizenship? Kim Jiahui looks over the list. 3 people this time? Collecting taxes can yield 10% of the cash the citizens currently own. However, during taxation, the actual amount of money the citizens have won't decrease at all. It has a 30-day cooldown. This seems pretty cool. The tax skill can help him recover a portion of the settlement money distributed to the citizens, but he can't just retrieve these shares whenever he wants. He needs to calculate a bit. To break even, he would have to wait 10 months, and that simply won't leave enough time. To save his parents, he needs to quickly send Ha Donggon's team to Nambu Mindong. First, he'll distribute the settlement money, about 30% of it. Whoosh, he'll just consider it an investment. Ding. The skill level increased house declaration has reached level 10, granting him 3 valuable skill points. Right at this moment, he has to endure a sharp chest pain. It is absolutely, incredibly painful. Purple light radiates, completely enveloping the massive apartment building. The system sends a congratulatory message. The house declaration has been cast upon the entire structure. A chunk of funding has been loaded, and the construction feature is now reactivated. He is increasingly shocked by the construction system's skills and the facilities currently available to build. A solar power generator, a grocery store, and a gym. Kim Jiahui can't help but scream out 30 million won a year, but building one facility costs a whopping 130 million won. To break even, he has to maintain it for over 5 years, which feels totally wrong. No, this is all wrong. There are too many things that need money right now. Instead of building these, he would rather just let Ha Donggon level up once more. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him, making him feel instantly clever. Wait, he realizes, could this funding only be used for building facilities? Oh, that makes things so much easier. He grins ear to ear, unable to wipe the smile off his face. That changes everything. This sponsorship money and the cash in his own wallet are completely separate. The first thing he builds is the solar power generator, and it will take 23 hours to complete. But as soon as he checks, the system notifies him that each building can only have one solar generator. What about the grocery store? He clicks on the system to find out. Oh, this looks way better than expected. This facility can link with his King of the House store skill, allowing him to sell items he personally registered. Ah, a grocery store. But the best part is that this shop does not even need a cashier. The system only requires prepayment for the items on sale, and then it can generate them instantly. That actually sounds pretty good. Lately, constantly creating relief supplies and carrying them downstairs has been a real hassle. With a grocery store, they can just go buy things themselves, which will make everything much more convenient. He won't need anyone to distribute messy supplies anymore. He can even set his own prices to adjust the reward distribution rate slightly higher for everyone. Time to set it up. Ding. Please choose a location to place the grocery store. Kim Jiahui decides to place it in room 101. The remaining construction time is 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Finally, a gym. A basic training facility built so the residents can enhance their strength and physical fitness. When training here, workout efficiency increases by 200%. Residents under level 15 get an additional 300% bonus. Before, he did not care about building, but now our main character is fascinated by everything. He already knew exercise could level them up, but having such a powerful training feature running alongside quest rewards would definitely be absolutely incredible. Please choose the gym location. He decides to just turn the entire second floor into the gym. The remaining time to complete the gym is 71 hours. Alright, now he can finally start calculating. With his 3 current skill points, the King of the House store skill is upgraded. Registered items increased to 500, with a new category function. The new category feature allows purchasing items with different sizes as well as goods with similar uses. Oh, what is this? Items that were originally only sold in bundles can now be bought individually. Bottled water is a must first, followed by carbonated drinks. He looks at the extremely long list of names on the system and feels shocked. Although it doesn't have every brand, there are plenty of choices. What about other things? Even instant noodles come in all kinds of options and prices. This is truly amazing. Even Kim Jiahui has to admit that this feature is incredibly useful. On another front, armored fighters are clashing. He is fighting a giant monster completely alone, with others backing him up. The two wonder, what would happen if they threw that thing? Jonggu finally notices the weapon in his hand, asking why he is suddenly asking that. Donggu asks immediately to borrow it for a quick test. Without giving the other guy any time to agree, he just grabs it. Wait, this Jonggu is incredibly thick-skinned. Even without permission, he takes the weapon, winds up, and hurls it forward. With his brute strength combined with the blade's power, it flies forward like lightning. Ryu goes crazy, completely stunned in his tracks, asking how he could actually throw it. Meanwhile, Donggu just casually folds his arms. Alright, now try unsummoning it and calling it back. Oh, that guy actually had not thought of this before. It is a pretty fresh idea. Let's see if this works. Mana rises from his body and glows. Incredibly, the spear actually flies right back into his hand. Gosu is thrilled, celebrating how crazy strong it is. He asks if Donggu is some kind of genius. Donggu just turns away, acting cool, wondering what the big deal is. Right then, the girl runs over yelling that they need to move because she is running low on arrows, but she suddenly freezes. Just as she finishes speaking, a brand new quiver of arrows spawns nearby. Guess the system is not letting them clock out yet. This is unreal. Just as she complains about running out, a fresh supply drops. How long are they supposed to keep fighting? Kim Jae-hyun is watching every single move. Thanks to his multitask skill, he can cast other abilities anywhere within the field of vision of his king's eyes. Now that they have ammo, it is back to the grind. An orc is slain, and experience points are acquired. Over 200,338 won is immediately loaded into the House King's wallet. Sitting at home, Jae-hyun looks at the screen and realizes that quest rewards can boost his attributes. Finally, a real glimmer of hope is starting to appear. He never forgot his original goal. His parents' house is about 10 kilometers away, which would take roughly 3 hours on foot. Stepping outside, he looks down at the city from the highest rooftop. The ruins are charred and black, a truly heartbreaking sight. He needs to push harder and speed things up. Maybe he should start with Ha Dong-gun's party first. He has the awakened ability to control crows. Though Kim Ji-eun's C-rank skill is great for scouting, Oh Jin-ah possesses a bear transformation ability. And Kim Ji-eun is also awakened. With healing and magic armor buffs available, it only makes sense to recruit both Jin-ah and healer Ji-eun. But unlike his other fully registered retainers, Jin-ah's current loyalty score is still far too low. He realizes those who awakened early perform with overwhelming efficiency compared to everyone else. Now, if he wants to boost her loyalty, there is only one card left to play. It really comes down to offering the ultimate quest, reward the resurrection of her lost son. Unfortunately, the system warns him that his current cash balance is insufficient. He is told to earn more cash and try again. Is it really still not enough? He decides to raise the quest difficulty instead. The new objective is to hunt down monsters at level 40 or higher. They are incredibly powerful creatures, which means the payout will be absolutely massive. There is a 24-hour limit, but shocking as it is, he sets her failure penalty to actual death. Ding! The system chimes with a warning that the cash required for the resurrection reward is still insufficient to proceed. He tries everything he can think of, but it is no use. Is it completely impossible with his current funds? Suddenly, a notification pops up showing a level 18 orc has been defeated. 278,221 won is credited to his wallet. That is when Jae-hyun remembers his party quest. Relying on that, the new objective shifts to defeating just a single level 40 monster. The 24-hour limit remains, offering a one-day resurrection of her son. With death as the price of failure, he has planned everything out. First, he needs to secure Jin-ah's absolute loyalty. Just then, loud banging rattles his front door. Voices shout for Jae-hyun to open up. He does not rush to answer, silently walking over to the entrance. As soon as he opens it, Jin-ah rushes straight inside. She is panting heavily and completely out of breath, tears streaming down her face in panic. She desperately asks if he was behind it. Nodding, he confirms that while there is a time limit, she should be able to finish. She collapses to her knees, sobbing with joy. She repeats her thanks through tears, saying even just a single day with her son is enough. Ding! Her loyalty instantly surges past 30%, meeting the requirements to officially register her as a retainer. Jae-hyun looks up at the ceiling, staring intently as his expression tightens. Suddenly, the light bulb overhead begins to flicker and buzz. He was testing his own power, and it worked. Next, he eyes the water tap, locking his gaze onto it. The faucet begins to drip. Within seconds, water is gushing out without anyone touching the handle. Ding! He unlocks the utility maintenance skill. He is absolutely thrilled, feeling like he has finally mastered this power and become a real magician. For starters, he can now precisely control 3 essential household resources: electricity, water, and gas. Ding! The grocery store's daily revenue report has processed. His wallet gains over 320,981 won. Just a 20% profit cut, and he is already making that much. This means the store pulled in over 1.5 million won today alone. Activating his King's Eye skill, he can now see every single corner of the building in perfect detail. Down below, people pace around, anxiously debating how much more money they need to scrape together next. Since this bow costs 150,000 won, and they only made 10,000 today, it might take them half a month. One calls the other an idiot, pointing out they still need to buy water and instant noodles over the next 2 weeks. The other snaps back, telling him to calculate it himself if he is so smart. Kim Jae-hyun has witnessed countless arguments like this, where simply splitting the bill completely shifts the entire atmosphere. Ever since he established that mysterious convenience store on the first floor of the apartment building, Starting with the small cash rewards from killing goblins, it completely ignited everyone's desire to hunt down monsters. Now, these residents are finally willing to step outside the apartment complex just to hunt down those goblins. Not only is leveling up going smoothly, but more and more residents are actively joining the fight. With the population at 789 out of 11,000 and over 243,000 world points deposited into the leader's wallet, Oh Yeonju goes absolutely wild, knowing her son can be resurrected. She fights with pure, unbridled fury, instantly crushing any monster in her path. And her ability to seamlessly shift between human and bear form is remarkably smooth. Catching her breath after the fight, a sudden voice calls her name. The healer of the group asks Oh Yeonju if she is all right, to which she replies she is completely fine and does not mind a minor scratch. They urge Oh Yeonju not to overexert herself, since they cannot keep up, leaving her flustered as they tease her about hogging all the rewards. Oh Yeonju apologizes, saying she has an urgent reason, but the others quickly tell her there is no need for apologies. Thanks to her, their hunt is incredibly safe and easy, which is absolutely amazing, and watching them bond so well makes Kim Jae-hyun genuinely pleased. Recruiting Oh Yeonju and Kim Jeon was definitely the right move, especially since their raw strength makes this kind of success totally expected. Everyone sees their power grow significantly. But right at that moment, a savage roar echoes down the hall. The three girls look over in sudden shock, staring into the long, pitch-black hallway where a terrifying screech echoes. Even though the beast remains hidden, they immediately step back, raising their guard on alert. A massive, hulking goblin emerges holding a weapon, looking highly experienced and incredibly dangerous, leaving all three of the girls completely terrified as they face this beast down. This giant beast looks almost human, complete with hair, making it look even more unsettling. Armed and armored, the beast is clearly a threat, prompting Oh Yeonju to immediately transform into her bear form while warning her teammates to stand back. Right now, Oh Yeonju is the only one strong enough to face this beast, so ignoring the worried cries of her teammates, she charges directly into the battle with absolute fury. The two sides clash instantly, and the massive bear unleashes a deafening roar. The goblin charges forward, utterly shocked that one of the girls has suddenly transformed into a bloodthirsty, combat-ready giant bear. They trade ferocious blows in an evenly matched struggle, neither backing down, while the goblin wields its heavy weapon with surprising agility. Standing in the back, Yu Hairin draws her bow, but the chaotic, fast-paced brawl makes it nearly impossible to lock onto her target. Accidentally hitting her ally would be a disaster, but as a seasoned archer, she takes a deep breath and fires a straight shot anyway. The arrow streaks through the air like lightning, flying straight toward the chaotic struggle. Although the goblin reacts quickly and blocks the projectile, Yeonju seizes the opening, slamming into the beast and knocking him flat. Oh Yeonju opens her massive jaws for a lethal bite, and as the dust settles, more funds are deposited into the wallet of Kim Jae-hyun. With Oh Yeonju defeating the goblin leader, all conditions are officially met, unlocking the new outpost category under the construction menu. This function allows him to establish temporary safe zones outside the main complex, projecting his absolute territorial influence far beyond his original borders. However, this zone can only be activated if a citizen with the rank of knight or higher is residing there. If unauthorized intruders manage to occupy the outpost for more than a single day, the entire facility will be destroyed. Back at the base, Kim Jae-hyun stares at the system notification, completely stunned by the update. A system chime alerts him that constructing this outpost requires a total of 3 citizens holding at least the knight title. But then he realizes that during the 1-week construction phase, Oh Yeonju, Kim Jeon, and Ha Dong-jeon will be forced to remain there. For him, the biggest sacrifice is time, as keeping his top fighters stuck there for an entire week is a luxury he cannot afford. Besides, thanks to the relentless hunting of the squad of Ha Dong-jeon and the citizens, most monsters nearby are already cleared out. Deciding to cancel is a bit of a pity, but the overall harvest from this hunt is still incredibly rich. If he can establish this kind of outpost back in his hometown, he will finally have peace of mind, knowing the safety of his family is guaranteed. After all, bringing his elderly grandparents all the way to the safe zone is no easy task. Just thinking about his family makes his heart ache, closing his eyes to pray they are still alive as he finalizes his next big decision. With his mind made up, he decides to send the squad of Ha Dong-jeon to his hometown tomorrow. As the scene shifts to a dark tunnel, Kim Jeon stands frozen, his eyes wide with horror as he stares at the bloody, mangled remains scattered across the floor. He cannot believe his eyes, wondering how anyone could tear beasts apart with bare hands. Until he remembers her bare form makes her far more than human. It makes perfect sense, especially considering she was already exceptionally powerful even before receiving the holy blessing of Kim Jae-hyun. He cannot wrap his head around it. How on earth did Jae-hyun manage to convince her anyway? She used to care only about hunting goblins, so did she somehow unlock a new ability of her own? The screen displays a notification for Party Quest 1 return home within a time limit of 1 hour for some experience points. Just as he receives the quest, Dong-jon and his crew arrive, letting him know it is finally time to head back. Startled, he nods okay, then lets out a long whistle that brings his black crow flying right back to him. Kim Ji-yeon holds out his arm for it to land, smiling warmly as he gently pets the loyal bird. "Good boy, Blackie," he coos, before Dong-jeon pats his shoulder and asks him to handle the scouting duty. "Sure thing, senior," Kim Ji-yeon replies, stroking the bird beak and telling it to be safe as its eyes gleam and it flies high into the sky. The bird glides from one spot to another, following Kim Ji-yeon commands perfectly. Amazingly, he can see through the eyes of the bird, proving this scouting trick is great for finding a safe way out. Dong-jeon finally relaxes, thanking him before leading the group out. As the 6 of them begin to leave, a scurrying rat suddenly startles Kim Ji-yeon, making him whip around and nervously ask if it was just a rat. He even drops to his knees to search the floor, but the creature is already gone. He does not notice the rat glowing eyes watching from the shadows, waiting for them to leave before it finally leaps out. Moving with incredible speed and uncanny intelligence, this rat looks around and peers in every direction, behaving exactly like Kim Ji-yeon's scouting bird, especially with those glittering black eyes. Back at the base, Jae-hyun bows deeply to make a very sincere request. He asks for their help, leaving the 6 of them exchanging silent, puzzled glances as they figure out how to respond. Jae-hyun speaks up again, admitting he knows the chances are extremely low. Dong-jon asks, with concern, if his family is trapped in that apartment complex too, feeling helpless since communications have been down. While Dong-jon cannot guarantee anything, Byung-ho, whose grandmother was saved by Jae-hyun, beats his chest and vows to help out. Everyone turns to look as he eagerly insists that it is only right for them to return the massive favor. Dong-jon smiles and nods, agreeing that they only survived this long thanks to Jae-hyun's constant support. They are all ready to stand by him, telling Jae-hyun to just say the word. Overwhelmed by their incredible warmth, Jae-hyun tearfully thanks them and explains that the orcs occupying the nearby subway station are fully cleared. They simply need to follow the subway tracks towards Soman Station, then head to the nearest stop and leave through exit 2 to reach his old home. Once they make it outside, he will guide them with the specific directions. He promises not to make them rush the entire dangerous distance in one go, suggesting they focus solely on securing Soman Station as their first milestone. Dong-jon nods in agreement, and Jae-hyun bows deeply once more to show his profound gratitude to his loyal team. He urges them to get some proper rest tonight, so they can launch the rescue operation first thing tomorrow morning. Suddenly, Yoon-ju steps forward to raise a highly reasonable question that has been on her mind. She asks if there is really no way to teleport his family directly here, which he obviously would have done by now. He admits he already tried using quest rewards to teleport them directly to safety. While his teleportation skill is incredibly fast and covers a pretty vast distance under normal conditions, the system coldly notified him that the quest reward could not be utilized, completely ruining any hope of bringing them back to safety instantly. While it is only a guess, he suspects the restriction is because they are located way too far outside his domain of influence. If his parents run into extreme danger, he will be completely powerless to save them since they remain far outside his domain, which is absolutely frustrating. Frustrated by his limitations, he admits that he is far from all-powerful, meaning there are some tasks that remain completely out of his reach. However, he reassures Yoon-ju that he will absolutely keep his promise to protect her. Knowing this is exactly what she wanted to hear, Yoon-ju's trust level increases, bringing a satisfied smile to her face. She thanks him for his honesty, and after exchanging a few polite farewells, they finally part ways. Dong-jeon speaks on behalf of the group, telling Jae-hyun to rest up before they head out for the night. But just as they say their goodbyes, a sudden system alert chimes, warning him of an unauthorized intrusion. An eligible candidate for citizenship has been detected, and he immediately approves the request without hesitation. Curious about the new applicant, he quickly activates his absolute eye to see who is trying to contact Seo Ye-jin. Seo Jin has accepted the offer. She is level 31, trust level 7, with the Queen of Mice awakening ability. Reading this, he immediately realizes she is indeed another awakened user. It turns out that mouse from earlier was actually this girl. When he uses his Emperor eyes, that mouse is the only thing he can see. Switching back to the mouse. An hour ago, this little scout ran into Dong John's party and was extremely curious. Who on earth are those people, and how did they slaughter all those orcs? Perhaps every single one of them is an awakened user. But is that even possible? She decides to follow and spy on them, knowing these people are worth approaching since surviving all on her own is getting harder by the day. With her taming ability, she is sure she will be fine, but she needs to keep observing them first. So she decides to follow the group right out of the dark sewer line, keeping a safe distance along the main road. Eventually, the path leads right into the main lobby of the apartment building, where she immediately hears cheerful chatter and people laughing together. Hearing children laughing and shouting, she freezes in absolute shock. It is as if she has just stepped right into a completely different world. Are those kids actually playing safely in a park? How is this single apartment building so packed with lively people? What on earth is this place? She must keep watching. It is completely cut off from the ruined apocalypse of the outside world. The mouse scurries forward, eager to uncover the truth as fast as possible. But the moment it tries to slip inside the apartment building, Jae-hyun's powerful protective barrier blocks it cold. A massive bump swells on the poor mouse's head as a system alert chime rings out, access denied. Confused, she stares at the floating system message, asking if she wants to receive citizenship. Ecstatic, she desperately screams out her answer, yes, yes. But since she is using the mouse's throat, the only sound that comes out is a tiny squeak. She is completely speechless. Staring blankly at the system screen, she sighs in defeat. Obviously, trying to get citizenship in this mouse form is not going to work. But just as despair sets in, a notification confirms her citizenship has been granted. Overjoyed, she immediately scurries inside to take a look. This is great. But the moment the residents spot the little intruder, they freak out and start screaming in terror. A mouse! The crowd immediately surrounds it, trying to stomp it to death. The poor girl's little scout gets chased and beaten, barely managing to escape with its life. Rolling away in desperation, it barely manages to survive. After such a terrifying ordeal, she is completely exhausted. If she had known, she would have just entered in her human form. Instead, she somehow wanders straight into a gym full of handsome, fit guys. Men with rippling muscles and women working out alongside them. Everyone is as relaxed as they were before the apocalypse even started. Looking around, she finds it all so confusing. Where on earth is she? But suddenly, a massive, imposing shadow looms right over her tiny body. Damn it! A flurry of blows rains down, sending a massive, painful headache straight to the girl sitting safely back at her home. Groaning in pain, she has to cut her sensory link with the mouse immediately. And yet, the scene she just witnessed was absolute paradise. She cannot help but throw her head back and laugh. She has finally found a real ray of hope for survival. But a major hurdle remains. How on earth is she going to get there? First, she must find a way to reach Gaia Station. To get to Seomyeon Station, is that truly her only option left? While she can use the subway tracks, the massive monster lurking at Seomyeon Station is a huge problem. Yet, that danger might actually be her ticket to success, since there is nowhere her rats cannot reach. After all, she commands an entire army of loyal mice. With a chime, a system alert pops up in front of Kim Jae-hyun. A tamed mouse has been defeated, granting a small amount of experience points. 416 world coins have been sent to the ultimate shut-in's wallet. Every single mouse she meets swears absolute loyalty to their queen, serving as tamer minions that can share their senses. Reading this, Jae-hyun understands the situation instantly. So she is just controlling the mice from afar. He thought she was an actual rodent. He immediately activates his Emperor Eyes skill. An A-rank awakened user has come looking for him, so he must recruit her as a retainer. However, searching the entire apartment complex yields no trace of that mouse. But where could she be? Since she is not nearby, he will have to summon her here by assigning her a special system quest. The quest details arrive at the apartment complex. Time limit 48 hours. Reward cola and a chocolate bar. Penalty for failure none. But suddenly, he freezes in his tracks as Oh Won-ju's old question echoes in his mind. She had asked if there was any way to use his power to bring her family to the apartment, but despite trying several times, it had always ended in complete failure. If the reason for those failures was that they were outside his zone of influence, then he is absolutely sure that any citizen registered in the system falls within his range. because no matter how far away they are, all the monster kills they make are still registered by his system perfectly. So he decides to quickly modify the quest. Quest details: 43. Arrive at the apartment complex. Time limit 10 seconds. Reward: reach the apartment building. Time limit 10 seconds. Reward: cola and a chocolate bar. Penalty for failure: force summon. With a chime, the quest is set. Now he just has to wait, amazed by how he can exploit the failure penalty. Let's test this out. Even if it was just a one-time thing, using this method to summon citizens from the outside would make bringing his family here safely a complete breeze. Jae-hyun recalled that when an outpost is activated, he can temporarily wield the same incredible power he has back in his home territory. If that worked, he could send Ha Dong-jan's team to set up an outpost there first. Then, he would grant citizenship to all his family members and use the quest system to teleport them right here. It sounded perfect, but the real question was the cost. Hoping for the best, he clicked to issue the quest, silently praying the cost would stay under 1 billion won. To his dismay, the system declared Sejin's mission a failure, draining over 31 million won in the process. He let out a heavy, frustrated sigh. Right then, the girl materialized right in front of him, her face pale as death as she screamed in absolute panic. She demanded to know where they were, leaving Jae-hyun startled but thrilled that it actually worked as they stared at each other. It made sense, she was shaking. Anyone would freak out after being suddenly teleported. Jae-hyun stepped forward to break the ice. He greeted Sejin, but she backed away in shock, demanding to know who he was. He calmly replied that he was the one who granted her citizenship. Stunned and suddenly filled with hope, she realized where she might be. Jae-hyun gave her a firm nod of confirmation. He confirmed she was indeed standing on the apartment rooftop she had previously seen through her mole's eyes. He apologized for the sudden teleportation and introduced himself as Kim Jae-hyun. Smiling, he handed her the candy bar and soda he had promised. As he placed the treats in her hands, she clutched them tightly and asked for answers. She asked if he was the one behind the teleportation and that bizarre quest. Jae-hyun nodded, explaining that he was indeed the one who sent it. All her fear instantly evaporated, replaced by a wide smile and sparkling eyes. She quickly asked if she could bring the group of survivors she was protecting along with her. Talk about asking for a mile after being given an inch. Jae-hyun stood there completely dumbfounded. She continued on, explaining how she had originally planned to risk everything just to get everyone to safety. He had to ask how many people there were. When she replied 3, he went silent, needing a moment to run the numbers. Jae-hyun had not expected her to have companions. Recognizing the massive issue, he apologized, stating that it might be too difficult. Her face fell as she asked what he meant. He spoke frankly, explaining that his power could not summon everyone. Desperate, she grabbed his pants and begged, stating that her mother and brother were still there, and that she would do absolutely anything. Unfortunately, he could not even do this for his own family yet. Teleporting her had only worked because she made contact first, but doing it for complete strangers was impossible. He told her to wait while he brainstormed. Jae-hyun realized that even without physically touching Sejin, he had still managed to grant her citizenship. This meant his system considered her summoned pets as part of her. If everything fell into place, a new strategy might actually work. He noticed her trust level rising, which made sense given her desperate situation. Adopting a serious tone, he asked Sejin if she was truly willing to do anything. She flinched, instantly putting up her guard. She wondered what doing anything entailed, but with zero choices left, she steeled her resolve and gave him a firm nod. She confirmed she would do whatever it took. Jae-hyun then laid out his alternative plan, making it clear she had to trust him completely. He promised that if she put her faith in him, he would ensure her family was rescued. While it sounded simple, forcing oneself to trust a stranger was easier said than done, leaving her breaking out in cold sweat. Surprisingly, she managed to commit. Her trust score spiked, hitting 50 and unlocking her loyalty stat, which made her eligible to become a vassal. Jae-hyun was impressed by her quick resolve. Satisfied with the system parameters, he decided to test the next step. Upon registering her, a brilliant shroud of energy enveloped Sejin, officially naming her his 10th vassal. Her stats read 52 trust and 33 loyalty. Her awakened class was the Beast Tamer, boosting her tamed creatures based on her loyalty level. In addition, the growth speed of her tamed beasts was massively accelerated. Once they reached a certain level, they could even undergo a powerful evolution. He first asked if there were any tamed mice currently protecting her family. She nodded, prompting him to quickly issue his next command. He ordered her to send the mouse to her family immediately. Now, fully devoted, she quickly agreed to obey his command. She sat cross-legged, closing her eyes to focus her power, while Jae-hyun activated his specialized skill to monitor the connection. Through his skill, he saw her level 2 pet scurrying straight back to her family, leaving the huddled survivors completely bewildered. They recognized the creature as Se-jin's pet as it stood there, squeaking repeatedly to get their attention. Using the mouse's coordinates, Jae-hyun manifested a massive pile of food and fresh water, leaving the starving family absolutely speechless. Out of nowhere, a massive heap of food appears. Did Se-jin send this? This alone makes her trust score shoot through the roof. Jihan chuckles to himself. Perfect. Just as he thought, Se-jin's ability paired with his sovereign's eye is an absolute dream combo. Sewer rats. From now on, thousands of them scurrying through the pipes will serve as his eyes. Just thinking about it gets him incredibly excited, realizing he now has the ultimate recon squad. Then it hits him. Is Nambu Mindong near Songdo Beach? She confirms it, and it is a perfect coincidence since Jae-in once visited Nambu Mindong, his actual hometown. That is a massive stroke of luck, as having her along will be incredibly helpful for Ha Jong-gun's squad during their first trip. Best of all, they can just send a single rat to verify if his family survived, which makes sending rescue supplies much easier. She beams. Before he can speak, she places her hand over her heart in reassurance, promising to leave it all to her. Her trustworthiness rises by the second, so he asks for immediate help. She happily agrees, noting it is no problem at all, though she hopes they can travel along the subway tracks. When asked if she means Busan Subway Line 1, he nods, planning to utilize that very route for future rescue operations. She freezes. Upon hearing this, her face turns pale as she shrieks in terror. She warns him that it is impossible, catching him off guard as she finally admits a monster is lurking at Seomyeon Station. She nods rapidly, her deep terror refusing to fade, leaving him suddenly anxious as he decides they need to scout this beast first. He asks if she can send a rat to spy on the beast, and she complies as a tiny scout scurries towards Seomyeon Station. Suddenly, the rat freezes in its tracks, startled. At this point, she is on high alert as they immediately spot the monster. Pure darkness. Through the gloomy shadows, an absolutely massive beast is currently gnawing on a goblin. Its long, snake-like body tilts back, swallowing the goblin whole, leaving the terrified rat desperately trying to back away, but it is too late. The beast spots it instantly with a cold glare, forcing the little rodent to cower and tremble behind a pillar. But the monster has no intention of letting it go, sliding forward instantly with its jaws wide open, exposing rows of sickening fangs. Shaking violently with fear, the helpless scout is completely paralyzed as the creature lunges forward to strike. Scurrying madly in every direction, the tiny rat manages to dodge the relentless onslaught, barely escaping death thanks to its agile size. Yet the beast refuses to give up the chase, forcing the desperate rodent to run for its absolute life. Watching the tense projection from safety, Kim Ji-han feels a chill, realizing the creature is incredibly massive and likely well over level 40. She shivers. Showing him this, she speaks up anxiously. Bypassing Seomyeon Station is their only option, she explains, suggesting they skip that stop entirely and head straight toward Ganagan, as she has already witnessed just how incredibly capable his teammates are. With their combat strength, carving a path should be easy, and agreeing with Se-jin's logic, he gives a firm nod. He agrees to the plan and, with a subtle smile, instructs her to head over to room 27021. The sudden instruction makes her nervous, but he adds that she will be staying there from now on, though it needs a little cleaning first. Not daring to refuse, she stumbles to her feet, meekly thanking him before quickly and quietly making her exit. She takes her leave, and as he watches her go, he reflects that he would have devised the exact same strategy. Just strangers. Back when they were still far from being allies. The solar generator is under construction, with 23 hours 59 minutes left. Wait, 5 years? It is highly efficient, yet still not enough for 800 residents. To expand their facilities, they must recruit more workers and establish at least a 3-shift rotation to keep things running. No exception. Newly added public structures will require the same setup. With the plan set, it is time to hunt down more monsters. And the very next day, Jong-gun's squad charges forward like lightning. They sprint while shouting in panic it is heading this way. Damn it, they are constantly getting chased by these creatures. Fanged bats. A swarm of them suddenly swoops down, forcing the group to halt. They draw their bows to shoot since the monsters are flying too high, letting loose 3 arrows in a swift flash. The creatures shriek in agony as arrows pierce them, some falling dead while others blindly charge forward like moths to a flame. Hajin quickly checks on the squad, ensuring everyone is unhurt, though Garam asks a tense question about their next destination. She wonders if they actually stand a chance against the giant snake at Seomyeon Station that Jihan warned them about. Donggu casually chuckles, reminding her that if things get too dangerous, Jihan can easily summon them back, putting her mind at ease. No worries. They pick up the pace and continue their march forward. Arriving at Seomyeon Station, the ground trembles violently, revealing a sickening bloodbath of mangled monster corpses that leaves everyone gasping for air. Retching and gagging, the group forces themselves forward. Just a few more steps. Suddenly, the entire ground rumbles violently beneath them. Donggun barks out for everyone to stop, stand perfectly still, and be careful, because he can smell real danger approaching. A colossal, terrifying serpent is headed right their way. Somehow, the massive beast has already appeared right in front of them out of thin air. Everyone trembles with sheer terror. Ru can barely stand, his face pale as he realizes they might have to fight this nightmare. Too terrified to fight, they all turn around to flee before it is too late. Donggun pulls Henry close and barks for everyone to hit the dirt. They dive flat just in time, barely escaping. A chime rings out. The system displays a new party quest to defeat the giant python. With a 10-minute time limit, the quest offers massive experience points, but failure means the ground will collapse, leaving them utterly terrified. Dizzy and disoriented, the survivors look up, wondering if a massive earthquake is hitting them. Another chime echoes. A quest window screen pops up right before Donggun, assigning him and Oz to slay the python. He reads the screen in sheer shock. Why would the system assign this suicide mission to them? Facing this monstrous giant python makes him hold his breath in fear. How on earth can they do this? He looks closer and realizes the python is lying completely still on the ground. No one has even touched it yet, leaving him utterly baffled and wondering how this could be happening. Suddenly, a massive, bloody wound tears open across the serpent's body. They exchange tense nods, realizing the beast is heavily weakened. Even though they have no idea what is happening, they must seize this chance to fight, and he warns everyone to stay alert. He hurls a projectile straight at the snake, making the creature roar in agony. Normally, it would use venom to paralyze its prey, constricting it until it suffocates before swallowing it whole. But that slow process is only for larger prey of a certain size. When facing a tiny mouse, the python does not even bother with tactics, simply swallowing it whole without a second thought. Somehow, the little mouse survives the swallow, launching itself forward with a desperate leap. Its tiny body glows with a brilliant pink light. The giant snake never could have guessed the horrifying consequences of its careless meal. It fell right into Ga-hyuk's trap. Smirking in triumph, he immediately opens his inventory. With 2 active skills ready, he accesses both his inventory and the shop, summoning toxic gas directly inside the python's stomach. The snake's belly swells to an enormous size before he summons burning toilet paper inside to ignite the gas. Fire burns its stomach from the inside out. With its belly inflating and deflating, the helpless beast can only writhe in agony. As the snake bursts into flames, the summoned mouse dies too, causing a sharp, painful headache for Jae-in. Ga-hyuk quickly asks if she is all right. She smiles, assuring him she is just a bit startled, and he thanks her for her hard work. But he does not want the monster to die yet. Seeing Donggun's group charge in, he knows he must not be the one to kill it. The beast has to fall to his knight-titled vassals so they can secure 6 times the experience points and rewards. Donggun and Oz share a quick look as their system screens flash with a new prompt. It officially orders Donggun and Oz to eliminate the giant serpent. Shouting their agreement, they immediately draw their weapons. Donggun hurls his weapon with immense force, impaling the thrashing snake, while Oz transforms into a massive bear, charging forward to tear the creature's flesh apart with her powerful claws. The heavily weakened python stands no chance against their coordinated assault. With a single crushing punch from the bear girl, the python's head is shattered. It dies instantly, rewarding them with massive experience points. The clan treasury is immediately credited. Donggun and Oz have successfully slain the boss of Gamzon. They can now establish an outpost at Gamzon. As their stats surge, Ga-hyuk shares in the benefits, but a sudden pain strikes his chest. Clutching his chest and coughing, a massive wave of power sweeps through the building as the system detects individuals eligible for citizenship. A prompt asks if he wants to grant citizenship. Grimacing through the chest pain, he is shocked to see 200 candidates and accepts them all. With the population reaching 100, a milestone is cleared. unlocking the basic salary passive skill for all registered residents. This passive skill, known as basic salary, boosts all resident experience points and gold rewards by an extra 100%. Sweating profusely, Ga-hyuk is stunned by how incredible this basic salary feature actually is. This means even if he sets their share to 0%, they will still receive an extra 100% rewards. As he realizes this, Jae-in walks over. She calls out to Ga-hyuk. He turns around to ask what is wrong, and she shyly requests his help in bringing her teammates to their location. It is the same request she made before, and he still needs some time to think it over. But considering her excellent performance, he gladly agrees to help her out, and her face immediately lights up with immense joy and excitement. She thanks him warmly, and Ga-hyuk seizes the opportunity to ask if she can control that mouse for him once again. She happily agreed on the spot, saying it was absolutely not a problem at all. She agreed without a second thought, promising to have her allies follow the rat while she led the way. Meanwhile, on the other side, the massive snake lay completely dead. Sejin sent another rat on its way. Donggun and his group stumbled along, supporting each other, when suddenly, he froze in sheer shock. Ryodu turned around and asked if everyone had arrived, quickly shaking her head to explain that she wasn't the one who did this. She said it was already like this when she arrived, making their faces turn pale. Was this really Beastman territory? Blood and corpses littered the ground everywhere they went. Although the boss was dead and the main threat had passed, they still couldn't afford to let their guard down. There might still be a pack of monsters hiding somewhere. Suddenly, the rat stood on two legs, waving at them to hurry up, leaving everyone speechless. Good grief, how could a tiny rat be so ridiculously smart? Byung-ho immediately made a guess. Could this clever little rat actually be another of Ga-yoon's abilities? Without a single doubt, the group followed it while Ga-yoon monitored them closely. Excellent, there was no major threat for now. With the system granting him 3 skill points, Ga-yoon started carefully planning where he should invest them. Since his active range had expanded, he knew he should prioritize upgrading his Emperor's Eye skill. After all, this skill was incredibly powerful when paired with Sejin's abilities, so he decided to upgrade his Emperor's Eye skill. The system chimed with a success notification, but as his power spiked, a massive headache hit him hard. He gritted his teeth and pushed through the pain. Meanwhile, the others were busy clashing with a pack of level 8 goblins. Standing only 103 centimeters tall, these pack monsters had enough intelligence to use tools and surprisingly sharp vision. They could see incredibly far, easily distinguishing things in pitch-black caves without any trouble. Their sight was incredibly sharp. Just reading this made Ga-yoon smile, realizing he needed this exact power. But first, he had to find a target of the right level. He had to delegate quests to the others to save on resurrection costs later on. Up next was his dignity maintenance skill. Since he would meet many survivors down the line, securing their ultimate loyalty and trust was going to be absolutely vital. His dignity skill leveled up, but something suddenly felt very wrong. Ga-yoon flinched, whipping his head around in shock. Was that gunfire? He gasped, completely unable to believe his own ears. Gunfire? It definitely wasn't coming from here. This was absolutely insane. How on earth did a goblin get its hands on a firearm? The world had gone totally mad. He couldn't comprehend why goblins were packing heat, and worse, every single one of them had a weapon. Donggun and his crew ducked in panic, shouting for everyone to take cover immediately. Everyone lunged to the sides to find cover, peeking out from behind the brush. How on earth did those monsters get guns? A direct head-on clash was a suicide mission, but Donggun suddenly smirked, saying it was fine because they had Byung-ho. He had a teleportation skill, letting him instantly blink right behind the enemy to stab them, instantly securing a firearm. No matter how fast those guns could fire, they were far slower than his speed as Byung-ho soloed the entire mob easily without leaving a single one behind. One goblin screamed in pure rage, but before it could pull the trigger, its weapon was whipped clean into the air. Henry charged out with his bow raised, demanding to know where the creature thought it was running. Rue rushed forward clad in armor, while Ryodu transformed into a giant bear and leaped into the fray. With their weapons gone, the goblins didn't stand a chance. The other two stood frozen. Jaws dropped in shock as they realized this team fought like they didn't know the meaning of fatigue. Ga-yoon quickly collected the guns to register them as items, along with 100 real rounds of 38 caliber ammunition. He stared in disbelief, amazed to see real guns, but he knew he couldn't just display firearms in his shop. Even though putting them up for sale would bring massive benefits, doing so would not only immediately motivate people to hunt more monsters, but it would also enable ordinary citizens under level 10 to easily defeat those powerful orcs. While experience points and gold rewards would skyrocket, he simply couldn't trust all the survivors blindly, especially since any one of them could easily turn one of those weapons right back on him later. Even he had to admit, his current way of accepting survivors was a total mess. In other words, there was absolutely no standard. If he kept letting everyone in without any verification process, he couldn't guarantee he would be able to control them when something inevitably went wrong. Naturally, having a larger population brought a lot of benefits, but if he allowed them to carry firearms, the situation would become entirely different. He couldn't guarantee that everyone in that crowd would remain harmless. Suspicion, resentment, and jealousy would inevitably brew. And any of those could trigger a major disaster at any moment. In the worst-case scenario, innocent people would end up losing their lives. Therefore, he could only hand these weapons over to trusted citizens who had already proven they possessed high enough loyalty. So, the first people to receive these guns were already decided. He chose Byung-ho, dropping a rifle right in front of the young man, who immediately picked it up. "Brother Fu, thank you." The group keeps moving forward, but after only a few steps, they are forced to stop again. A closed door stands right in front of them. When they open it, they find a crowd of terrified people huddling together. After rescuing them, Se-jin breathes a sigh of relief, glad there is a safe place to walk inside the territory. She thanks him for coming along to welcome them, and he replies that he simply wanted to stretch his legs anyway. Suddenly, a notification pops up showing unauthorized guests trying to enter. Realizing who they are, he approves their entry, and familiar voices immediately call out from the entrance. Ji-in gasps and cries out to her mother. The family tightly embraces, her mother frantically asking where she had run off to. Her mother was worried sick, and Jae-in apologizes deeply. Beside them, her younger sister's eyes light up. The little sister notices how clean she smells, asking if she got to shower. Jae-in happily nods, mentioning there is plenty of hot water, leaving everyone shocked. She assures them it is true, promising warm beds and hot meals. Ga-hyun patiently lets them enjoy their reunion before stepping forward. Ga-hyun steps in, telling Jae-in she can freely use room 270-1 as her own, but cramming over 30 people into one room will be extremely tight. Hearing this, the crowd behind her instantly turns pale with dread, their faces losing all color. Dejected, she hangs her head and wonders what they will do now. To her surprise, Ga-hyun offers 3 more empty rooms, stating she has fully earned that value. His incredible generosity leaves the young woman completely speechless and stunned. She profusely thanks him and tells the group they can use rooms 24-2, 23-1, and 19-2. Getting so much space makes her promise to work twice as hard. Suddenly, a chime rings. The entire crowd's loyalty and trust skyrocket, catching him off guard. He then remembers he upgraded the system but has not actually reviewed the changes yet. The screen displays a Beast Manager option, but the price tag is absolutely insane. Summoning one costs a whopping 1 billion points. Ga-hyun's face darkens at the staggering cost. Just then, a quiet voice calls out, asking if he has a moment to talk. They head inside to chat, and he asks what is on her mind. Kim Ga-rang hesitates, clearly struggling to find her words. She nervously stammers about having something to say, and Ga-hyun tells her to speak freely. Her face instantly pales as sweat pours down, her head hanging low in deep shame. Apologizing profusely, she suddenly asks to leave the team, leaving Ga-hyun completely baffled by her abrupt decision. He asks why. It took real courage to say this. Apologizing again, she explains that her abilities are completely overshadowed. She feels like a total burden, someone whose presence or absence makes absolutely no difference to their survival. A bit taken aback, Ga-hyun gently urges her to tell him the real reason, and she finally opens up completely. She confesses she is absolutely terrified. Having bottled up her intense fear for so long, she finally breaks down, admitting her sheer terror of the goblins and orcs. Even the giant serpent they faced today was too much to handle, not to mention their close call with the terrifying red tiger before. Tears stream down her face as panic takes over, her entire body trembling as she repeatedly mutters apologies. She weeps that he constantly has to rescue them, while she remains completely useless. She admits she is terrified of failing his expectations, her tears flowing without stopping. Ga-hyun had already suspected this. He had noticed her deep, hidden anxiety all the way back when they rescued Moon Pyung-ho's grandmother. The same fear showed during the orc hunts, and she had nearly lost her life while running from the red tiger. Truthfully, Her actual contribution to the active combat team has been pretty minimal, but he cannot blame her for that. A single slip-up with her dangerous poison mist could easily harm her own allies, making her unique ability incredibly difficult to utilize during chaotic battles. Kim Garang clearly pushed herself to the absolute limit, and failing to see results is exactly why she is hurting so deeply. Her shoulders shake as she continues to sob uncontrollably. If frontline battle terrifies her this much, assigning her to a different role is the perfect solution, since he needs hands anyway. He asks if she knows Kim Gabin, who handles the entire public utility area on the 21st floor, all by herself, which is incredibly exhausting. He explains his plans to build utilities in every building, meaning he desperately needs someone highly trustworthy to step in and help. He states he would completely trust her with the job, asking if she would help him. He then pauses, choosing his next words carefully. He firmly believes that anyone who fights to survive is never truly useless, and reminds her that her poison abilities are actually incredibly potent. Since she can manipulate deadly toxins, he is absolutely certain she will have her moment to shine in the future. If fighting on the front lines is simply too overwhelming right now, she can easily step back to manage internal support. Then, when her deadly skills are truly needed, he will call on her again. He finishes with a respectful bow, leaving her so completely stunned that she forgets her tears and eagerly nods in agreement. Smiling through her relief, she accepts the offer, and a system alert reveals her loyalty has instantly jumped to 100%. Wiping away her tears, she admits she is embarrassed that Ga Hyun saw her weak side again, her face instantly lighting up with a warm smile. She promises to give it her all. Seeing her regain her composure, Kim Jae-hyun replies with satisfaction. Great, you have worked hard lately, and I look forward to working with you more. Once she leaves, Jae-hyun continues messing around with his new skills, wondering if he should give them a shot. What should he try first? Summoning a phantom beast which immediately burns through 1 billion won. Brilliant golden light from the system shines directly onto his face as a glowing summon circle appears on the floor. A massive, cracked golden egg manifests. The blinding light radiates outward, hitting his face. It turns out, this phantom beast summon actually starts as a giant egg. Once the light fades, Jae-hyun finally spots a tiny pitch-black bird staring back at him with big, round eyes. Quite surprised, Jae-hyun uses his Eyes of the Sovereign to inspect it. This creature is actually the legendary three-legged crow, possessing the raw power of the sun from birth. Since it is in its infancy, it remains a fragile baby bird that needs constant protection. To grow, it must absorb high-quality sunlight. Jae-hyun waves his hand to break the ice. Hey there, little guy. The round-eyed bird chirps happily. Jae-hyun stares back and wonders what name he should give this little thing. Since it is a black crow, let us call you K-Kami. The bird flaps its wings excitedly. Oh, you like that name? Haha, awesome. Suddenly, it starts hopping around. Jae-hyun is a bit confused. Are you hungry, little guy? He immediately grabs some snacks to feed it. It seems it really is starving. The crow devours everything, lets out a loud burp, and with a stuffed belly, it instantly dozes off, drooling. It completely ignores him now, splayed out on its tiny stomach and sleeping like a log. Watching it, Jae-hyun feels a bit envious. He sighs, you really have it easy, kid. But then, he notices the three-legged crow has leveled up, boosting the overall efficiency of his solar power generator by 100%. Turns out, feeding this little guy actually has a massive benefit. Hold on, his mind starts racing in an instant. The 10 newly acquired buildings still do not have solar generators installed because his funds are practically bone dry. Frankly, sinking 130 million into a facility that takes a whole year to make 30 million back seemed like a terrible waste. But now, everything has completely changed because the three-legged crow has leveled up. Solar generator efficiency is up by 100%, yielding 90 million watts a year. With the generator efficiency instantly tripled, there is absolutely no reason to hesitate anymore. It is time to install solar power systems across every single one of his 10 buildings. Just thinking about it makes him grin ear to ear. He immediately heads over to apartment 301. A voice from inside asks who it is. Jae-hyun replies, it is me. A trembling Choi Hyung-jun rushes to open the door, asking what is going on. Jae-hyun tells him he has a favor to ask. Hyung-jun happily agrees, but is taken aback by Jae-hyun's bluntness. Jae-hyun explains he wants to hand over his money. Hearing this, the chubby man is utterly shocked, his eyes wide in disbelief. Say what? Kim Jae-hyun had already calculated everything back home. After carefully analyzing his tax skill, he reached a very clear conclusion. Trusting reliable people to keep his money safe can actually generate steady profits. Even though gifting money costs a 10% processing fee initially, it returns a massive 10% in monthly interest. Wondering who to trust, Jae-hyun decides to take action. He gifts 1 billion won to his vassal, Choi Hyung-jun, who looks at the cash and literally starts shaking. Oh my god. Ding. His trust and loyalty shoot straight up to 100. Overwhelmed, he nervously asks if he should just guard it carefully, without spending any. Although Jae-hyun expected this, he never imagined loyalty could actually max out and bypass 100. Chuckling, Jae-hyun replies, if it is just for daily pocket money, you can use it freely. Hyung-jun immediately bows deeply, thanking him over and over. Really? Thank you so much. Jae-hyun smiles. Do not mention it. I am counting on you. With that settled, the next order of business is meeting Yoo Hai-rin. With hands on her hips, she asks in disbelief if she can really choose freely. Jae-hyun personally brings Kim Ga-young along. Yes, it is totally fine, including Ga-young. You can choose whoever you want for your squad. Since you are the squad leader, I will double your salary. Her eyes instantly light up at the mention of cash. Her loyalty immediately skyrockets. Instantly changing her attitude, she hugs Ga-young tight and gives a playful military salute. Thank you so much. I will do my absolute best. Saying that, she drags the poor girl away, telling Ga-young they need to hand over duties first. Slow down a bit, Hai-rin. Jae-hyun watches the two bicker back and forth, letting out a relieved sigh with a smile. With the minor issues handled for now, it is time for something incredibly critical. Now, he must address a highly sensitive matter that is rather difficult to bring up. Jae-hyun gathers his crew. You all worked hard today. Is everyone feeling all right and healthy? Ha Dong-jeon and the others nod. Yes, we are great. But did you need us for something important? Thanks to them, the monsters in Gwangin have been completely wiped out, turning it into a safe zone. Crucially, the subway lines are much safer too. Gwangali and Beomnagal Station near Samsung are practically cleared of monsters as well. This is their golden opportunity. We must strike first before monsters occupy other areas. Over time, Jae-hyun has realized the true weight of leadership. Seeing Ga-young crying and begging made him realize something truly profound. Everyone standing before Jae-hyun right now is risking their lives just to fulfill his request. Luckily, with Ye-jin joining, they can scout the monster threat at Gasan Station in advance. Without her, things would definitely have taken a turn for the worse. He knows that in this brutal world, where death constantly waits around every corner, wishing to keep his family safe and actually rescue them is a pretty selfish dream. Even so, he looks them in the eye and tells them his plan to head straight to Gasan Digital Complex tomorrow. Deep down, he knows he could never just give up on his family. The next morning, Jae-hyun wakes up early as his little black crow stretches and chirps, boosting his solar generator efficiency by 100% as the three-legged crow levels up. He can hardly believe his summon has already reached level 5 so quickly. Feeling satisfied, he hears a chime as the three-legged crow unlocks the power of the sun, allowing him to inherit beginner-level fire magic. Magic, huh? Intrigued by this wild turn of events, Jae-hyun immediately holds up his index finger to test it. Just like that, a bright flame erupts from his fingertip. It is a massive success, and the sensation feels incredibly familiar to him. It feels exactly like using his preservation skill. Eager to try more, Jae-hyun heads outside to a secluded spot, carefully checking his surroundings. Excellent. The area is clear. He closes his eyes and focuses, visualizing a fire intense enough to consume an entire building. Jae-hyun swings his hand forward and commands it to ignite. An enormous sphere of fire instantly erupts from his palm, though he quickly feels a bit let down by the display. Is this really the maximum size he can summon right now? Honestly, it feels pretty weak. But then, he tries a different combo. Mixing this beginner fire magic with his poison dust skill might actually create a highly devastating weapon. Even if it is weak now, the potential is absolutely limitless. Extinguishing the flame, he smiles, knowing Little Black will keep growing. At least it is a solid start for now. Time to eat. With the solar generator completely finished, breakfast is served, and Little Black miraculously gains another 3 levels. Thanks to that rapid growth, his generator efficiency increases 8-fold. After powering his entire home, the surplus electricity can actually be converted directly into cash for his wallet. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. It is Ye-jin, walking in with a bright smile, thanking him for letting her rest comfortably. She is fully recharged and ready to help him out. Since Ye-jin boosts his overall combat flexibility by a massive margin, Jae-hyun resolves to take great care of her, asking her to back him up on today's mission. She is ahead of him, explaining that she already sent her scout rats down the subway tracks. They should reach Busan Station smoothly. But Jae-hyun quickly senses a catch when she hesitates. She confirms his suspicion, explaining that the real issue lies slightly further ahead, offering to show him directly. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, she unleashes her spiritual energy. Jae-hyun shares her vision, witnessing a charred wasteland submerged in water with zero signs of life, immediately realizing why the path is blocked. Since the subway tracks are completely destroyed, Ye-jin reveals she sent her rats up to the surface. Keeping her eyes shut, she guides him deeper into the ruin, revealing a truly agonizing scene of absolute destruction. Jae-hyun grows increasingly anxious as he sees the surrounding buildings reduced to rubble, wondering what kind of nightmare went down here. Suddenly, the scouting rat stops right in front of a massive crater. Widening his eyes, Jae-hyun realizes the crater is a massive footprint, cursing in sheer panic. It finally makes sense why every building was shattered, and why the streets are in such absolute chaos. His face goes pale, but they both jump in terror as the entire room suddenly begins to shake violently. Ye-jin screams, holding her head in sheer terror, while Jae-hyun grits his teeth, fearing the whole building might collapse from the heavy tremors. Jae-hyun rushes over, asking if she is okay as she tries to steady herself. She tells him to ignore her, but before they can figure out the source of the earthquake, someone starts frantically pounding on their door. Shaken, they exchange a quick look and decide to head outside. Their chubby neighbor bursts in with a terrified expression, pleading with Jae-hyun to come over to his apartment right away. Jae-hyun feels deep dread as they rush to the overlooking balcony, connecting the massive tremors with his neighbor's sudden panic. A terrifying realization begins to dawn on him. Sure enough, the terrified couple is pointing out into the distance, and Jae-hyun curses as his worst fear becomes reality. Standing right before his eyes is a colossal monster, ruthlessly tearing the entire city apart. His mind is completely racing right now. The sheer size of the massive beast is absolutely terrifying as it violently obliterates everything in its path. Ga-hyung quickly summons his household gods, calling for everyone from Donggu to appear, but they are instantly dazed, wondering why they are suddenly here. It must have been the earthquake from earlier, but as they look over at the monster, their faces pale in absolute horror. The towering, one-eyed giant glares down with razor-sharp fangs. The entire group is frozen, completely unable to comprehend what they are even looking at. Out of nowhere, the monster slams its massive fist into the ground, sending the heavy-set man into a screaming panic as it charges straight toward them. Donggu panics, completely lost. Ga-hyung knows they have to stop this thing, but he is running out of options. The real question is how they can possibly do it. With his current strength, there is no way he can block a direct blow from that beast. He shakes in fear, unable to think of a way out. Suddenly, Odu steps up with a burning fire in her eyes to make a bold proposal. She begs him to give her a chance. Her fierce determination, locked onto the colossal giant. Her fighting spirit is blazing, putting him in a tight spot, though he knows she is actually the strongest warrior among them. Trying to stay calm, he asks if she can really do this. The system pops up with a limit of 240 seconds. Failure means 24 hours of agonizing pain. He decides to act fast, laying out a quick battle plan for the group. He explains the strategy in detail before finishing with a serious question, asking if everyone understands the plan. They shout back in agreement. Group 1 has Odu, Hwanggan, Kim Ji-dong, and Kang Soo, while Group 2 has Hyunmoo, Byung-ho, and Kim Gon. Finally, Group 3 consists of himself and Cn. He tells them to leave this spot to him and move into position. He places his trust in them, and all 6 of them instantly charge straight into the battlefield. Right after they leave, Ga-hyung runs up to him. She lets him know she did exactly as he asked. She gathered the military veterans at the gate and guided the others to the basement. He thanks her, urging her to find safety down there, but she clenches her fists, begging him to let her stay and help out in the upcoming fight. Her words are brave, but her hands are shaking like crazy. Seeing right through her, he gently asks if she is really okay. Pale with fear, she insists she will gather every bit of courage she has to face this. Swept up by her determination, he agrees, turning back as they prepare to move. He tells her to follow them to the main gate. At Area 23 Giano, the headcount climbs up to 100. Out of 1,200 residents, only 101 have military experience, which is far too few. Sung-min raises his hand, nervously asking what they are supposed to do next. When asked about Sungwoo and the twins, Sungmin blushes in embarrassment, looking away as he admits that they seem to have run away. Hearing this, veins bulge on his forehead in pure fury. Hundreds of cowardly residents, including Baek Sungwoo, played dumb and ran off to hide in the basement parking. He grits his teeth in rage, cursing them all as spineless cowards. The people standing here are not foolishly risking their lives. They just know that if they do not fight, they will all die. They chose to stand and fight to protect their precious families and save their own skins. Everyone is terrified. But while these brave souls stand shaking, those young punks decided to run and hide. Someone once told him that courage is not the absence of fear, but rather standing tall and pushing forward even when you are facing the most terrifying threats. To survive in this world, ruled by absolute terror, they need more people with real guts. Shoving those cowards out of his mind, he looks at the crowd and thanks everyone for stepping up. Making up his mind, he purchases 101 pistols, along with ammunition. He even boosts their experience and gold share rates to 100%, telling them to grab the weapons in front of them. The crowd goes wild seeing real guns. Armed with these, they actually have a real shot at winning this fight. Ga Hyung planned it all along, granting special treatment to the ones brave enough to look fear in the eye. Suddenly, he turns to activate his Monarch Eye skill. Across the way, the giant one-eyed beast is already opening its massive jaws, lunging forward with a terrifying roar. Donggu grips his weapon tight, hiding on the side to wait for the perfect opening. He decisively throws his weapon high, aiming perfectly and driving it straight into the giant's thigh. The beast shrieks in absolute agony. It glares right down at him. Safe to say, Donggu has officially made the monster absolutely furious. Just as it is about to strike, the bear girl ambushes it from behind, slicing a deep gash across its skin. The beast roars in agony as its eyes turn red. It stomps the ground in a blind rage as the two massive monsters begin a brutal clash, but she takes a devastating stomp, sending her flying straight into a nearby building. Now, covered in blood, that crushing blow definitely did some serious damage to her. The beast is not done yet, marching toward her to deliver the final blow. But just as its fist rises, a voice echoes out. Rios grabs a megaphone and screams at the monster, telling the stupid, smelly beast to just drop dead. Who knows if the beast actually understands? But it suddenly freezes. Rios watches in utter silence as the monster looks down at the arrow still embedded in its leg. Rios completely freezes up, totally petrified. What on earth is going on, and why is that beast making that bizarre face? It turns out, the beast thinks the arrow in its leg is the spear Rios is holding, sending its sheer rage toward him absolutely off the charts. It charges in for a relentless attack. Rios nearly wets himself, having thought that shouting through a megaphone was totally safe. Who knew he would get targeted instantly? He quickly changes his tune, pleading for it to wait, but the monster ignores him and charges ahead. Rios turns absolutely pale with terror. Talk about a total bolt from the blue. Staying behind to fight is completely out of the question, and running away is no longer an option. What is he supposed to do when the beast closes the gap in just a few giant strides? Watching from a distance, Jia Huing Kim urgently shouts orders for everyone to get into position, because the enemy is coming. It turns out, Rios was just acting as the bait to lure the massive beast right into their trap. But nobody expected the beast to be this fast. Poor Rios, weighed down by his ultra-heavy armor, has to run for his life, sweating bullets, and barely dodging death multiple times. He barely manages to slide inside the protective barrier just in time, prompting the leader to shout. Right on cue, a black crow swoops down from the sky, instantly gouging out one of the monster's eyes with a single strike. Standing right in front of the beast, Henry draws her bow and fires another arrow directly into its other eye. This monster is definitely going blind. Next, Bung Ho joins the fray, teleporting right next to the beast, without it noticing a thing. Holding dozens of Sejin summon rats, he dumps them straight into the monster's massive, gaping mouth. He finishes the job and immediately shouts to signal Jia Huin. So far, everything is going exactly according to plan. His next move is to summon a toxic gas cloud, dealing with the threat while they still have the upper hand. He needs to eliminate it as quickly as possible, instantly activating his basic fire magic skill. The monster's entire body bursts into towering flames. If they do not finish it off now, they will never get another chance. Battered and beaten, the beast's strength drains rapidly. Inside the protective barrier, everyone holds their breath as they watch the intense scene unfold. Terror grips the crowd as the giant continues to march toward them, causing everyone to back away. Jahuan quickly steps up to calm them down. Please stay in your positions and do not move. He knows that everything is going almost perfectly, according to plan. Next, the villagers just need to concentrate all their firepower on the giant's head once it collapses against the defensive wall. Ideally, his retainers should deliver the final blow. It would be best if Huang Gun or Du could settle this, but unfortunately, they have not arrived yet. So, at the very least, Jean, the knight, has to be the one to finish it. Suddenly, the chubby guy starts trembling violently. He warns Jiahun to look behind him, but Jiahun is not worried. Turning around, he calmly says not to worry, since the beast is bound to fall over the wall anyway. But reality quickly shatters his confidence. The moment he gets a good look, his face turns dark with disbelief. What on earth? The massive giant is standing right there, its gouged eyes completely healed as if nothing had happened, staring straight down at Jiahun. This time, even he is terrified. How is this possible? Did it really just survive their ultimate coordinated assault? On top of that, the giant slams its fists down in absolute fury. Raising its massive hand high into the air, it readies a devastating, full-power strike to crush them all. It is about to repay every single bit of damage they dealt. But the moment its fist makes contact, the system suddenly blares a warning. Beep. Unauthorized target attempting entry. Jiahun is thoroughly stunned, unable to believe that they actually managed to block its devastating strike. Trembling with fear, the chubby Choi Hoon immediately orders everyone to open fire. The crowd raises their guns and shoots, feeling relieved to see the beast kept at bay. Hit by a relentless barrage of bullets, the dazed monster roars in agonizing pain, but Jiahun remains deeply concerned. They blocked it this time, but they might not survive another round of these heavy blows. Once the protective barrier is shattered, the consequences will be absolutely fatal. With no other choice, he must quickly find a way to eliminate it immediately, activating his skill, Giant Invisible Hand. This is the powerful skill he obtained after finally spending the precious skill points he had been hoarding for emergencies. Just as he predicted, gunfire is barely doing anything. The beast raises its fist for another slam, making the panicked crowd scream that it is attacking again. Everyone watches in sheer terror as the colossal fist comes crashing down, while system warnings blare continuously. Unauthorized target attempting entry. Unauthorized target attempting entry. But once again, the beast is completely blocked. Sighing with relief, the crowd grins and raises their guns to fire again, cheering that they successfully withstood the giant's attack. They urge everyone to keep shooting as the beast takes another rain of bullets, while Jiahun watches closely from inside. It is not completely unharmed. Whether it is the rat bombs or the villagers' pistols, their attacks are definitely leaving wounds on its body. As long as they keep up the offensive, they can definitely bring this monster down. But they still need a way to deliver a truly fatal blow. Right on cue, 3 arrows shot by Henry fly in from afar, piercing deep into its flesh. Dong John and his group finally show up. With them on the field, they can deliver the final blow, especially since their physical attacks pack a much bigger punch than standard gunfire. All 3 of them are here, and thankfully, the bear girl's injuries aren't too severe. Meanwhile, the monster opens its gaping maw full of razor-sharp teeth and lets out a roar. Jae-hyun decides to trigger his skill, summoning basic spears right away. He's putting all his faith in Dong-jun to make this count. Dong-jun catches the weapons Jae-hyun conjured. Frowning deeply with eyes glowing bright, he builds up his momentum and hurls a massive throw. Multiple spears pierce deep into the beast's flesh. It's working. The monster shrieks in absolute agony. Henry rushes forward with his bow, yelling out that he is joining the fray. The 2 of them strike together in rapid succession, channeling a fraction of the divine beast's power. Basic fire magic successfully evolves into intermediate level. At the same time, the Samjako senses an intruder encroaching upon its sacred territory. The divine crow requests to unlock its hidden power. Jae-hyun never expected a feature like this, actually unlocking its true strength. The system message about an invading enemy must refer to the giant Cyclops, but he wonders what such a tiny bird could actually do. Still, it is a do-or-die situation, so he has to use every resource available. Jae-hyun decides to fork over the cash and unlock the bird's power. A brilliant golden light erupts, though his wallet takes a devastating hit. 300 million gold. If this fails, he will literally cry himself to sleep. The light blazes like a rising sun. Jae-hyun stands there with his jaw dropped, staring toward the sky. He wonders if this light is heading right toward his home, and indeed it is. Something suddenly shoots out from his room, catching Jae-hyun completely off guard. He spots a sharp beak and pitch-black feathers. It is Kami, but the crow looks completely different now. Its body is massive and overflowing with raw energy. Nothing like the lazy bird that did nothing but eat and sleep. Seeing it deliver when it matters makes every penny worth it. The bird opens its beak wide and lunges at the monsters with lightning speed. Caught completely off guard, the beast barely turns its head before getting blasted. Though Kakami was once small, its current power is absolutely terrifying. With a massive, devastating blast of fire, the giant monster collapses to the ground. It worked. This is exactly the high-damage finisher Jae-hyun was looking for. It is the first time the beast has suffered this much, with blood constantly spewing from its mouth. While Dongjeon's group stands frozen in sheer disbelief, a brown shadow suddenly blurs past them. It is none other than Yoonju. Moving like lightning, she seizes the perfect opportunity to finish off the beast so she can finally get her beloved son back. The monster has no chance of survival. Right after taking Kakami's devastating blast, Yoonju follows up with an incredibly powerful strike of her own. In an instant, they successfully defeat the Cyclops, raking in a massive chunk of experience points. This causes Jae-hyun's skill levels to skyrocket out of nowhere. Unable to adapt to the sudden surge, lightning crackles across his body as he clutches his chest in agony. A massive wave of raw energy envelops the entire building, accompanied by a system notification congratulating him on successfully expanding his absolute territory across the apartment complex. Collapsing to the ground from the sheer pain, Jae-hyun watches as Kakami lands right beside him, wearing a smug and proud expression. Speechless and in agonizing pain, Jae-hyun can only stare as his own pet smugly mocks him. The little rebel spent 300 million without permission, only dropping its smug look when called out. Still, knowing Kami dealt the fatal blow to the Cyclops, Jae-hyun gently pats its head and offers some well-deserved praise. He whispers that it did a great job. Even though summoning familiars is restricted strictly to his absolute territory, it is still a massive win. The return on investment is insane, spending 300 million to gain 30 billion. He starts wondering if he should fill up all 10 summoning slots. With a feature this incredibly overpowered, there is absolutely no reason to hesitate. But the moment he checks the system, the cost for the next summon has spiked to 10 billion. Before he can process the price hike, multiple screens flash before his eyes. Right then, during that brief second of silence, the familiar notification chime of the status board echoes. Yoonju has successfully completed her quest. Reverting to her human form, she stands waiting for the miracle that will finally turn her deepest wish into reality. Tears stream silently down her cheeks. After endless suffering, she has finally lived to see this day. Down in the dark sewers, a weary voice calls for the next person in line. Nearby, a man with water manipulation abilities fills another survivor's plastic bottle. A young girl accepts her filled bottle with a soft thank you. Exhausted, the man simply calls out for the next person in line. He looks completely drained, and to make matters worse, their food supplies are continuously dwindling. While he can easily create fresh water, the food they salvaged from slaying nearby monsters is almost gone, meaning they have officially reached their absolute limit. With his energy depleted, even his water production is starting to dry up. It seems they have no choice but to abandon this shelter. Suddenly, a loud crash shakes the entire underground shelter. The panicked survivors look around in terror, wondering if an earthquake is hitting them. A panicked survivor bursts through the door, yelling at Yoonhyuk to head upstairs immediately and check out the situation. Terrifying monsters have arrived. The messenger is so paralyzed with fear that he can barely speak. The group quickly rushes to the rooftop, and the sight makes their eyes go wide in absolute horror. Their expressions mirror Jae-hyun's face when he first laid eyes on the colossal Cyclops. It is an absolute nightmare. He quickly orders the shivering man beside him to warn everyone to stay put in the basement and not to wander off. The other guy is absolutely terrified, asking Junhyuk what they should do. There is no answer. Junhyuk just scratches his head, his face red. How could they? He knows they stand absolutely zero chance against a monster like that. As the other guy keeps whining, Junhyuk snaps at him in annoyance, asking if he still does not understand their helplessness. Right then, a streak of yellow light shoots straight toward the beast while they argue. The only thing left to do is pray. Too late. Jae-hyun already obliterated the beast, casually warning them not to take another step forward. Shocked by the sudden silence, they all turn to look. Junhyuk is frozen in disbelief, immediately recognizing that this man is an awakened, operating on a level far beyond his own. He calls Hun-chan over. Absolutely certain, trusting his gut, he instructs the other guy to go and gather the rest of the survivors immediately. Hun-chan is still highly skeptical, asking if he is seriously planning on approaching a complete stranger. He has never met Jia Hyun before, but he calculates their chances quickly, declaring that relying on this powerhouse is their only way to survive this cruel world. The group bickers as they walk, terrified that they might be walking right into a trap. They have no other choice. With their food supply nearly gone, staying behind would just mean waiting to die. Deep down, they know Jun Hyuk is right, leaving the rest of their survival to fate. Too exhausted to argue, the leader silently guides his followers directly toward Jia Hyun's building. Han Chan looks around, trying to locate area number 2, completely baffled by the surrounding area. With the outside world in complete ruins, he wonders how this building remains so clean and untouched. Before he can solve the mystery, his head collides with an invisible barrier with a loud thud, leaving the group blocked outside and rubbing their heads in confusion. Suddenly, a system notification chiming before them asks if they wish to accept citizenship, automatically registering them before they can even process the question. They receive Jia Hyun's quest to locate Building 114, Floor 30. With a 1-hour limit and no penalty for failure, they finally gain entry to the sanctuary, successfully navigating their way straight to Jia Hyun's apartment room. Jia Hyun steps out to greet the newcomers, introducing himself to their leader, Lee Jun Hyuk, with a warm welcome. The moment Jun Hyuk lays eyes on him, his entire body begins to tremble, instantly recognizing the legendary powerhouse. The man who easily brought down that massive giant is standing right before him. With his instincts screaming, he quickly grasps Jia Hyun's hand with deep respect. Bowing his head low, he introduces himself as Lee Jun Hyuk, mentally preparing to make a life-changing decision. He is determined to hold onto this savior at all costs, desperately begging for guidance and leaving Jia Hyun completely speechless by such an incredibly rare level of devotion. Jia Hyun awkwardly agrees to the request. Meanwhile, in a nearby room, Oh-ju sits beside her newly returned son, Sai-woo, watching him happily eat from a table overflowing with delicious warm food. Snuggled in her lap, the little boy happily cheers that it is delicious. But then he looks up, asking whose birthday they are celebrating, leaving his mother flustered as she reassures him it is nobody's special day. When he wonders why there is seaweed soup, she pulls him into a tight embrace, whispering that it is because her sweet boy loves it so much. The boy squeals with pure joy, just as Jia Hyun quietly opens the door and steps inside, catching Oh-ju's attention as she calls his name. Spotting him, the kid cheers for the magician uncle, while Jia Hyun asks Oh-ju if the arrangements for the newly arrived refugees went smoothly. She confirms she has already distributed rooms and food to everyone, but Jia Hyun suddenly scratches his head in embarrassment, offering a sudden apology that confuses her. He explains that he never anticipated his safety system would permanently restrict them from leaving the property, feeling genuinely guilty about their confinement. Desiring nothing more, Oh-ju gently strokes her son's hair, warmly stating that having a safe sanctuary is already a dream come true before planting a soft kiss on his cheek. She is incredibly grateful to him for risking everything to bring her beloved son back home safely. Instantly, her loyalty and trust toward him skyrocket to 100%, even without any system notifications. Their genuine warmth speaks volumes as Jia Hyun stands by, watching the mother and son laugh together, while agreeing to put on the little boy's favorite dinosaur movie. He can deeply feel her profound gratitude, watching them enjoy the show together with endless smiles on their faces. But watching their happiness only makes Jia Hyun ache inside, his gaze growing heavy with a silent, deep despair. He cannot help but desperately worry about his own mother, wondering if his family is still safe, eating well, or if some terrible tragedy has already befallen them in this endless chaos. Sensing his sorrow, the pet crow hops over with a gentle caw, trying to cheer him up by joining in on the fun. He tries to comfort himself, realizing that though only a single day has passed, Oh-ju has fought incredibly hard to secure this peaceful moment for her small family. Right now, his scout rat is already on its way toward his parents' house. Once the creature safely arrives, he can remotely transfer all the crucial survival supplies they need, leaving him physically exhausted, but deeply comforted by a sliver of hope. For now, he simply watches in silence, letting Oh-ju fully cherish this beautiful, dreamlike moment of peace that she worked so hard to achieve. Jia Hyun even offers his own comfortable bed to the mother and son, telling Oh-ju and Sai-woo to sleep safely inside. She flatly refused his offer, not wanting to bother him too much. She insisted they could just sleep outside, but he firmly refused. Women and children always come first. She and Sigu needed to sleep well. Teasing them with a smile, he insisted it was an absolute order. Unable to refuse any longer, the mother and son bowed deeply. She thanked him for his deep care, while her young boy chimed in to say goodbye as they waved. "Good night, Mr. Wizard," the boy called out. He watched them with a gentle gaze, remembering his own mother tucking him in. Late into the quiet night, soft murmurs drifted from the bedroom as she gently sang her sweet little Sigu to sleep. She softly sang for him to rest peacefully. "Roosters, please do not crow and wake her sleeping baby. Dogs, do not bark and wake her precious little one." That night, Odu's soft lullaby drifted through the cracked door, filling the silent room. Although he was far too old for lullabies, hearing her tender melody brought an unexpected comfort. His heavy eyes slowly drifted shut. The next day arrived without any trouble, offering them a rare, peaceful morning. He shared a simple meal with Sigu, cooked by Oz, before they all gathered to watch a cartoon. Sigu kept chasing Xiaohe away from his sunbathing spot, annoying the poor creature. After a quiet family nap, they played with new toys. During those precious moments, time proved completely heartless, waiting for no one as it quietly slipped away. Ding. The system pinged with a harsh notification. Only one day remained. His face darkened, feeling the heavy weight of the countdown. With only one short day left, Odu hugged her son tightly. Sigu quickly noticed her trembling, asking if she was crying. Tears streamed down her face as she insisted she wasn't crying, but the little boy cupped her cheeks, knowing better. He pleaded for her to stop. Odu choked on her sobs, terrified of a world where her little boy no longer existed. The boy reached up, wrapping his small arms around her neck to reassure her that he was still right there. Sigu's warm, comforting words only made her sob harder, but despite her desperate embrace, the boy gently let go and began to step back, promising to always stay by her side. Sigu drifted further away, as Odu wept in absolute heartbreak. She cried out his name, but no amount of pleading could stop his departure. It was simply not enough time. There were still so many things she wanted to do for him. So many of his favorite meals she wanted to cook. Tears welled in the boy's eyes as he forced a bright smile, calling her name. But he knew the dead couldn't stay. With a final, quiet confession of love, his small form began to dissolve, slipping away from her forever. Forced to endure the parting a second time, Odu trembled violently, tears blurring her vision as her throat tightened with grief. Biting her lip to the point of bleeding, she called his name, forcing a tragic smile to tell him she loved him too. Broken and completely shattered, she kept smiling as his final goodbye echoed. His body dissolved into white petals, scattering into the wind. The gentle breeze swept away the last traces of his existence, leaving Odu kneeling alone on the cold ground. She remained motionless long after his warmth had completely faded. It seemed hope was merely a cruel flower, blooming only in absolute despair. Because of this, those who cling to hope are often the ones who sink deepest into the dark abyss. Watching the entire scene unfold in quiet helplessness, his thoughts immediately drifted to his own family. Would they also disappear forever like Sigu did? It was devastatingly cruel. When it was all over, he stepped toward Odu to offer comfort, telling her not to despair because this wouldn't be the last time they met. By saying this, he knew he was reigniting a spark of hope. She immediately looked up in disbelief. He confirmed his promise, reassuring her that if any opportunity arose, he would definitely help revive her son. Kim Jiahui took her hand, fully aware that Odu would be unable to resist. Lured by this almost devilish temptation, her trust level rose to 100%, guaranteeing she would do whatever it took just to see Sigu again. Elsewhere, Sung Reo was shouting curses, while a pair of twin brothers stood in tense silence, taking the brunt of his rage. Their spears, along with all the valuable assets they had painstakingly gathered over time, had completely vanished. It was infuriating. Everything was stolen, leaving him to demand where their supplies had gone. One twin pulled his hood down in embarrassment, explaining that everything had vanished while they slept, while his brother frowned in deep distress. He mentioned he had asked around, discovering that many others had suffered the exact same fate. It turned out they all had one thing in common. None of them had answered the call when military veterans were summoned at the gate. To make matters worse, those who actually went seemed to have returned completely safe and sound. Looking back, they felt incredibly frustrated. One twin sighed, deeply regretting their choice, which instantly enraged Sung Reo, who grabbed his collar and cursed him, demanding to know if they were blaming him. He glared fiercely, forcing the terrified twins to quickly wave their hands and deny it. He gets even more riled up. Cursing them, he asks if they hadn't all agreed. Didn't they literally call anyone following those orders an absolute idiot? He demands a straight answer. Terrified, the guy grabbed by the collar quickly stammers out desperate apologies, begging him to finally stop. He shoves the guy away, But real fear sinks in as they realize they might get kicked out, just like the offender who got thrown out for targeting minors. They dread facing the exact same fate. Not long after, that criminal was found dead on the street, and now, the giant is finally defeated. Survivors are flocking to their apartment building in waves, making manpower incredibly abundant right now. If he continues to disobey those orders, he might very well be the next one thrown out into the cold. Terrified and angry, he grits his teeth, cursing how incredibly easy Bung Min has it by running to the rally point. He even has a gun, which only makes his head spin. Why did everything go so wrong? Beck has no idea what kind of brutal punishment is coming. He wonders how Bake will even survive among the rest of the survivors after this. Suddenly, a loud chime startles all three of them. A quest screen pops up: hunt 20 goblins within 24 hours. The reward is a bit of experience, but failure means experiencing extreme pain for a full minute. His face turns pale as he whips around to look at the system screen, realizing this is Jia Hyung's sweet revenge at play. If they want to survive in this safe zone, they must take responsibility. Meanwhile, Jia Hyung unlocks a skill called Primal Vitality. This is one of Oju's A-rank skills, greatly boosting regeneration speed in proportion to how severe the wounds are. He studies the system interface, amazed to find that reaching 100% trust rewards him with the target's actual skill. This skill doesn't seem to be of much use to him right now, since he won't be heading onto the battlefield himself. Since he can't leave his house anyway, there is barely any chance of him getting injured. Still, gaining a skill at maximum trust is highly notable, especially since Moon Bung Ho's trust is also close to reaching 100. If he can obtain Moon Bung Ho's awakening skill, teleportation, it will allow him to move instantly to any location within his line of sight. If so, what if he combines the Sovereign's Eye with teleportation once the outpost is finally up and running? Theoretically, it only requires a massive amount of mental power, but activation is only possible with a resident holding a knight title. If any unauthorized target occupies the facility for more than a single day, the entire structure will be completely destroyed. Kim Jia Hyung has it all planned out. He'll teleport there. It looks like he needs to boost his mental strength. He decides to use future quest rewards to strengthen his mental power, rather than focusing on skill mastery. Suddenly, he hears her calling. Oju tells him that she has calmed down and asks him to take her over there now. She voluntarily declares her intention to personally go and rescue his family, bringing them back safely. She acknowledges that the operation was supposed to start yesterday but was delayed by a full day because of her. Sincerely thanking him for the precious time, she promises to repay his kindness, which was exactly the reassuring, heartfelt response he had gone through all this trouble to hear. Her words hit the nail right on the head, aligning with his thoughts. He shyly scratches his cheek, wondering if his anxiety was really that obvious. Feeling both deeply grateful and slightly embarrassed, she comforts him warmly, saying she would be just as worried if she found herself in his position. After all, family is the most important thing to anyone, and she truly understands the value of the day he gave her. He knows his methods weren't completely perfect, but giving her that time made all the difference. Her eyes light up as she asks to express her deepest gratitude once again. The dark anger in Oju's gaze now fully replaced by a steady, unwavering trust. Seeing her react like this is a relief, and he genuinely thanks her for understanding. He asks her to wait in the room with Ha Dong-gu's team, and she bows deeply, accepting the order with a quiet nod. Jia Hyung begins mapping out the rescue plan, knowing there is a very good reason he didn't send them to Jiumshan immediately. Because of that damn giant, a portion of the tracks at Ji Samyeon has collapsed. Not only the subway lines but most of Ji Samyeon's underground space lies in ruins, forcing him to find a brand new route. That's why Sejin has been continuously sending out her rat swarm since yesterday, to map out a preliminary path while he activates his skill. Activating his Sovereign's Eye to take over one of the rats, Jia Hyung is completely stunned by the creature's unbelievable upgraded state, which is simply mind-blowing. It is a level 7 tamed giant rat, a shocking development he didn't even know was possible. Has the rat evolved because of a new skill unlocked after Sejin registered as his vassal? But what on earth is chasing it? He only catches a fleeting glimpse of pale legs. Every single one of them is a zombie. It is true that the longer they survive, the more bizarre monsters they encounter. These zombies, once human, are now relentlessly chasing a mouse. Suddenly, the mouse halts, spinning around to face the undead head-on. Zombies close in, trapping the tiny creature. It seems impossible to escape, and the main character feels all hope is lost. Instead of letting the mouse perish in vain, he decides to trigger a massive toxic gas explosion to wipe out the zombies. The mouse's pitch-black eyes flash with murderous intent, and it leaps forward with blinding speed. It dodges the pursuing horde, striking and biting back as it absolutely refuses to die. Amazingly, Gabon's mouse now possesses real intelligence, knowing exactly how to navigate the battlefield. What a resilient little creature. Just a bit further, and it will reach the exit, managing to survive. The mouse continues its sprint. It is almost there, victory is within reach, but before they can even celebrate, a pale, terrifying monster suddenly blocks its path, with its razor-sharp teeth bare. The beast stares at the mouse, eager to devour it immediately. Both the mouse and Kim Jae-hyun freeze in absolute shock. This terrifying beast is a level 23 land shark, waiting with its jaws wide open to swallow its prey. This threat is far beyond the mouse's big bone rank. What on earth is happening? If the mouse dies, the main character will suffer the consequences as well. Clutching his head in intense pain, sweat pours down his face. What was that beast? No wonder it felt so familiar. It was actually Gangnam, and his parents' house is only a few kilometers away. With monsters lurking everywhere, he realizes he must rush to protect them. Meanwhile, team leader Gabon is busy organizing heavy cardboard boxes in the hallway. Managing the entire facility alone is exhausting, forcing her to wipe her sweat and sigh. Suddenly, Jae-hyun interrupts her, calling out to team leader Kim. Brushing off her fatigue, she stands up with a bright smile, asking what he needs. She smiles, saying she is just doing her job for the paycheck, but wonders why he came. Jae-hyun suddenly grows incredibly flustered, sweating anxiously and struggling to speak. He clears his throat, struggling for words. She has never seen him this hesitant, which is quite surprising. Jae-hyun's unusual hesitation makes her heart race, her cheeks flushing red, as she grows more anxious about what he might say. She urges him to just speak frankly, sensing that something is very wrong. Jae-hyun clears his throat, trying desperately to remain calm. He finally asks to borrow Garang for a bit, leaving Gabon completely speechless. Her face turns pale in disbelief, shocked by the sudden realization that she will have to handle all the heavy labor alone. He seals the deal anyway, leaving the next 2 days entirely in her hands, as her face darkens with deep irritation. Determined to protect her interests, she demands to know if he will pay her overtime. Money is never an issue for him, so he immediately offers her double pay. This is what true management looks like. The mention of money makes her eyes light up, her exhaustion vanishing as she eagerly accepts. And just like that, Garang prepares to unleash her power, which manifests as a thick toxic gas. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun opens his eyes, finding himself summoned to the war room. Seeing everyone has arrived, he officially begins the meeting to discuss their upcoming battle plan. As everyone is well aware, the presence of the giants has made Samseong Station extremely difficult to navigate, but abandoning their underground transit route now would be a massive loss. Jae-in, startled by the call, she quickly pulls out a document, confirming the tracks from Bonjunsa Station to Cheongdam Station remain completely intact. Monsters have not occupied that sector yet, making the path entirely clear. She slides a detailed map in front of everyone, explaining that their primary objective is to break through the route leading straight to Bongunsa Station along the main highway. But staring at her incredibly crude, hand-drawn map, the entire room instantly freezes in awkward silence. At this rate, they will get lost in broad daylight, forcing Jae-hyun to intervene, while Go-do chuckles nervously. Go-do playfully praises her drawing skills, and she smiles widely in response, leaving Jae-hyun completely speechless as he clears his throat. Jae-hyun continues the briefing, pointing to the station right before Bongunsa and warning them to stay alert. A horde of at least 500 orcs has occupied the hypermarket there. Hearing this, Dong-gun voices his deep concerns. He questions if a direct confrontation is truly necessary. Jae-in nods, explaining that their main goal is merely entering Bonjunsa Station to use the subway lines anyway. She assures them that her scout mice have already navigated the path and confirmed it is completely clear of orcs. They only need to clear minor threats along the way before slipping into the subway tunnels. Before executing the massive operation to eliminate the giants, Jae-hyun makes some critical calculations. He has spent a massive fortune upgrading the members of the Hwanggun squad to their absolute limits, boosting every single ally to level 30. Right now, out of all the vassals he currently commands, only Choi-hyun and Garang remain below level 30. Zamba the Goblin is no match for Ha Jong-gun squad, as the group continues pointing at the map to plan their move. Although slipping into the subway tunnel allows them to head straight toward Chogyang Station, there is still a catch. The real issue lies at the next stop, Gabu Station. Hearing this name, everyone panics. asking if Gabu Station also has giants lurking around. Fortunately, no giants have been spotted there yet, letting everyone sigh in relief, though Ji-in looks even more tense than the rest of them. The issue is not giants, but the tracks themselves. The subway tunnel between Chogyang Station and Gabu Station is packed with a massive horde of terrifying zombies. Without the power to wipe out monsters in such a tight space, taking this route will easily backfire on them. At this realization, everyone immediately turns to look at Garang. Using poison gas in an enclosed space would choke them all to death, and she is already pale and trembling with fear. Clenching her trembling fists, Garang grits her teeth and tries to stay calm, determined to prove that her unique abilities will definitely be of great help to the team. Returning from the meeting, she immediately gets straight to work. Dang, her poison storage capacity of 100 kilograms has exceeded the limit. Breathing a sigh of relief, she finishes just as Jiaxiong walks in, thanking her for the hard work. She thanks him, and when asked if she is okay, she insists she is fine. Even though she felt exhausted halfway through, a sudden surge of strength filled her body, making it a breeze. Jiaxiong nods, glad his secret stats upgrade worked so well. Seeing how exhausted Garang looked, he had quickly opened the vassal management menu to upgrade her stats on the spot. Although it cost a fortune, he has already amassed billions of gold, so spending a little to save his family is a no-brainer. Judging by the impressive results, it was definitely the right choice, though she still has a small question on her mind. She asks if she really does not need to go along, but Jiaxiong shakes his head, telling her that producing toxic poison here is more than enough. This setup utilizes her talent perfectly, while keeping her safe, preventing her from literally dying of fright out in the dangerous tunnels. Alright, the preparation phase is finally over. With everything fully set up, it is time to officially launch their high-stakes rescue plan. Kim Jiaxiong activates his clairvoyant skill, while on the other end, Ji-in summons her scout rats to lead the way. This time, the scout rat runs into a massive horde of the undead, but being a level 3 tamed beast, it is pretty strong. Both sides clash violently, as a single rat fights a massive swarm of zombies. Jiaxiong immediately opens his inventory, releasing clouds of Garang's toxic poison into the air. The scout rat easily dodges the mist, aided by the toxic poison as zombies drop dead wherever it runs. Garang's poison has a powerful paralyzing effect. Once inhaled, the victim's movements slow down to a crawl as they completely lose physical control. Eventually, it paralyzes the diaphragm and intercostal muscles, causing fatal suffocation. However, these are zombies. Since they are already dead and do not breathe, the suffocating gas has absolutely no effect on them. Anticipating this, he had already prepared Plan B, calling out to Ji-in, who understands his signal and unleashes her own powerful attack. Suddenly, hundreds of glowing red eyes appear in the dark tunnel, and an endless army of rats swarms out. In an apocalypse, rats are everywhere, and these zombies are doomed. The rats completely devour the zombies down to the bone, as system notifications ring out repeatedly. Ding! Zombies defeated, experience points gained, and 120,085 gold deposited into the king's wallet. Suddenly, Ji-in screams in absolute shock. The condition of the rats looks highly unstable. She realizes with horror that they have all mutated into zombie rats from eating the infected flesh. The situation has turned from bad to worse. Instead of human zombies, they now face giant level 9 tamed zombie rats. Neither of them anticipated this disaster. Coming into contact with zombie blood means instant infection, which almost ruined their entire operation. A single second of carelessness, and anyone fighting up close with claws and teeth would easily end up infected. He sighs in relief, glad they avoided the worst-case scenario. When asked if the mutated rats still obey her, Ji-in is not so sure. As she tests her control, she notices that while they look incredibly angry, they still obey her commands. He breathes an enormous sigh of relief. Their plan is progressing smoothly. If they can maintain this momentum and reach their destination safely, he will finally be able to rescue his entire family. Suddenly, a system alert chimes, warning that unauthorized targets are attempting to enter, causing his eyes to widen in complete shock. Stunned by the massive crowd of 157 people, he still decides to grant them access. With the citizen count reaching 3,000, a major milestone is hit, unlocking the highly anticipated economic activity subsidy skill. Reaching this milestone grants a valuable population skill, proving that bringing in more citizens is actually highly beneficial. He cannot hide his excitement, realizing how powerful this new skill is, As the system displays a brand new list of abilities, the Economic Activity Subsidy allows him to assign official roles to citizens and distribute funds, managed entirely separate from the cash in the king of the house's personal wallet. There are even new positions now, like secretary, director, and manager. He figured assigning the roles to Kim Ga-bin and the public facilities team made the most sense. After all, the salary he was paying them was already 700 G a week. That breaks down to exactly 100 G a day, the standard pay for an employee. Plus, paying them this way means no transaction fees will be deducted. If that is the case, he needs to recruit as many public facility managers as possible. Using the economic population subsidy to cover the residents' wages is completely free. We are talking about a massive chunk of money here. Even the lowest ranking staff get 100 G daily. Hiring 300 employees would pull in 30 million won a day. And if he fills every slot from staff to director, that payout will skyrocket. A department head gets 200, deputy 250, director 300. That adds up to 50 million won a day. Over time, his earnings from the tax skill are going to explode. Just thinking about the cash made his eyes gleam. Best of all, they will spend it in his shop, circling that money right back to him. Assigning these roles is a win-win. Besides public facilities, he wonders what other positions he can set up. Any ideas on what to build next? He could easily organize roles for the facility managers, janitors, and even security guards. Is that all he can come up with for now? As for security, he should prioritize those survivors who gathered at the main gate earlier. With those calculations sorted, he officially appoints Kim Ga-bin as the director. Aside from Choi Hyung-jun and Ga Young, who else is on Ga-bin's team? They are already registered as his vassals. He knew it. A quick pay raise, and she was locked in. It seems hitting 100 loyalty automatically registers them as a vassal. No questions asked. Wait, does that mean reaching 100 loyalty also unlocks their awakened ability at the exact same time? That is huge. Let us see what kind of ability Ga-bin actually has. He is about to tap the screen when a loud snore disrupts the room. Ga Young is passed out on the sofa, prompting Ye Jin to quietly ask if they should wake her. Jae Hyun shakes his head and tells her not to. He knows Ga Young did her job perfectly, and though she acts tough, she is clearly completely exhausted. Running on empty like that proves she pushed past her limits, so he definitely needs to reward her. He decides to let her rest, even using his invisible hand to gently pull a blanket over her. Ye Jin agrees she looks totally spent, which prompts Jae Hyun to finally check in on her too. He asks if she is holding up all right. They have successfully entered the Nampo station tracks. He tells her he is counting on her. She nods, promising to handle it. But suddenly, her face turns pale with panic. Jae Hyun senses the shift and immediately asks what is wrong. Drenched in sweat, she stammers that she can't connect. She stares down at her trembling hands in absolute horror. Jae Hyun recoils in shock, asking what she means by this sudden loss. Talk about terrible timing. She tries repeatedly, but nothing works. The distance seems too great, even though her scouts are still active out there. Just a moment ago, the link was completely fine. Ye Jin quickly tries to explain. If the link is already active, she can push the boundary a bit. But to establish a new connection, she has to be near Junggong Station. They are stuck. Jae Hyun can only grit his teeth, completely helpless and overwhelmed with anxiety. Why did this have to happen right now? They are just a short distance from Chin Station, right where his family is. He was planning to use Ye Jin's mice to scout his home first. He clenches his fists in frustration. He asks Ye Jin if she can somehow find a way to re-establish the link near Junggong Station. She agrees immediately, sitting cross-legged and closing her eyes in deep concentration, telling herself she has to make this work. Without Ye Jin's control, her mice are running wild, rapidly turning into mindless zombie creatures. There is no telling what chaos they might trigger. Jae Hyun is incredibly tense. He must try everything and pray his family stays safe while he figures this out. Meanwhile, Dongjan's vanguard is heading straight toward the area where those rogue mice are loose. Emerging onto the streets near Junggong Station, the survivors survey the wreckage. The skyscrapers have collapsed completely, and massive footprints scar the asphalt, leaving everyone in pure shock. The sight fills them with dread. Hyori pats Ga Hyun's shoulder, telling him to scout the area. He nods, releasing his crow into the sky. Looking through the bird's eyes, the surrounding streets appear clear of any monsters. The group assumes that a rampaging giant cleared the path, making it surprisingly easy for them to pass through. Ga Hyun agrees, noting that the local monsters are likely too terrified of the wreckage to wander back anytime soon. Dongjian feels a sudden prickle of unease. With night falling fast, he suggests they find a secure spot to camp out until morning. Wait until sunrise to move, he says. But Hyori reassures him, explaining that goblins tend to hide away once night falls. They prefer to stay hidden once the night falls. They decide to push forward, confident that Jaehyun will summon them if things get too dangerous. But then, a stray mouse approaches, squeaking urgently as if trying to tell them something. They instantly recognize it's the mouse sent by Seo Jae-in, and they decide to follow it. Following the mouse, they feel a growing dread. With every step, Mount Gabu has completely turned into a massive lake. How did this happen? Was this the giant's doing? Probably. It looks like a massive crater left behind after buildings slammed into the earth, unnoticed by the others. Something is rising from beneath the lake. Gon is the first to spot it, and wonders what is happening. She just heard a strange sound. Pointing toward a mound in the middle of the lake, she asks if there is actually someone out there. It looks like a woman. Wait, no, she has a fishtail, making her a mermaid. Could it really be possible? Right as panic sets in, a piercing shriek tears through the air. Startled, the entire group quickly covers their ears. Cover your ears. Someone yells. The mermaid creature throws her head back and screams violently, signaling that something terrible is about to happen. Everyone covers their ears tightly and grits their teeth, trying to endure it, but the sound still gets through. Their eyes flash purple as they struggle. What is happening? Because they can no longer control their own bodies. The entire group is lifted into the air before some invisible force throws them straight down into the water. Ryuju and Ryusu are hit first, thrown deep into the water. They fail to react in time and look at each other in panic. Ryusu has already passed out. Ryuju hurriedly swims toward him, knowing that if this keeps up, he will be in serious danger. But as she swims, dozens of webbed hands reach out from the depths, trying to grab her legs and pull her down. Startled, she feels them clinging to her lower body. But Ryuju cannot stop. She must risk everything and keep swimming. But the monsters are too numerous, especially underwater this time. She is going to have a hard time surviving. To make matters worse, Ryusu remains unconscious while those on the shore clutch their heads in agonizing pain. Gon fights back, using magic to suppress the headache and casting shield spells on her allies. This cuts off the scream's effects, letting everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, they are able to stand their ground. Gaon collapses to the ground in exhaustion, barely able to speak. She tells them to quickly go save Ryusu and Ryuju, completely out of energy. Suddenly, they spot monsters emerging from the water. Wait, what are those? There are several of them, and they are armed with weapons. Like frenzied beasts, they charge directly toward the group, ready to attack. Donggun quickly readies his weapon and shouts, "Get ready to fight. They are targeting us first. They are coming right at us." Suddenly, a merman leaps up from below, gritting his teeth. Donggun's face flushes red as he tightly grips his weapon. The merman fights like a human, wielding a weapon and blocking strikes. The battle is incredibly tense until an arrow pierces his neck. But more monsters keep leaping up. Henry shoots until his arms grow tired. Damn it, there is no end to them. In an instant, the group finds themselves completely surrounded by mermen. Donggun grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it, there is no time to waste. They must rescue Ryuju and Ryusu immediately. Just then, water violently splashes from the lake. Even the monsters gasp in shock, turning around to see Ryuju transformed into a massive bear. Holding Ryusu, she leaps straight out of the water, looking absolutely furious in her bear form. These monsters are completely done for. Fortunately, Ryusu coughs up the water, relieved that he did not drown. Seeing this, the others on the shore cannot help but smile with relief. Still shaking, Ryusu gives a thumbs up and thanks Ryuju, telling her he only survived because of her help. She smiles, saying it is nothing since she owes him too. Watching this reunion, the monsters grow furious, glaring and howling in rage. Seeing them charge again, the group is left completely speechless. These creatures really will not give them a single moment to catch their breath. Fine then, it is time to unleash all their skills and fight to the end. Fully armored and his strength restored, Ryusu readies his blade to join the fight. Meanwhile, the bear girl easily takes on several monsters on her own. A single swipe from her sends one flying straight into a wooden pillar. Unnoticed by anyone, a monster carcass was tied to that pillar, and the heavy impact causes it to slowly tip over. Panicking, they yell for everyone to get out of the way. Fortunately, they dodge just in time before the entire pillar crashes down in a cloud of dust. They anxiously check on Donggun, who assures them he is fine but wonders what exactly just collapsed. Looking over, they gasp in shock. Is this a goblin? It is extremely bizarre to see even monsters tied tightly to these pillars. Only now do they notice. Wait, look up there. The group raises their eyes, met with an absolutely horrifying sight. Countless pillars stand tall, each with a goblin bound to it. Donggun stands frozen in shock, having completely missed them while focused on the ground. Whether beasts or humans, how many lives have they actually taken? Before them lies a veritable forest of impaling stakes. Suddenly, Ga Young is so shocked that her bow slips from her hands. Her entire body trembles, her face turning pale and speechless. Her eyes go wide as she covers her mouth in horror. Hanging there is her father, leaving her utterly paralyzed with fear. A monster seizes the opportunity and lunges straight at her. Hearing her cry out, Dongjan is also frozen in shock. The beast strikes before she can even register the threat. The group screams her name in panic. Ga Young. Dongjan screams her name in pure desperation. Just in time, a gunshot rings out and drops the monster dead, saving her life by a hair. The creature collapses. Byung-ho rushes over, asking if Ga Young is all right, while Dongjan finally lets out a long sigh of relief. Dongjan praises Byung-ho for the quick shot before realizing something is terribly wrong. Ga Young has collapsed, clutching her face in absolute despair. Suddenly, Yeonju calls out to Dongjan with a serious expression, claiming she might have found a way out of this nightmare. She explains that she has been watching the hidden siren, which seems to be controlling the monsters from the back. Dongjian suddenly realizes what is happening and gasps in shock. Even if they cannot understand the song, the fishmen move whenever its lips part. Taking out that siren is their only shot at making the leaderless pack retreat. It is definitely worth a shot, but the creature is deep in the water, and the monsters are not giving them any openings. Suddenly, Guangsu speaks up, asking if all they need to do is kill that siren. Even though he cannot swim to save his life, he confidently tells them he has a solid plan to handle the target. The siren's lips move again, sending the fishmen charging forward with weapons drawn. The team grinds their teeth in frustration, realizing the monsters are shifting their defensive formation to protect their leader. Dongjian asks him with a worried look, wondering if they can really put their faith in Guangsu. No one knows what trick he has planned, but he seems incredibly confident. He tells them to relax and leave it to him, as drawing the horde's attention works to their advantage. They only need to clear a path. Meanwhile, Yeonju tightly hugs the sobbing, trembling girl, promising to keep Ga Young safe. With Dongjan leading the charge, they put the plan into action, focusing on wiping out the immediate wave of fishmen. Swords, guns, bows, and spears clash in a chaotic frenzy as everyone unleashes everything they have. Dongjan suddenly turns around and shouts, asking Guangsu if he is all right. Clad in heavy iron armor, Guangsu looks completely unbothered as he concentrates. He hurls his weapon with devastating force, piercing right through the horde, flying straight toward the siren who never expected such an attack. At the last second, she tilts her head, barely avoiding decapitation. The spear misses, failing to bring her down. The group watches in absolute disbelief, realizing his big plan was just a simple, straightforward throw. Petrified on the spot, they shout at Guangsu for failing after talking so big. Yet, the armored man remains dead silent, his smug expression unchanged. The surviving siren cackles hysterically to mock their failed attempt, and the surrounding fishmen join in on the maddening laughter. Guangsu suddenly smirks and asks Dongjan if he already forgot how his weapon works, knowing even his allies fell for the play. Still completely clueless, Dongjan whirls around in anger, demanding to know what he is talking about. Just as he finishes yelling, the realization hits him, the incredible homing feature of Guangsu's Azure Spear. Guangsu grins confidently, waiting for the trap to spring exactly as planned. The Azure Spear arcs in midair and flies backward, skewering the siren from behind in a brilliant double cross. Her smug laughter cuts short as she is sent straight to her grave on the spot. The system alerts ring out, confirming the siren's defeat, awarding experience points, and depositing cash into the household wallet. They actually did it. Caught completely off guard with their smug smiles frozen, the terrified fishmen scramble and dive back into the safety of the water. With the monsters retreating, the team finally collapses in exhaustion. The nightmare is over for now. Laughing triumphantly, Guangsu boasts about his sheer genius. He is absolutely thrilled as the others shower him with praise, sending his ego through the roof. Dongjan rushes over to check on Ga Young. Yeonju is still holding her close, looking up at him with a tearful, panicked expression. Frantic, she asks Dongjan what they should do. Still confused, he listens as Ga Young trembles violently, pointing up toward her father hanging above. His face instantly goes pale. What? No way. He whips around to look, utterly shocked to see his future father-in-law up there. Panic sets in as he desperately tries to convince himself they must have seen it wrong. But Ga Young's tears just keep flowing. He looks closer, but there is no denying the painful truth. It is really him. She weeps, begging Dongjan to save her father. Heavy sorrow hangs over the group as her heartbreaking cries for her father echo through the silent, desolate area. Witnessing the tragedy from afar, Kim Jae-hyun desperately accesses his system to generate a brand new quest for her. The reward is supposed to resurrect Ga Young's father, but a red warning flashes cannot resurrect those who died outside the Absolute One's domain. Yejin turns to look at Jae-hyun, but he remains completely silent, helplessly hanging his head. As the warning screen glows red, a dark fear creeps in, making him worry about the fate of his own parents. If they suffer the same fate, Jae-hyun has no way to revive them. He deeply trusts Dong-jeon's team. If they face a life-threatening situation, Jae-hyun will not hesitate to summon them back. Summoning them without a forward base would force him to start everything over from scratch. The risk is simply too massive. Sure, he claims it is out of necessity, but is that really the truth? Being dragged underwater and surrounded by armed sirens? If that is not a life-threatening crisis, then what on earth is? Deep down, Jae-hyun knows this truth all too well. The anxiety and burning desire to see family is not unique to him. They have their own families, and they naturally worry about them just as much. Truthfully, he is fully aware. He was just too selfish, prioritizing his own family while pretending to ignore everyone else. Everyone yielded their chance to him. He knows this. He is painfully aware of everything. His hands tremble as he hesitates to select this quest. No, he ultimately decides to select the party quest, the grave building mission. With a limit of 1 hour, a small experience reward, and no penalty, the system screen pops up before Henry, pulling her back to reality. Staring at the screen, she feels utter despair, biting her lip to hold back tears. The dead are gone, but the grief is crushing. She buries her face, sobbing endlessly, leaving Jae-hyun feeling deeply conflicted. Holding his head, he blames himself, cursing the fact that he assigned this grim grave-building task to them at such a painful moment. Once the graves are completed, they stand in silence before Dongjan awkwardly asks if Henry is truly going to be okay. She gently replies that her father would love this spot. He was a complete workaholic, and he always took immense pride in that. He used to say that even in death, he wanted to rest beside the train tracks. Placing his name tag on the grave, she recalls that old memory from her childhood days. Back then, she thought his wish was absurd. Now, she has actually fulfilled it. Listening nearby, every word from Henry cuts straight into Jae-hyun's heart. He cannot help but think that he, too, might face the exact same tragic fate. He refuses to let that pain repeat. From now on, he will protect everyone from further grief. To do that, he needs stronger allies, starting with the most promising candidate. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Junhyuk is busy slaying monsters, using water magic. Checking his status, Jae-hyun notices that citizen Lee Junhyuk's loyalty has officially passed 30. The requirements for vassal registration are met. Jae-hyun instantly clicks to confirm. Suddenly, the terrified girl standing behind Junhyuk points directly at him. She screams that his body is glowing. Junhyuk finally notices. Realizing this is the spiritual energy bestowed by Jae-hyun, he frowns in utter confusion as system alerts flood his vision, naming him the 12th vassal, knight, and mage, showing 59 trust, 31 loyalty, and an awakened magic called water creation and control. He can now summon superheated, condensed water to trigger explosions. His quest: test out his new water skills. With a 10-minute limit, success boosts his mental power, while failure drains it. He instantly realizes this is Jae-hyun's work. The girl behind him asks in a panic if he is all right and what just happened. Junhyuk cuts her off, telling her to wait. Grinning like a madman, he realizes Jae-hyun sent him this. Fortunately, there are perfect target dummies crawling all over the place. A horde of goblins. Extending his hand, a massive water sphere instantly forms before him. Blessed by system magic, his water sphere grows absolutely colossal. Its destructive force multiplies. The baffled goblins freeze in terror. With a ferocious roar, he unleashes his water magic, blasting the entire horde back with a thunderous explosion. The damage is insane, wiping out several monsters at once. Hungry for more, he prepares to test his next skill. Up in the air, a barrage of giant water spheres begins raining down. Everyone watches, completely stunned, asking if he did that. Junhyuk is absolutely thrilled, basking in the coolest moment of his entire life with a massive grin. Dropping to his knees, he throws his head back, laughing maniacally. Facing Jae-hyun's building, He bows deeply, shouting his gratitude and swearing he will never forget this life-changing favor. His companions stand frozen in confusion, wondering if he has lost his mind as he continues to scream thank you over and over. System alerts chime as Junhyuk's trust and loyalty skyrocket. Even Jaehyun is taken aback by this massive surge. He never expected the man to awaken an S-rank ability, marking the birth of their second S-rank powerhouse. To be honest, since the original ability was only a B-rank skill that generated basic water, Jaehyun never expected things to go this smoothly. Is it his high level, or something more than luck? Either way, a good result is all that matters. Now, how should he use this new power moving forward? Should he join Dong Jaehyun's squad? No, that team's strength is already perfectly balanced, so adding him might be redundant. Simply throwing Lee Junhyuk into Ha Dong-jeon's squad isn't going to be a good choice. The team that follows him is deeply unified, and they will only ever rally closely around him. The moment he leaves their side, those leftover survivors will highly likely dissolve into a completely chaotic and uncoordinated mess. So for now, keeping Lee Junhyuk and his squad together is the best move. Suddenly ding. Goblin level 6 has been defeated, and X points have been received. A barrage of system notifications starts ringing out endlessly. At first, Jaehyun can't even figure out who's behind this. At this late hour, who else but Junhyuk's crew is out grinding monsters? Not to mention, his own skill levels are starting to rise. The system declares his cozy home has reached level 20, granting 3 skill points and a new ability. His territory is expanding, but with every massive upgrade, a surge of agonizing pain racks his body. He clutches his neck in a painful scream, causing Hyrin to spring up in absolute panic. Terrified by his agony, she desperately calls his name over and over. Jaehyun has absolutely no idea that outside, his raw power is violently rippling through the air. His vision goes completely black from the intense pain. As he weakly blinks his eyes open, he sees her hovering over him in a panic, asking if he's all right. He's exhausted. The intensity of this pain is on a whole different level compared to his past experiences. It feels as though sharp needles are piercing every single inch of his flesh. Her face turns pale as a ghost as she begs him to breathe and tell her what's wrong. He struggles with all his might just to open his eyes, wondering if he has finally lost consciousness. But then, he spots a pair of lips closing in right in front of him. Startled, he snaps his eyes wide open, realizing she is about to kiss him. She's clearly trying to perform mouth-to-mouth CPR. Panicking, Jaehyun shows zero hesitation and immediately pushes her away. He demands to know what she's doing. Hyrin pulls back in shock, her face turning bright red as she stammers an embarrassed apology. She stutters that she thought he had stopped breathing. With the pain finally fading, he sits up and assures her he is fine. Turning around, he sees Blackie whimpering in tears as well, so he gently pats his pet's head to comfort him. He quickly activates his Monarch's Eye skill to scan the territory. The newly expanded scale is absolutely staggering to behold. Not only does it cover the nearby station, but several other subway lines are now within his domain. Centered on his apartment complex, every road within a 1-kilometer radius is now officially his. No wonder the physical toll was so brutal. This is by far the largest territory expansion he has ever pulled off in his life. He's exhausted and wants to sleep for just 5 more minutes, but time is ticking. First, he must allocate those 3 skill points from hitting level 20. He has already decided which skill to upgrade next, as it is the most critical element of his upcoming battle strategy. He upgrades his Monarch's Eye, boosting the legendary skill to level 4. This unlocks the multi-vision feature, making his eyes incredibly sharp as he feels his awareness stretching outward. It feels like sitting in a security room surrounded by live surveillance feeds, though maintaining this sudden sensory overload drains his focus. For now, keeping track of 3 separate perspectives simultaneously seems to be his absolute limit. Next, he uses his remaining 2 skill points to upgrade his Dignity Maintenance skill, which successfully unlocks the highly anticipated Magic Gacha draw. He's awarded 300 sponsor crystals, an incredible haul that catches him off guard. But he quickly connects the dots. This is a free gift, so he can try out the newly unlocked magic draw. Naturally, Jaehyun has absolutely no reason to turn down free loot. He taps confirm instantly. Right on cue, a brilliant golden magic circle manifests on the floor. The blinding flash forces Hyrin and Blackie to cover their eyes. Even Jaehyun has to shield his sight, completely unsure of what is happening. The radiant golden glow fills the entire room, shining as intensely as the midday sun right outside. As the light fades, A new ring appears. It is slightly smaller than a communication ring, but larger than the voice transmission band. Jae-hyun slips it on and finds it is a perfect fit. If he pairs this transmitter with Kim Dabin, it'll be incredibly effective. He remembers Kim Dabin is already registered as his vassal, so he quickly pulls up her status. Her profile displays her title as the 11th attendant, showing 77 trust, 100 loyalty, and her telepathy skill. This is a massive win. Her mind-linking skill is a perfect match for her role in the Haven. Just then, angry shouting erupts from outside, demanding why 50 people are being forced to pack into a single apartment. The noise is so loud, Jae-hyun hears every word. They reject the temporary housing, complaining they aren't battery chickens in a coop. They yell that they saw plenty of empty rooms during their walk and accuse the staff of lying to them. They demand proper sleeping quarters for everyone, arguing that the children at least deserve a decent place to rest. The hostile crowd gangs up on Dabin, pressuring her to hand over keys to the vacant rooms. They insist they only need a simple spot to sleep, while the poor girl can do nothing but apologize repeatedly. As she tries to explain the rules, Jae-hyun watches with rising anger, resolved to teach these ungrateful freeloaders a lesson. Right on cue, his system chimes the clan lord's gates can now connect any door within his claimed territory. This is the new skill he unlocked after reaching level 20. He never expected to use it for the first time in a place like this. He opens the door right behind Gavin. Inside, a fat old man is still pointing and shouting. After all, aren't they just occupying someone else's house without permission? In an emergency like this, people should be helping each other out. So who do they think they are to act so superior? Ga-hyuk says coldly yes. He is the one who occupied someone else's house without permission. Gavin turns around in shock. Ga-hyuk steps out, walking straight toward the old man, asking if he has a problem with his policies. With a dark expression, he glares at the old man and coldly asks him to get the hell out of his house. Even now, the old man still dares to act superior, complaining about how a youngster like him dares to disrespect his elders. Ga-hyuk does not waste any words, simply pointing his finger and casting a single command to exile him. Instantly, the old man vanishes without a trace, leaving the terrified crowd scrambling backward. He remains completely calm, staring at everyone with the cold, merciless face of the Grim Reaper. Finally, things quiet down a bit. He asks if anyone else has any objections, and the crowd remains dead silent, too terrified to speak. He also declares that starting now, he will completely cut off the electricity, water, and gas they have been using. The crowd gasps and screams in protest, asking how he can do this. He looks at them coldly, saying he is the one who should be asking that. What exactly is the situation here? He is ready to expose their greedy and selfish schemes. They only came to this residential area right after his team defeated the giant monster. Is that really just a coincidence? Isn't it because they knew this place could destroy monsters like that giant? So they ran here to seek shelter. Every day, hundreds of people with the exact same mindset show up here. Do they understand what that means? First, they will quickly run out of empty rooms, making it impossible to take in new survivors. Second, the existing residents will definitely grow resentful. And finally, the third point, once you give in to their demands, even once, they will never stop asking for more. He makes it absolutely clear to them that there are no basic rights or welfare benefits waiting for them here. He tells them to open their eyes and look at the harsh reality of the world. The Korean government has already collapsed, and he is not their representative. The crowd looks defeated, suddenly becoming completely silent and obedient. Perhaps they think this is just the cruel abuse of power by someone who holds all the cards. But the world has become far too brutal to hold on to useless illusions like basic rights and welfare. He has to show these ungrateful freeloaders some harsh reality. If they want to enjoy any rights or privileges, they need to first prove they actually deserve them. Right now, other survivors are gritting their teeth, doing whatever it takes to adapt to this terrible environment. To maximize the limited space, they sleep in 3 rotating shifts and actively seek advice from those who arrived before them. Even in these harsh conditions, there are still people willing to look after the elderly, women, and children. They work together just to survive. Yet, these newcomers refuse to find their own solutions, choosing instead to blindly demand handouts. He has no use for them anymore, glaring coldly and ordering them back to their assigned spaces. Some people never know when to stop. If they do not want to lose even more, they had better get lost. Hearing Ga-hyuk's warning, they are too terrified to speak. They finally turn around and scramble away, leaving Gavin to let out a huge sigh of relief. Gavin thanks Ga-hyuk for saving her. Ga-hyuk smiles at her, saying there is no need for thanks since it was his duty, and he should thank her instead. She clearly hears his voice even though his mouth does not move, making her jump in surprise. Amused, he teases her, asking if she finds it amazing. As she nods, he explains that she can also use a similar skill. He explains telepathy, she just needs to focus on the person and speak the words directly inside her mind. Gabin closes her eyes to try it. She manages to do it, speaking without opening her mouth, asking if this is correct. He praises her and tells her to get used to its limits as she practices. She thanks him, still amazed by his ability. Just as they think everyone has left, they notice one person still standing there, raising a trembling hand. He stammers Ga-hyuk's name, catching them off guard. They look over to see a chubby young man looking down in terror. Ga-hyuk realizes the boy has something to say, asking if he wants to talk. The young man looks down, stammering that he knows he is being shameless. Bowing even lower, the boy begs Ga-hyuk to forgive the person who was just banished from the area. Ga-hyuk questions why he should forgive him, pointing out that everyone actually needs to take responsibility for what happened. The young man argues that Jun-sik should not be the only one punished, offering to take any punishment himself. He begs Ga-hyuk to spare him just this once. Actually, Ga-hyuk has already been considering whether to let Seong-Jun-sik return later. After all, he cannot just sacrifice someone's life just to make an example out of them. Fortunately, Aeon Ryong-sik did not run away and was still knocking on the door outside. After calculating for a moment, Ga-hyun asked him what his name was. He replied that his name was Han Kyung-hoon, prompting Ga-hyun to promise he would restore Aeon Ryong-sik's citizenship rights. Additionally, except for gas, Ga-hyun offered to restore water and electricity to their place, which went way beyond Fatty's wildest expectations. Asking if it was really true, Ga-hyun assured him that their sincerity was the only reason they got a single second chance, but warned there would be no next time, instructing him to notify the others, as Fatty bowed deeply, thanking him repeatedly. A chime confirmed the restoration of Seong-Jin-sik's citizenship rights on the system screen. Han Kyung-hoon's reliability rating spiked, representing the absolute lightest punishment Ga-hyun could give them, despite wanting to provide gas for the children. But doing that would defeat the purpose. Punishment was necessary. They needed to experience the misery of cold showers and sleeping on freezing floors. Turning around, Yubin smiled warmly at Ga-hyun. She remarked that he seemed to have a genuinely warm heart, which left him slightly surprised. She teased him about being shy, but decided they had joked around enough and it was time to get down to business. Ga-hyun turned to Jin, wanting to discuss the public facilities currently being set up in the 3 buildings. He was considering building a public utility for each of the 25 buildings, which left her completely pale with shock. Gasping in surprise, she listened as Ga-hyun asked about her team, wondering how many members they had, including Hai Lim and Hyung-jun. She answered that they had 15 people, so Ga-hyun asked if she could manage if the number scaled to 100. Having 4 managers per building seemed plenty. She never feared work, only a lack of funds, so she questioned managing 100 people. Ga-hyun confirmed he would pay everyone a daily wage of 100,000 gold. And hearing about the cash, she agreed on the spot. With a workforce of that size, managing the buildings smoothly would be a breeze. As they talked, a chime announced the 21st floor. The doors parted, and a few people stepped out of the elevator, greeting them. Wondering if they were new recruits, Ga-hyun listened as one of the 3 newcomers stepped forward, asking if a medical team was needed. An elderly man with glasses introduced himself as Lee Sung-min, an associate professor of nephrology from the local Beck hospital. The two continued their discussion, with Jin mentioning she had settled them in and asking what their next move should be. Highly skilled professionals deserved proper treatment, so Ga-hyun suggested assigning them rooms and setting up a makeshift hospital. She loved the idea, noting they could probably recruit nurses from the citizens, and volunteered to manage the whole medical operation. With enough gold on the line, she was ready for anything, confidently accepting the task before Ga-hyun returned to his room. Rain looked up as Ga-hyun walked back in, asking if things went smoothly, and Ga-hyun confirmed that everything was sorted out. Activating his King Eyes skill, he checked in on the others, wondering if Dong-gu's squad had already set off. The group was currently on the move, making steady and smooth progress toward Ganshi Station. Summoning his skill window, he decided to invest his remaining points into his pocket space, upgrading his King Warehouse. The skill reached level 2, doubling his capacity to 200 kilograms, while unlocking a brand new passive called State Preservation. This unique passive allowed any item stored to perfectly maintain its physical state of motion upon entry. Keeping the kinetic momentum of stored items intact was incredible, and the doubled capacity made it even better. This made the spatial warehouse far more versatile, prompting Ga-hyun to open the system shop to test a wild idea. He bought an M60 and 138 caliber rounds, hoping to preserve the bullet's kinetic energy inside the inventory. If summoning an item released it with its stored momentum, he had to test it, raising his firearm while warning Jean. He told Jane to cover her ears because of the upcoming blast, leaving her thoroughly confused until she saw the weapon. She screamed his name as he aimed, but Ga-hyun pulled the trigger anyway, firing a live round with a bright flash. Jane cowered on the floor covering her ears, but Ga-hyun had shot directly at his system window, instantly storing the fired bullet. The experiment was a complete success, leaving Jane staring at him in utter shock, unable to comprehend what just happened. She frantically asked what he was doing as Ga-hyun stepped onto the balcony, thrusting his hand forward to summon the bullet. Instantly, the fired round erupted forward with all its original speed, prompting a highly satisfied smirk from Ga-hyun. This was the perfect solution he needed to provide long-distance fire support to Dong-gu's squad on the ground. Over at Ganchi Station, a horde of beasts lunged forward only to be absolutely decimated, spraying blood across the walls. Shrieks echoed through the tunnels as the surviving monsters fled from Dong-gu's team, who had finally cleared Ganchi Station. Keeping a close eye on their progress, Ga-hyun prepared to establish telepathic communication with the squad. "Can you guys hear me?" The group jumps in surprise. Hearing Jia-hui's voice, they realize he is connected. "Oh, looks like they can hear him just fine." Yes, they hear him loud and clear. Jia-hui explains he will use telepathy to communicate from now on, so they should head out through exit 2. Dong-gun agrees they should get used to it. Who knows what other crazy, unexpected skills their leader has up his sleeve. Stepping out of exit 2, the group climbs up from the station, always finding themselves shocked whenever they emerge from the underground tunnels. Every single place looks different, but it is always a tragic sight of crumbling, ruined buildings as far as the eye can see. Jia-hui knows they are stepping into uncharted territory. Even though Se-jin has been trying to reconnect with their mole scout since the central station, she keeps failing. In other words, unlike previous scouted routes, they are completely flying blind here, with absolutely zero preparation. This makes Dong-gu anxiously ask Jia-hui which path they should take next to survive. Using his telepathy, Jia-hui guides them down the main road on the left for about 1 kilometer, assuring them that their destination is just ahead. Suddenly, a massive rumbling sound echoes from just ahead, putting the entire group on high alert as they brace themselves. Out of nowhere, a colossal beast emerges. The team freezes in utter shock, realizing this giant monster is their worst nightmare. It is that same land shark from when the mole scout first appeared. Dong-gu instantly screams for everyone to fall back. They barely managed to survive the merman and escape that hellhole, and now they have to deal with a giant land shark. This beast is far more ferocious and gigantic than anything they have faced. Gritting his teeth, a furious Dong-gu raises his weapon to fight. With glowing red eyes, the shark charges with its jaws wide open. Jae-hyun immediately draws his weapon, while the seniors unleash a barrage of gunshots and arrows, desperately striking the beast. Seizing the opening, Dong-gu steps up and unleashes a devastating lot. Their bear girl also leaps into action, launching herself high into the air before slamming straight down like a meteor. Getting crushed by that massive weight completely finishes off the land shark. A system chime echoes, announcing that the land shark has been defeated. Over 13 million world is instantly added to the clan leader's wallet. Dong-gun quickly orders their scout to search the area, and he closes his eyes to focus. Using his avian summon to survey the ruined city from above, the scout suddenly gasps in horror and opens his eyes, frantically shouting out his report. He warns the seniors that monster seafood is literally everywhere, and this time, it is not a shark but a massive, towering crab. Ji-hyun turns completely pale with fear, completely shocked by the horrifying news. They look up to see even more beasts flying above. They have not even cleared the ground, and now aerial threats are closing in on them. Razor-billed birds rain down on them like suicidal moths, prompting Dong-gun to shout for Yoon-so to block their path. Activating his heavy armor skill, the warrior stands tall to shield them, landing a crushing strike that triggers a system chime. The celestial striped sailfish has been successfully neutralized. Another 785,000 world floods into the clan leader's wallet, while the rest of the survivors open fire without stopping. Henry draws his bow, unleashing a barrage of perfect shots. But even with such flawless accuracy, the sheer volume of monsters is overwhelming. Picking them off one by one is a losing battle. Suddenly, Rapid gunfire erupts behind them, and they turn to see Da-yoon desperately shooting into the sky. She screams at the beasts to stay back, but her poor aim leaves her wide open as a razor-beaked monster dives straight at her. With a system chime, Jia-hui summons his dimensional warehouse inventory. Jia-hui unleashes stored ammunition from his inventory, instantly blowing the diving beast to pieces and saving her life. It is a life-saving move, but because Jia-hui had to use his own stored ammunition, the system penalty leaves him with a pathetic reward. Turning to Sejin, he hands over his firearm. He tells her to stop trying to connect with their scout and start shooting instead. Startled, she hesitates, but he simply forces the weapon into her hands. He urges her to hurry, leaving her completely panicked about where she is even supposed to aim. Luckily, his instructions are dead simple. He yells for her to fire absolutely anywhere, forcing the terrified girl to squeeze her eyes shut and spray bullets wildly while his inventory skill absorbs every single round. Realizing this is not enough ammo, Jia-hui barks orders for her to keep pulling the trigger, keeping the stream of projectiles flowing into his warehouse. Standing beside her, Jia-hui rapidly replicates the stored bullets for combat. The multiplied ammunition rains down on the monster swarm, obliterating them by the dozens. When Sejin screams that she is out of ammo, Jia-hui orders her to reload and keep firing. Gritting his teeth, Jia-hui pushes his replication speed to 6 times the normal limit, knowing the mental toll this will take on Sejin. But survival demands it. The deafening gunfire echoes through the area, waking Garam up as he rushes over to see what on earth is causing all the noise. Staring at the bizarre scene before him, Garam is completely lost, wondering if he is still trapped inside a vivid, inescapable nightmare. Meanwhile, the rest of the Vanguard group struggles to scratch the massive red crab. Despite their combined efforts, their bear warrior and Donggu find themselves completely powerless against the beast, growing incredibly frustrated. It makes no sense how a creature can be this massive, heavily armored, and packed with so many sharp claws. Its shell is far tougher than iron, making their attacks completely useless. The crab lunges forward aggressively, sending the panicked survivors scrambling as it attacks once more. It slams its massive claw down, sending everyone running for their lives, knowing a single direct hit will turn them into paste. The tiger girl yells at Da Jung for a buff, and she immediately casts a rocket-like booster on her. Ga Young's power surges as she rushes forward, grabbing the giant crab's claw with both hands, her eyes glowing red as she roars. She pulls with all her might, finally tearing off one of its legs as Dong Gun rushes in to help. Working together perfectly, he throws his sword from a distance, landing a clean and devastating hit right in the monster's face. The tiger girl leaps from behind it is now or never, and delivers a massive punch straight down onto the crab. But it does absolutely nothing, and the shell is not even scratched. The entire group completely freezes in shock. How is it still unharmed? Byung-ho quickly yells for everyone to get back. He teleports high into the air, aiming his gun straight down and firing relentlessly. But no matter how many shots he fires, he can't pierce its heavy armor. It's hopeless. How are they supposed to fight this? Its defense is insanely high. Dong-gun grits his teeth as the tension rises. What are they supposed to do now? Is there really no other way? Jae-hyun is also stuck, trying to think of a plan. That shell is too tough, meaning they need an incredibly heavy blow to crack it open. It has to be like a massive hammer smashing down on it. Suddenly, a brilliant idea pops into his head. If that is the case, Jae-hyun decides to go all out. He searches through his inventory. But where on earth is that item? He was sure he saw it somewhere, and finally, there it was. Retrieving it from storage, he quickly tells Yeonju to wait for his signal, and then jump onto the giant crab's back. She readies herself immediately, calling back that she understands. Jae-hyun reaches out his hand, remembering an item that could easily crush the crab shell. He prepares to summon a heavy barbell, the exact one Minho always uses for training. He silently apologizes, promising to buy Minho a brand new one after registering it in the system. First, he drops the heavy barbell, letting gravity accelerate its kinetic energy to the limit. Then, maintaining that momentum, he stores it back into his inventory. By summoning the falling barbell directly through his system, he instantly teleports the massive weight right onto the back of the giant crab monster. Right on cue, she leaps up. The giant crab is already coughing up blood, completely pinned down by the massive weight. With a thunderous crash, Yeonju leaps into the fray in her bear form. Dust clouds billow everywhere as she relentlessly attacks, determined to finish off the beast once and for all. Dang, success. The group has defeated the level 35 giant crab. gaining massive experience points. Exactly 931 million won is deposited into his wallet. Jae-hyun begins planning his next move, realizing their path home now looks like a chaotic seafood market. Although they fight off waves of mutated fish and armored crustaceans as they push forward, they still run into several more ambushes along the way. Without Jae-hyun's timely support, the group would have ended up in serious danger. In truth, he could feel it too. This area is far too dangerous for Dong-gun's team to handle with their current level. Even though every member of this team is an awakened survivor armed with guns, advancing just 1 kilometer has already left them completely exhausted. Now, he has to admit that the survival rate for any normal family here is practically zero. The closer they get to his old home, the more dread fills his heart. Jae-hyun's hands shake from fear, but even if there is only a 1% chance, he refuses to give up. Though the area is completely ruined, these are still the familiar streets of his childhood. Once they turn into that alley, they will finally reach his house. But suddenly, something feels off spotting a colossal tree. He quickly warns the group to hold on and stop. This is where he was born and raised, and he remembers every single detail of these streets. There was never a giant tree on this main road before, and there is no way such a colossal tree could grow in the city. He realizes what is happening immediately. That giant tree must have appeared right after the world collapsed, and his suspicions are correct. The more he looks at it, the more dangerous it seems. He calls out to the group, asking if they can see the giant tree standing directly ahead of them. They confirm they see it, and he confidently warns them that it is a monster. Immediately, the group takes their battle positions, ready to strike. Just as he predicted, a blood-red eye snaps open on the trunk, accompanied by a twisted mouth screaming in rage, an absolutely bizarre sight. Haeri strikes first, unleashing a swift horizontal slash that nearly cuts the massive tree completely in half. Its thick roots instantly dig into the ground as the tree monster sprouts 2 arms, pulling itself up to crawl menacingly toward them. Dong-gun unleashes a flurry of heavy blows, battering the monster before it can even throw a single strike. After a relentless exchange, both sides freeze, staring each other down. Worried that they can't bring it down, Byung-ho teleports behind the beast, raising his gun to take aim. He fires multiple shots in rapid succession directly into the monster's trunk. The tiger girl charges back in, and together they take turns battering the tree, forcing the monster to defend itself with long roots. Despite her massive size, Eunju dodges gracefully, slipping past the roots to shatter them with her heavy fists. Though the tree has not hurt anyone yet, its roots multiply at an alarming rate, bursting from the ground with immense power. Eunju evades for a bit but gets snagged. The roots wrap around her tightly, terrifying everyone. They all shout Eunju's name in terror as the roots hoist her high, while a sharp, spear-like root prepares to impale her. There was no dodging this. The terrified girl looked back in utter panic, but Dong-jon suddenly flashed right in front of her to block the strike. A classic hero saving the maiden. Get moving. Fast. Gritting his teeth, he stood his ground despite his sheer terror, determined to save her. Suddenly, the giant tree root ground to a halt right in front of him. Dong-jeon quickly seized the golden opportunity, flashing away in an instant to escape certain death, while carrying the bear girl safely in his arms. Jae-hyun also noticed the strange anomaly. For a split second, the tree monster had stopped attacking, and as the realization hit him, he quickly issued an order. He ordered Dong-jon to have Eunju pull back, while the others kept up the attack. Dong-jon was utterly baffled, questioning if he really meant Eunju. With Jae-hyun confirming it, he nodded, finally understanding. He quickly commanded the group to follow Jae-hyun's orders, telling Eunju to guard Henry and Gazan, while Ju moved to the front. Ju immediately agreed. That was not a problem, but Ju wondered if there was a way to deal with it, since Dong-jeon was their toughest tank. Dong-jeon silently readied his weapon to fight, but then, the giant tree suddenly lowered its branches, clearly having no intention of attacking. Everyone stood frozen in confusion. Dong-jeon could not wrap his head around it either, asking Jae-hyun why the tree monster was suddenly retreating. It even closed its eyes, masquerading as a perfectly ordinary tree, leaving Jae-hyun to wonder if it simply refused to attack humans. He then realized that the tree monster had only started its aggressive assault after Eunju unleashed her beast transformation. Furthermore, the giant beast was its only target. This clearly meant that Eunju's beast form was the exact trigger that provoked the tree monster's hostility. Now that she was back in human form, would it stop? Suddenly, the monster snapped its eyes open, startling everyone as it rose again. Right at that moment, a massive shark monster lunged forward with its jaws wide open. But the tree monster only targeted the new beast, and the two clashed in a chaotic, roaring battle. In the blink of an eye, the tree wrapped around and crushed the shark. Jae-hyun was now certain that this creature did not target humans. Since it showed no hostility toward them, they could simply leave the tree monster alone and continue on their way. Indeed, they were able to walk right past it with ease, but after taking only a few steps, they stopped dead in their tracks. Dong-jeon frowned deeply as Jae-hyun spotted something shocking ahead. They wondered if the giant tree was standing exactly where Jae-hyun's home used to be. Jae-hyun wondered in disbelief if they had taken a wrong turn, but deep down, he knew there was no mistake. His fists clenched and trembled. That was supposed to be his home, the cherished sanctuary where his parents and grandparents lived, not a nesting ground for some bizarre and monstrous tree. Blinded by sheer rage, Jae-hyun forgot all about the tree being harmless. Stripped of all reason, he immediately issued a harsh command. He swore to kill it immediately to satisfy his burning grudge, planning to pump it full of toxic gas and blow it to pieces. He decided to use his vassal summon to call back Dong-jeon's team, determined to wipe that monstrous tree off the face of the earth. Just then, a system chime rang out, announcing that a blood relative of the Absolute Dweller had been detected nearby. Jae-hyun froze in utter shock, when suddenly a loud voice barked out, demanding to know who they were, as a bright flashlight blinded them. 3 elderly men marched over, shouting at them for daring to bully their beloved Bobby. The old men looked incredibly furious as they glared and gnashed their teeth. Amazingly, these local elders even called the giant monstrous tree by an affectionate pet name. The elders immediately rushed to comfort the giant tree, fussing over the massive hole pierced through its trunk and asking if it was in terrible pain. They asked if Bob was all right, worrying that the village chief would be heartbroken if he ever found out about this. The group broke into a cold sweat, too guilty to utter a single word as one elder barked, demanding to know if this was their doing. He yelled, asking how they could brutally injure an innocent child who had done absolutely nothing to harm them. The group quickly bowed their heads in deep apology, but suddenly, another voice called out for everyone to look over. Another elderly man came running over, waving excitedly as he announced that their boy Bob had successfully caught another monster. Several elders hobbled over with their canes while others began butchering the shark carcass, noting that although the beast was massive, it probably would not taste very good. One retorted that they did not have the luxury to be picky, telling them to starve if they did not want to eat it. The elders completely ignored Dong-jeon and his crew, crowding around the massive shark while Jae-hyun watched, finally beginning to understand the truth. With that piece of the puzzle, everything made perfect sense. It all aligned, whether it was the harmless tree monster or the giant tree taking over his home. Since his childhood, their house had always been filled with plants, with backyard flowers changing beautifully every season. Rooftop trees always bore delicious fruit, and after his grandfather retired, he had spent all his days dedicated to cultivating that rooftop garden. Fresh vegetables grown by his grandfather's own hands had always graced their dinner table. If the harmless tree monster and the massive oak occupying his former home both originated from an awakened ability, it meant the creator was someone with power easily matching his own legendary status. Everything was clear to him now. His grandfather had also awakened his own extraordinary powers. Jae-hyun finally lets out a huge sigh of relief. This is absolutely amazing. He honestly thought everyone had already lost their lives. Monsters level 25 and above occasionally wander down the streets. Meanwhile, the sky is filled with level 15 beasts flying around in massive swarms. He had originally wondered how on earth humans could even manage to survive in a chaotic place like this. His emotions swing from extreme worry to grinning like a maniac. Jae-jin stands there, thoroughly confused, and asks what is wrong with Jae-hyun. He beams and shares the good news. It is nothing. Everyone is safe and sound, but they are not done yet. First, he needs to confirm something. Over on the other side, Dong-gon and the others are busy carving up the massive shark monster for the locals. The elders finally calm down. Wow, they really are impressive young men. Dong-gon asks if this is enough, and they gratefully thank the boys. Jae-hyun contacts Hyo Dong-gon. He asks him to find out the name of their village chief. Dong-gon readily agrees to do it. He turns around and politely asks one of the elders if he can share the name of their village chief, leaving the old man surprised. The old man grunts in confusion, asking if they know the chief. He then reveals the village chief is named Lee Bong-yeol. Hearing that name, Jae-hyun knows immediately. It is definitely his grandfather. The old man leads the group for a while before suddenly stopping. Before taking them to the chief, the elder decides to guide them somewhere else first. In this spot, life actually looks surprisingly peaceful. Elders sit chatting while plenty of fresh fish is laid out. Overall, Life here seems abundant and not too difficult for them. The group is completely amazed. Jae-hyun estimates there are over 100 people here. It is almost as if they dragged an entire market into the area. An old man slices fish with a cleaver when someone calls out to him. Someone yells out to Old Man Park, asking if Bob caught another monster. Park replies that it was insanely massive, and they were lucky these young men helped out. Because of that, he wants to treat the boys to some fresh sashimi, urging Park to quickly slice it up. Very quickly, the old man brings a large plate of fresh fish over, offering them the sashimi to enjoy. Everyone stares at it in pure hunger. This kind of fish would have been a luxury, even before the apocalypse. Now, the starving group cannot help but drool over it. Henry awkwardly asks if they have any chopsticks. The old man just shakes his head, telling them to simply eat with their hands. Right then, several pairs of chopsticks materialize out of thin air. The girl gasps in shock, instantly thanking Jae-hyun for sending them over. The old man is completely flabbergasted to see chopsticks appearing out of nowhere. Meanwhile, the group digs in, praising how delicious the food tastes. They eagerly stuff their faces, realizing it has been forever since they last ate like this. Compliments fill the air as they feast. It has been so long since they had fresh sashimi. Watching them, Jae-hyun smiles and decides to send over some bottled drinks as well. The elders feel like they are watching a magic show, gaping in disbelief at a can of Coca-Cola appearing out of nowhere. Donggon politely offers some to the stunned elders. Before they can recover, instant noodles also start arriving from thin air. It is hot instant noodle soup. The elders are entirely losing their minds, staring at the noodle bowls and canned fish in sheer disbelief. They ask if all of this food is actually for them. Donggon smiles warmly, confirming it is indeed a gift from Jae-hyun. Dumbfounded, the villagers wonder if this Jae-hyun is some kind of deity, even asking if they should bow down before eating. Suddenly, a voice booms out, asking what the commotion is about. An old man stands atop a giant tree root. Ah, it is the village chief. Jae-hyun stares at him with wide eyes. His system rings out with a chime, displaying details of the guardian of the world tree. His passive skills are mythical, showing he is chosen by the world tree, possessing its immense vitality and divine protection. With the world tree's blessing and protection, the stern-faced old man looks down at the crowd, then slides down the massive trunk and lands with a super smooth jump. Jae-hyun is completely shocked, realizing his grandfather looks incredibly healthy and in top shape. He is absolutely sure his eyes are not playing tricks on him. In the past, his grandfather was quite weak, and his mental decline made his legs incredibly frail. This remarkable physical recovery is almost certainly the result of his awakening. Jae-hyun urgently tells the group that this man is his beloved grandfather, asking them to convey his greetings, which they happily agree to. Donggon steps forward to introduce himself to the chief, while the other elder bows and begins reporting the situation. He explains that these newly arrived young men possess extraordinary strength and can even summon supplies straight out of thin air. Pointing at the massive pile of daily necessities, the elder credits the boys. The chief glances down at the goods in surprise. They were actually struggling with water shortages, so he sincerely thanks them for coming. The two men shake hands warmly. However, Donggon quickly clarifies that they were not the ones who actually provided these goods, leaving the chief extremely confused. Donggon explains to the chief that all of these supplies came directly from Jae-hyun's unique power. The chief flinches in absolute shock upon hearing his grandson's name. Donggon adds that Kim Jae-hyun was the one who sent them here. His eyes widen as he asks them to confirm if this Jae-hyun is indeed the very same grandson he knows. Donggon smiles and nods, confirming that it is indeed his grandson, Kim Jae-hui, from the Samji apartments, as the shocked old man bombards them with questions. Wait, he asks, does that mean their Jae-hui is actually still alive? The old man turns and places his hand on a massive tree root, telling everyone to follow him as the giant root lifts them high into the air. Jae-hui wonders anxiously if everyone is up there, smiling with relief at the thought of finally seeing his parents and grandmother again. Even though he cannot go to them right this second, once the outpost is finished, he can easily use his King's Gate skill to personally retrieve them. He suddenly remembers that when he met his grandfather earlier, a brand new option unlocked in his construction menu. A system alert chimes conditions are met, and the annex construction option is now available for the safe zone outside his home. The territory of this new annex will expand proportionally to his main home territory. Once activated, for a set period, this annex can exert the exact same influence as his declared home territory, a description that Jae-hui reads over and over. However, It can only be activated if a blood relative of the house's king actually lives inside it. The price is 8 times more expensive than a standard outpost, but the description makes no mention of it ever being destroyed. Besides, when he took over apartment complex number 1, he received 10 billion in construction subsidies. Even after installing solar generators in every single apartment building, he still has over 7 billion left, meaning he only needs 3 billion more to build this annex. For the current Jia Hui, spending 3 billion is no longer a massive financial burden, so he decides to purchase and build it right away. The moment he presses confirm, a brilliant light radiates beneath his feet, showing him a real-time preview of the scale of the annex. The shape and size of this boundary are almost identical to where he is standing, meaning the area of the annex will expand proportionally to his own growth and strength over time. He does not hesitate for a second. However, a relative must remain inside the territory for 7 days during construction, with the timer ticking down from 167 hours and 59 minutes. After doing the math, he decides to ask his grandfather to stay within the safe boundary until the construction is complete. Suddenly, the system alerts him that his retainers have met his relative, officially activating the special power of the owner's family. The status window displays the name Kim In Sim, level 21, with high reliability but no awakened power, confirming that this is his grandmother. But she is currently lying in bed, with her eyes tightly shut, as everyone gathers anxiously around her. Holding her hand tightly, the grandfather softly begs her to wake up, telling her that their grandson Jia Hui is the one who sent these people. He gently channels his own energy into her, whispering over and over that their grandson is still alive, but she remains completely unresponsive, holding on by a weak thread. Watching this, a deep fear grips Jia Hu as he quickly calls out to his companions. He asks them to find out what happened, prompting Ryodu to step forward and ask the old man what is wrong with her. Startled, the old man turns and asks how Jia Hui knows, prompting the young girl to quickly explain the situation. She tells him that Jia Hui is currently sharing their vision, and understanding washes over the grandfather as he tells his grandson not to worry. He explains that her mind simply suffered too severe a shock, recalling how she fell into a deep coma on that fateful day and never woke up. She fell into this deep slumber the very moment monsters appeared and began tearing their world apart, a sight that fills Jia Hui with absolute sorrow. It is the first time Jia Hui has ever seen his grandfather look so defeated, and seeing that expression makes his heart ache with raw pain. Jia Hui wipes away his tears, grateful that she is at least still alive, looking as if she is merely sleeping despite being comatose for a month. He realizes she only survived this long because his grandfather has been constantly using his awakened abilities to sustain her fragile body. He would gladly spend any amount of gold to heal her through a system quest, but unfortunately, the system does not allow quests for blood relatives. Just as despair begins to set in, Ron steps forward on her own initiative to try and heal his grandmother. Unfortunately, she is completely powerless here, apologizing to the grandfather, because her healing abilities are simply not enough to wake her. The old man sighs, understanding that some things are simply beyond their control, and telling her not to feel bad. Meanwhile, Jia Hui grows increasingly uneasy at how quiet the house is, wondering why none of his other family members have come to investigate. Fearing the absolute worst, he urgently instructs Ryodu to ask where his parents are, and the young girl immediately relays the question to his grandfather. Realizing that Jia Ho must be watching through their shared vision, the old man decides to speak directly to his grandson. He explains that on the fateful day of the apocalypse, Jia Hui's mother was at work while his father was out earning a living. He tries to reassure him that they must be hiding somewhere safe, insisting his father would never leave his mother behind. Hearing this, Jia Hui understands the painful truth beneath his grandfather's soft words. Even the old man does not believe they survived, leaving him utterly devastated. Unless either of his parents somehow awakened extraordinary powers like his grandfather, their chances of survival in this ruined world are practically zero. Yet, he refuses to give up hope. If his elderly grandfather could awaken, perhaps his parents did the exact same thing. He quickly assigns tasks to everyone, planning their next stop at the Yihuang nursing home. Even if there is only a sliver of hope, his mind is made up. Today has been long and exhausting, so he tells everyone to go home and rest. But no matter how slim their survival chances are, a sudden system notification alerts him that a high-ranking clan relative is nearby. What is this? He was still planning their departure. Have they actually appeared already? Who could this relative be? Jia Ying quickly commands Jin to use her rats to scout the area, leaving her completely startled. She asks what they should do, and he explains that they are close. He cannot lose them now, urging her to locate every nearby survivor immediately. Surprisingly, the location marked by the system is not where Ha Donggon and his group are. His relatives are heading straight for him, and deep down, he already knows. It must be his parents. Sure enough, a group is approaching the building. Out on the streets, several elderly men are still working, wiping away sweat while chatting. Phew, is it this late and we are still working? Haha, but this just means our food supplies are abundant, so we should be celebrating. That is true, but suddenly they freeze in place. Up above, the entire group stares at the sky, completely paralyzed. What on earth is that? A massive swarm of giant monsters is descending from the clouds. The gatekeeper rings the alarm bell. Monsters are heading their way. Move the supplies inside and pull down the shutters. Fast. Everyone coordinates smoothly, showing this is far from their first time dealing with these beasts. A man rushes into the room to report, "Chief, something is wrong. You need to come see." Everyone turns around, asking what happened. The breathless messenger gasps out that countless monsters are launching an attack right toward them. They are swarming everywhere, filling the ground and sky. But grandfather stands at the front, hands behind his back, completely fearless. Donggon and his group panic at the sight of the massive horde. But the old man raises his hand, telling everyone to stand back so his tree monsters can handle them. Only now does he notice that young Bobby is injured. Feeling a sudden pang of guilt, Donggon and his crew quickly step forward. They offer to lend a hand. But the old man simply shakes his head. He says there is no need, questioning if they are even the target. He asks if those beasts actually look like they want to attack them. From his perspective, they have no such plan. In fact, it looks like they are running away. Still, with so many monsters passing through, damage is inevitable, so they must stay fully prepared. Whether they end up fighting or not, protecting this sanctuary is his absolute top priority, especially with beasts this massive and numerous. Soon enough, they see the flying monsters pass right over them, though clashes with the beasts on the ground remain completely unavoidable. It seems impossible for one old man to hold off such a massive horde. Dong speaks up to offer their help, but the old man stubbornly refuses, commanding them to go hide inside the building immediately. The group is deeply worried, knowing how difficult it is to face so many monsters alone. Sighing in frustration, he lets his tree summons do the heavy lifting. They fight exceptionally well, keeping every single monster at bay. He even barks at the youth angrily, demanding they get inside immediately. The young men realize they cannot even compare to him. Staring in absolute disbelief, stuttering in shock, they watch the tree monsters obliterate the horde in an instant. Not a single beast escapes as the old man unleashes another skill. He handles the entire fight single-handedly. The system pings, Land Shark defeated. Sawtooth Ray level 24 defeated. Experience points acquired. Level 23 experience points acquired. Relative bonus, all stats increased by 10% based on trust. With the relative title, experience points gained from defeating monsters are multiplied 10 times and shared equally. However, the gold reward is kept entirely by the killer. Jia Ying is completely stunned by his grandfather's power. Is this the true strength of level 55? The old man notices the system screen too, wondering about these pop-ups. Jia Ying originally thought his grandfather was all brawn and no brains, but with a single stomp, he wiped out hundreds of monsters. And to think he volunteered to help earlier, what an absolute joke. It is a miracle he did not get in the way of this absolute beast. To make things crazier, system notifications ring continuously as the old man's skills level up, catching Jia Ying completely off guard. What? Leveling up this fast? He is not ready for this, but it is already too late. A sudden promotion brings agonizing pain. Lightning crackles across the entire sky. His territory expands at a dizzying speed. Exhaustion washes over him. Damn it, his body feels like it is about to explode, forcing him to slowly endure every bit of the agonizing pain. No matter how many times he goes through this, he can never get used to it. The system pings qualified individuals detected for citizenship. Do you wish to grant them citizenship status? He quickly scans the registry list, scrolling through it in a panic. Are his parents not on here? There are simply too many newly registered citizens to verify each one individually right now. But looking at their case, if any relatives were among the registered citizens, the system wouldn't have just shown a standard citizenship notification. Instead, it should have displayed a notice specifically about family. If that's the case, it means his parents are currently out of range. Sejin is already doing everything she can to pinpoint their exact location. The moment she finds them, she'll let him know immediately. Even though his mind is in complete chaos right now, he simply has no time to sit back and rest. How are things on your end? The old man is still curiously examining the system, muttering about how incredibly strange it all is. Why are all of Dongjion's people looking so pale? The sharp-witted old man doesn't beat around the bush, asking them directly if their attitude toward him has suddenly undergone a massive shift. Take this, for instance. Even though the meat of the monsters Ga-Yun defeated used to disappear, now even their bones are completely gone, vanishing without a single trace. This is the exact detail that makes him find the whole situation extremely bizarre. It really is true, almost as if nothing ever happened. Someone replies that this must be a direct result of Ga-Yun's incredible power. They experience the same thing after being influenced by Ga-Yun. Any monsters they defeat leave absolutely no corpses behind. The old man is genuinely surprised to hear this. So those strange characters floating in midair are also part of Ga-Yun's unique ability? Yes, it really is an exceptionally rare and powerful skill. Since the cleanup is almost finished, he tells them to bring the people from the warehouse over. At first, the group doesn't quite understand his plan. Are you talking about the people in the warehouse? If they want to eat sashimi from those monsters, they will have to defeat the beasts themselves so the meat actually remains, right? Oh, all right, they will go call everyone over. Ga-Yun had no idea about this rule, never expecting his power to cause this kind of inconvenience. Either way, he never had any intention of eating monster meat. Still, if everyone else can enjoy it, there is no logical reason why he can't. Why not just give it a try? He registers the item immediately. A soft chime rings out, item successfully registered. With seafood successfully added to his inventory, he gets a pleasant surprise. Even though the price is slightly steep, this single item is enough to prepare meals for 100 people. Right at that moment, Jane snaps her eyes open and calls out, Ga-Hyun, I found them. The survivors have been located. Right on cue, the system announces that Sejin has met the family head's relatives, officially unlocking the power of kinship. Outside, people are pointing excitedly toward his building. Look, honey, our apartment is actually still completely intact. Their profiles instantly pop up, showing Yi-Suk at level 50, holding the title of first-degree relative. Her trust is 97%, with her awakened ability being sovereign. Alongside her is Dongwook at level 42, a first-degree guardian warrior. With 93% trust and a guardian chi awakening, Ga-Yun recognizes his parents instantly. It really is them. He is absolutely thrilled to tears. It really is his parents, and Ga-Hyun quickly realizes they are standing right at the edge of his newly expanded domain. The moment he clears a path, they immediately step inside the safety of his domain. Thankfully, now that the power of kinship is fully unlocked, the invisible barrier no longer blocks their way. He rushes down to find them as fast as he can, standing there utterly frozen, unable to even blink. There they are, his parents walking right at the front. A small crowd follows close behind, but all he cares about is them. He shouts out to his parents, startling the couple as they instantly recognize their son's voice. Honey, tell me I am not dreaming. He is really alive and he is standing right there waving at us. Our son is actually alive. Everyone is overcome with joy as he waves, frantically calling out to them. They rush forward, finally throwing their arms around each other in a tight embrace. They call out Ga-Yun's name through sobbing tears, holding on as if they will never let go. His mother weeps, thanking the heavens in complete disbelief. Is this really happening? Is this truly their boy? Tears stream down Ga-Yun's face as he gently reassures his mother that it really is him. They happily catch up, with Ga-Yun asking if his mother is hurt. She quickly smiles, reassuring him that she is completely fine. His father can only repeat how wonderful this is over and over again. Ga-Yun glances over at the crowd behind them, recognizing most of them as nurses from his mother's hospital. All 23 of them are awakened. Though calling them naturally awakened is not quite right, it is actually his mother who granted them their powers. Suddenly, barking echoes from outside the barrier. A girl holds her two dogs tightly, looking completely confused. Why are they barking so loudly? Ga-Yun guesses right away that the dogs are linked to a taming skill. Much like Jion's ability, it is quite similar to his own vassal registration system. This master-servant contract allows one to bind 100 subordinates and force their dormant powers to awaken. A simple signature is all it takes to trigger an awakening, and having that edge early on makes a massive difference in their chance of survival. This proves his mother's ability is incredibly powerful. She stands there, still joyfully clasping her hands in gratitude. This is truly wonderful. She repeatedly thanks the heavens and the Buddha, completely overwhelmed with relief. So, is the skill his father wields also unlocked through this contract? His S-rank Guardian Chi, consumes mental power to generate an indestructible defensive shield around his entire body. While the shield is active, his physical stats increase threefold, making his guardian chi a remarkably powerful asset. This ability is absurdly broken because the system description explicitly states it multiplies his base stats by 3. If it simply added 200 or 300%, stacking 2 skills would only yield 500%. But if a 200% boost is multiplied by a 3-time skill, it would be triple that 300%, adding up to an overall 900% increase. So, the old man is looking incredibly cool right now. First are the buffs from the citizens, where the power of faith increases ability stats by 93%. The familiarity effect boosts it by another 930%, pushing the combined total to 1123%. Throw in the body-protecting aura, and the final physical reinforcement hits a staggering 3,369% efficiency. Gary can barely believe it. It is insane how easily these buffs let someone bypass several power tiers. Most of the 23 awakened people brought by his parents are only B to C rank, but they are still on a completely different level than the unawakened. That is how they managed to safely reach this place. But there is no point dwelling on it now. Ultimately, they have traveled a long way and must be completely exhausted. So Gary needs to get them settled quickly, deciding to split them into 5 different houses. If they need supplies like rice or instant noodles, they can just ask him anytime, as he can provide whatever they want. He hopes they can enjoy a refreshing hot bath and get some good rest in a warm room with a heater. His father rubs his temples in worry, whispering to his wife that their son looks completely fine on the outside, but his mind might have some serious issues. Oh no. Could the shock have been so immense that he can no longer distinguish the world before and after the apocalypse? Gary is completely speechless and has no idea how to explain, realizing he will just have to prove it to them with their own eyes. He asks his mother if she can see their building fully lit up, and looking up, she admits she is incredibly surprised. Every single light over there is shining, so Gary raises his hand, asking how they think a fully lit building is possible in a world without water or power. He tells everyone to watch closely, and right on cue, he snaps his fingers loudly to show off. Instantly, all the surrounding buildings light up, leaving the entire crowd completely dazed and wondering what on earth is happening. Without giving them time to process, Gary pulls out a bottle of Coke, asking if anyone is thirsty and wants a cold drink. Now they have no choice but to believe, as he hands a bottle to a shocked woman who stares at the real soda in disbelief. She asks if something this precious is actually real and safe to drink, and his nod of approval sweeps away any remaining doubts. The crowd shouts their thanks for his generosity as he hands everyone a bottle, telling them to follow him home once they finish. After using the royal portal to teleport directly to the apartments, Gary guides his mother's subordinates to their rooms, providing all the noodles, rice, eggs, milk, and daily supplies they requested, while his curious parents follow closely behind. His mother looks quite worried, asking Gary if it is really okay for them to just use other people's empty apartments like this. He chuckles warmly, replying they can just return the units if the owners ever come back, though nobody has returned so far. Ultimately, his mother does not need to worry, so she should just head inside. The door swings open to reveal both Garang and Jane waiting inside, bowing politely to greet his parents, which initially brings a massive smile to the elders before they suddenly freeze up, sensing that something is completely off. His parents whisper to him, asking if those girls are actually his 2 girlfriends. The girls quickly wave their hands to explain it is not what they think, promising to dedicate themselves completely to serving the parents. They even flip their hair dramatically while talking, which completely throws Gary into a panic. Gary quickly insists there is no need for them to serve his parents, thanking them for their hard work before sending them home as they look dejected. His parents whisper to each other in the background, and once the girls leave, only Gary and his parents remain. Once his parents finish taking a hot bath, Gary sits down to ask about their struggles, hearing how his taxi driver father always picked up his mother right on time. On that fateful day, his father arrived right as she finished work, and when the monsters suddenly appeared, they fiercely protected each other. Ultimately, both of them made it out completely safe, and as Gary had suspected, the one who actually awakened was his mother. Gary then explains everything that has happened to him during this apocalyptic chaos. He shares details about the powers he acquired, his intense survival journey, his grandmother's fragile health, and how his grandfather is currently staying behind to protect her as well. They keep talking like this, sharing stories deep into the night. Even though there are still countless brutal challenges left to resolve, having his loving family close by brings Gary immense relief, letting him truly feel that cozy, long-lost warmth of a family once again. Meanwhile, over at a beach in Nagasaki, Japan, rain pours down heavily. Standing in the heavy rain, several people in raincoats frantically ask what that massive thing could be, their faces turning pale with terror as they witness a truly nightmarish spectacle. The dragon-like beast stretches its long body out of the water, but instead of landing, it glides sideways. The onlookers have absolutely no idea what the creature is or what it intends to do. Now that the monster has moved on, they celebrate just being alive, yet nobody knows where this harbinger of doom is heading, bringing absolute devastation and ruin wherever it roams. The next morning, Kim Jia-hyun sends the video over to them. He shares his parents' safety with his grandfather first, who practically jumps with pure joy upon seeing they are alive. Jia-hyun assures his grandfather they are completely safe, prompting the old man to sit with grandmother and replay the video while the parents watch anxiously. "Can we watch the video of your grandparents? You did ask them to film it, right?" Watching the video of the grandparents filmed by Hyo Dong-gon, his mother cannot hold back her emotional tears, but Jia-hyun gently pats her shoulder, promising they will meet again soon. Once the villa construction is complete, they can use the King of the House Gate skill to warp straight to the old base. He asks Ha Dong's team to use his old base as a stronghold, slaying monsters while the new villa is being built. This is because having 3 knight-titled vassals at the construction site boosts the overall building efficiency by 50%. As long as Ha Dong-gon, Oz, and Kim Ga-on remain there, construction speed will remain heavily boosted. Consequently, the building project, which normally takes a whole week, will now be finished in just 5 days. On top of that, yesterday's massive monster influx means the area around their old base is now crawling with much higher level beasts. Staying there to fight is much more efficient than returning to their current base, where they now have to walk a whole kilometer just to spot a single monster. Ever since his home territory expanded, the citizens have found far fewer opportunities to hunt monsters. Since the residents do not realize the territory grew, they keep wandering around their usual hunting spots, only to find absolutely nothing. Those spots have officially become part of their safe territory, and any remaining goblins were entirely wiped out during yesterday's massive upgrade. Using his telepathy ring, Jia-hyun calls Gabin, who picks up immediately to ask what he needs. He tells her he has an announcement for the citizens, asking her to first explain that the territory has officially expanded. They now have to travel past Exto Station to hunt. She agrees, and he then instructs her to form a rescue team. He needs people to go out and save any survivors within their territory. Recruiting the people who asked for a medical team yesterday to join the rescue squad will surely be a massive help. With Gabin on the task, Jia-hyun resumes his heavy calculations. Thousands of survivors are scattered across the newly expanded zone, and the vast majority of them are currently in critical condition. Even in the designated safe zones, over 10 people have already died, mostly due to a severe lack of clean drinking water. Trapped by monsters, they could not venture out to search for water, even though he tried to distribute relief supplies whenever he spotted someone in danger. But continuing like this is simply unsustainable, as he cannot possibly look after every single survivor on his own. He wants to save as many hopeful souls as possible, pushing himself to rescue as many people as he can. If necessary, he will personally use the King's Gate to search for survivors and find other ways to treat them. Amidst his tense calculations, his parents suddenly call his name, asking what is wrong and why he looks so worried. Seeing his extremely grim expression, the main character awkwardly opens up about the dilemma, only for his mother to smile and offer a solution that could save everyone. Jia-hyun is stunned, having never expected his parents to hold the answer. It turns out many of the survivors his mother brought along possess rare healing and nursing skills, which are exceptionally effective at treating critical conditions like severe dehydration, comas, and poisoning. She believes that by signing a master-servant contract with a rescue team, they can grant similar awakened abilities to those healers. It works perfectly. Over 80% of the candidates successfully awaken healing-related abilities, and although they are mostly low C and D ranks, having them join the rescue team quickly brings the entire chaotic crisis under control. Just like that, after 3 days and nights of relentless searching, the rescue team combed through every single building, saving countless lives. With his parents easing the burden, an exhausted Jia-hyun finally collapses onto his bed. It is finally over, but keeping up with this daily grind is getting exhausting. A system alert chimes, notifying him that more candidates are eligible for citizenship, which he immediately approves as his territory continues to grow. having continuously welcomed waves of new survivors. His total citizen population is now rapidly approaching nearly 10,000 people. Looking out the window at a sudden, heavy downpour, Jia-hyun cannot help but wonder why the rain is falling so relentlessly. Gavin calls out to him, explaining that the rescue team wants to venture outside their safe boundaries to save more people, which feels incredibly risky. It is too dangerous. She tried warning them, but they insisted that this is the golden window to save lives. It is true, but the goblins roaming outside their safe zone are no longer the weak beasts they used to be. Marine monsters that normally belong deep in the ocean have now completely flooded the mainland. Under these extreme conditions, ordinary people can barely leave their homes, making the brave rescue team truly remarkable. Knowing many of them were former firefighters explains their incredible courage, which is honestly deeply admirable. Since you decided to head to the coast, I will send the hunting team to protect them. Tell the rescue team to wait. Suddenly, a notification pings giant crab eliminated. Experience points gained, with no gold reward popping up. It meant his father must have been the one who took the monster down. He was completely speechless. Was his dad really out there hunting monsters in this heavy rain? Ever since realizing his physical abilities had been vastly enhanced, the old man had been incredibly eager to hunt monsters. Well, his father was already strong to begin with, so there was no real need to worry. But this was getting a little out of hand. Another alert popped up: hammerhead shark eliminated. Experience points gained. Swordfish level 22 eliminated. Experience points gained. The system notifications were ringing without a single pause. Jia-hui instantly realized something was off. This speed was insane, prompting him to quickly activate his King's Eye skill. There were too many of them. His grandfather couldn't possibly face this massive horde alone. Jia-hui hurriedly called out, asking Donggon what was going on. He reported to Jia-hui that a massive wave of monsters had just breached their location. This was getting seriously intense. With another massive influx of beasts, the number of sea monsters encroaching on the mainland would keep rising. This wave was far larger than usual, making him wonder why this kept happening. The grandfather, fighting nonstop, also sensed something was terribly wrong this time. Why were they doing this? During the last raid, they seemed utterly terrified, desperately fleeing from something. He noticed the anomaly too. Those monsters were running in sheer panic. What on earth could they possibly be so afraid of? And there was the answer. Amidst the pouring rain, the boss monster finally revealed itself: a colossal, titanic dragon. The old man stood there, jaw dropped in horror. Jia-hui panicked too. What on earth was that? No one had ever seen such a terrifying creature before. The colossal dragon let out a deafening roar, sending a wave of fear that made even the grandfather take a step back. Wasn't that a literal dragon? There was no mistaking that face. Kim Jia-hui froze. If he used his retainer summoning now, he could save Ha Donggon's squad. But his grandfather was the guardian of the world tree, and he could not leave its side. Doing so would leave the old man completely exposed and in danger. He couldn't risk that. Yet, he also couldn't just let them face the white dragon. After all, forcing them to fight a legendary beast like that was nothing short of a suicide mission. The system notification showed 38 hours and 21 minutes remaining for the annex construction. He had it all figured out. Once the annex was complete and his domain expanded, he could easily slice that monster's head off. But even with a 50% efficiency boost and 5 times faster construction speed, holding out for 38 hours meant surviving for more than a day. The more he thought about it, the more panic set in. It felt entirely impossible. Was there really no other way? The massive dragon still loomed over them. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine as his eyes widened. The colossal dragon's heavy foot slammed violently into the ground. It was slowly closing in on the group. Grandfather tried his best to stay calm, telling everyone that even he would struggle to face this beast alone. He offered to buy them some time while they evacuated the others, but they absolutely refused to leave him behind. They drew their weapons and activated their skills, ready to fight. The old man sighed. If that was their choice, they would face it together. Getting into a low stance, the grandfather prepared to strike first, hoping to seize the upper hand. The entire squad unleashed their attacks at once, firing bows, shooting guns, and hurling spears at the massive beast. Just as the tension reached its peak, Jia-hui suddenly yelled for everyone to stop, startling the whole group. He begged them to trust him and wait just a moment. He asked Bung-ho to pass the message to his grandfather, telling him not to attack. Bung-ho quickly dashed in front of the old man to hold him back. Completely bewildered, the old man snapped, "What on earth are you doing? Don't you know how crucial it is to strike first?" The young boy tried to explain. "I'm sorry, grandfather, but Jia-hui asked me to tell you not to do anything at all." This only left the old man even more shocked. At least the monster wasn't attacking yet, giving them some precious time. As he observed the beast, trying to find a weak point, a status window popped up. The system provided him with all its details. A deep-sea monster from the ocean depths, currently in an extremely weakened state after laying her eggs. Only the roots of the world tree can hatch the white dragon's eggs. The moment he saw that window, he realized the dragon's purpose wasn't to fight. She simply wanted to hatch her offspring, which was why she needed the roots of the world tree. Just as he suspected, the dragon finally spoke, telling the guardian of the world tree that he had no reason to fear. Hearing a voice echo directly inside his head, the old man looked up as the dragon peered down, noting how surprisingly small the world tree was, and warning herself to be careful. Utterly confused, the grandfather stammered, asking what she was planning, only for the dragon to propose a contract with him. By forming a covenant, she promised to protect them until the world tree regained its full strength. Without even waiting for the old man's consent, she instantly seared a glowing crest onto the back of his hand. At first, it hurt like crazy, making the old man grimace. The dragon explained that whenever he was in danger, he could use that item to call it, and it would protect him any time. Plus, this dragon understood humans well. It immediately held up a massive, giant diamond to get straight to the point. Turns out it was actually a dragon egg, not a cash deal. The dragon left its child in his care. It decisively handed the egg to the old man, then turned around and left, without even looking back, completely abandoning its own kid. Everyone trembled with pale faces, relieved they had survived the disaster. Chu gasped, yelling that it was a good thing he did not attack it, or they would be dead. The group breathed a sigh of relief, thanking their lucky stars that they followed Ga Hyung's orders to stay put and survive. Staring at the egg, the old man's brain struggled to process it, muttering that it called this a contract when it was clearly a forced deal. After this intense battle, everyone's loyalty and trust level suddenly skyrocketed. Ga Hyung stroked his chin in thought. Everyone's loyalty had hit 100, and his maximum limit of vassals increased by 3. Now he had 18 vassals in total. If things kept growing at this rate, he might eventually have over 100 people under him. If only he could recruit the people awakened by his mother as his own vassals. But a previous attempt proved that was impossible. Once someone signs a master-servant contract with his mother and becomes her direct subordinate, they can no longer be registered as his own vassal. It was a massive headache. If only there was a reliable way to make people awaken their abilities. After all, the natural awakening rate was far too low. Suddenly, the system notified him that Moon Bong Ho's trust level had increased. You have obtained teleportation. Congratulations on winning. He had also received a special awakening pill. Teleportation was absolutely beyond his wild dreams, something he had not even dared to hope for. Why was he always so incredibly lucky? It felt completely unreal to him, but he did not even need to check to know what the awakening pill did. This pill could trigger an awakening in others, granting them Moon Bong Ho's teleportation ability. That was amazing, but who exactly should he give it to? As expected, his plan was the absolute best. He immediately called Rain, asking her to bring his father over right away. His dad arrived, staring blankly at his son. What is this, son? Ga Hyung held the pill out to the old man, telling him it was a gift. A gift? Yes, he just had to swallow it. The old man tilted his head and drank it down. His precious son was truly thoughtful, preparing some health supplements out of worry for his old dad. But the moment he swallowed it, his body felt completely different, with spiritual energy suddenly surging out. He cried out in shock, asking what was happening and if he had been given something weird. Ga Hyung just smiled and explained. He told his dad to imagine teleporting over to him. His father was skeptical, wondering if teleportation was actually possible. Yes, he replied. The old man closed his eyes, half doubting as he tried it. Suddenly, his entire body vanished into thin air. It actually worked. He teleported from right in front of Ga Hyung to right behind him, leaving the old man completely jaw-dropped. He had planned all of this out. His father was a relative who would personally act and fight. Giving him teleportation was like giving wings to a tiger. His father was absolutely overjoyed, frantically asking his son if this insane power truly came from that single pill. The system dinged, announcing that his father Kim Dong-wook's trust level had surged to reach 100. He unlocked a protective energy barrier as a reward. He stared in surprise, realizing that reaching 100 trust with relatives also granted a specialized ability. Wait, that immediately made him think of his mother. If he could get her trust to 100, he would get her ability too. Checking his mother Lee Ji-suk's status, Her trust was at 97. Since her trust was already 97, he only needed 3 more points to inherit her power. He could not help but grin with absolute delight. There was no need to rush. He now had a secret weapon to boost her trust, that massive tower, currently under construction. The next morning, a pillar of brilliant light shot straight down. The system chimed, confirming the annex construction was finally complete. Ga Hyung's massive construction project of the century was finally finished. Located right next to Ga Hyung's building, this annex was so high-tech that the system immediately detected hostiles and began wiping them out automatically. It eliminated a massive number of beasts, wiping out land sharks, level 17 sky sailfish, and even those level 18 sky sailfish. As his skill level increased and his territory expanded, Ga Hyung had to endure an agonizing, heart-wrenching pain that pierced through his entire body. He collapsed, panting heavily from exhaustion. He had not expected to level up so early in the morning. With the annex fully built, all monsters in the expanded zone were completely annihilated. He assured everyone he was fine and not to worry. Since the system registered these as his personal kills, the experience points per monster were low, but the massive sheer numbers made up for it. The system announced that several individuals now met the criteria to become citizens. His total citizen count had officially reached 10. Once the number of citizens reached a certain milestone, he could use experience points to grant his citizens classes. With the requirements met, a new building was unlocked, the Job Research Institute. Jae-hyun is pleased to see everything progressing so well. But despite this crucial alert, another urgent matter demands his attention. He must find his mother to execute yesterday's plan. Spotting her distressed, he asks what is wrong. She wonders if there is something he wants to share. Smirking playfully, he apologizes for keeping her waiting and extends his hand to take her to see his grandparents. He announces that he finally has a way to meet them. Shocked and overwhelmed, his mother stands frozen as tears well up in her eyes. She asks if he is telling the truth. Fortunately, his portal allows them to bypass distance completely, bringing his grandparents right before them the very moment he opens the doorway. Spotting the old man, Jae-hyun calls out to his grandfather, announcing their arrival. Startled, the elder spins around in shock. The grandfather gasps, his jaw dropping in pure disbelief. He stammers out, questioning if that is really Jae-hyun standing before him. He asks how they emerged from that spot. The mother and son exchange warm smiles, and Jae-hyun politely apologizes for giving him a fright. His mother calls out to her father, completely dumbfounded and unable to believe his own eyes. The grandfather springs to his feet, and they rush to embrace each other. Ji-suk bursts into uncontrollable sobs. She apologizes to her father, crying that she should have come to find him much sooner. She keeps apologizing for not arriving sooner. Moved to tears, the grandfather gently comforts her, saying they have both worked hard and thanking her for simply staying alive. Thanks to this reunion, a system ping confirms that the trust level of Ji-suk's family has surged. It hits 100%, unlocking the master-servant contract. Jae-hyun calculated this perfectly and feels incredibly satisfied. He explains his father is currently on a rescue mission and could not come. Jae-hyun explains he had to bring his mother first. His grandfather reassures him that it is fine. Being reunited like this is more than enough for them. As they chat in the garden, Jae-hyun realizes the plants look unusual. Questioning if the massive world tree has grown to surround their home, the grandfather admits he was also shocked when he first saw it. Jae-hyun asks about their water and power, guessing that this bizarre structure must disrupt all normal utilities. His grandfather explains they rely on stored generators for electricity and survive on whatever water is left in the reservoir. Resources are running dangerously low, and their cooking gas ran out long ago. Hearing this, Jae-hyun knows he cannot just stand by and watch. He immediately speaks up, telling his grandfather that he has a way to solve this. Surprised, the old man asks how he plans to manage it. Jae-hyun looks up at the high water tank, offering to show him. What follows is grander than any magic trick. The bone-dry tank instantly fills to the brim with fresh water. Stunned, the old man stammers, completely speechless at what he is witnessing. The elder remembers the reservoir being completely dry. Jae-hyun proudly explains that he did it, adding that the electricity and gas are now fully restored too. He assures his grandfather they can live normally again, and no monsters will ever be able to breach their home. Still struggling to believe it, the grandfather asks if this is all his doing. Jae-hyun confirms it, leaving the old man in awe of his miraculous power. But in truth, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. While he wants to explain his skills and the vassal recruitment system in detail, He realizes these complex concepts might be far too overwhelming for his grandfather to grasp right now. Deciding to explain it slowly later, Jae-hyun bids him goodbye and heads downstairs. Nodding, the old man follows, warning him to watch his step on the ladder. With this immediate issue finally settled, Jae-hyun turns his attention to other matters, activating his newly acquired Imperial Eye skill to put the power to the test. First, he uses the Imperial Eye to map out the exact room where his mother and grandmother are currently resting. Next, he triggers his new teleportation skill. It works seamlessly, and in the blink of an eye, he materializes directly behind his mother, landing perfectly on his first try. He is impressed by how effortlessly he can execute this combo. Combining the perspective of the Imperial Eye with teleportation grants him incredible tactical freedom and boosts his battlefield flexibility. Sensing his presence, his mother turns around in surprise, asking how he got back down so fast and where his grandfather is. He replies that his grandfather is still busy upstairs, then inquires about his grandmother. His mother, who has been watching over her, mentions she seems to be just sleeping peacefully with a healthy complexion. Relieved to hear that, he is suddenly caught off guard as a prominent system alert flashes before him. The summon familiar option, which requires a massive 10 billion won fee, has finally been unlocked. Having already witnessed the raw power of his three-legged crow familiar, Jae-hyun knows this summon is worth every penny and does not hesitate. He quickly triggers the summon, spending the 10 billion won. Instantly, a glowing blue magic circle expands across the floor, radiating intense energy. His mother screams in terror as the room lights up. Jae-hyun quickly shields her eyes and reassures her, explaining it is just his power and urging her to keep her eyes closed. Ji-suk quickly complies, shutting her eyes tight as the brilliant energy swells. A dazzling, glowing green egg materializes in midair. Floating quietly, it looks remarkably like a giant, blooming flower bud. Moments later, the bud bursts open to reveal a tiny fairy sleeping inside. As the petals unfold, the little creature slowly opens her eyes. The cute little fairy flutters over, happily reaching out her tiny arms toward Jae-hyun. Gently catching her, he turns to explain the magical creature to his completely bewildered mother. He compares her to his crow, explaining she is a newly summoned familiar. His mother nods, finally understanding. Just then, the old man walks in and sees the little kid praising it in excitement. The mother turns around, asking if her dad is here, and the old man nods. He explains that Jia-heng has solved many of their problems. Surprised, she wonders if it is really him. As they speak, the old man channels green light to the bedridden lady. It is hard to believe. Though he does this daily, she remains unconscious, while the newly summoned spirit stares intently with wide, round eyes. Suddenly, it spreads its wings and flies like a moth toward her. Ignoring his calls to stop, the little creature startles the old man, who gasps at the mysterious light. The small spirit shuts its eyes tight, releasing powerful spiritual energy. The spirit has leveled up, boosting regional recovery by 100%. It turns out, the little creature only wants to help her wake up. The old man freezes completely, unable to react as he stammers and fails to shoo the creature away. Red with anger, he roars in confusion and warns the little one to step back, claiming her frail body cannot handle such overwhelming power. But the old woman actually opens her eyes, cutting him off to tell him that she finally woke up. She scolds him about washing his hands after coming from the rooftop, leaving him completely stunned as she asks why he looks like he saw a ghost. She sits up casually, as if she had never been in a coma, leaving everyone completely astonished. Meanwhile, the little spirit smiles brightly, knowing its magic saved the day. After speaking, she yawns heavily as if exhausted, her eyes drooping as she struggles to keep them open. Wondering why she is so sleepy, she suddenly falls fast asleep and begins to snore, leaving the old man utterly speechless, in sheer panic. In a panic, he immediately shakes her and begs his wife to wake back up, but she is sound asleep and refuses to wake up. He immediately turns to the little spirit, demanding to know if it was the one who woke her. He demands that she try again, but his intense shouting completely terrifies the poor little spirit. Sweating profusely and losing his cool, the grandfather roars at her to do it again. Fortunately, the main character steps in to hold him back. The old man anxiously turns to Jae-heng, stammering about how his grandmother had just awakened. Jae-heng gently tries to calm him down. His face darkens as he lowers his head, freezing in place to remind himself not to get too excited before finally releasing the little spirit. He apologizes repeatedly, explaining that he simply got carried away, as tears begin to stream down his face. Having carried this heavy burden alone for so long, he wanted her back more than anyone, and he cannot accept that the brief awakening was just a fleeting dream. Jiaheng understands his pain, but the spirit's level is currently too low to sustain her. Luckily, there is still a way. Jiaheng suggests that the grandfather regularly transfer his own life force to the little spirit from now on. That way, as the spirit levels up, the grandmother will stay awake for much longer. Having found a genuine way to save her, even this small spark of hope makes him incredibly excited. He asks if it is true, and Jiaheng nods, letting him breathe a sigh of relief. Overwhelmed with joy, he mutters how wonderful it is. Meanwhile, the exhausted little spirit falls fast asleep, and Jiaheng watches her quietly. However, summoning phantom beasts does not seem entirely random. This time, the little spirit clearly shares a deep connection with the Great World Tree. If that is true, he wonders if summoning other legendary beasts requires meeting specific hidden conditions as well. Even though those conditions remain a mystery for now, it does not matter. Simply knowing there is a way to wake his grandmother up is more than enough. Ping! A sudden realization flashes through his mind, prompting him to excuse himself to his mother and grandfather, claiming he needs some rest. The grandfather nods, telling him to call if he needs anything. Jiaheng heads to his room, but the moment he enters, a system notification pings. It announces that citizen Shen Jingze has died, sending a tragic notification. He assumes the victim was a refugee housed in the newly built annex. Fortunately, the apartment complex still has rescue teams treating the survivors. The thought of hundreds more losing their lives terrifies him. He desperately wants to bring those people in, but his current rescue team is already completely overwhelmed. Whether here or somewhere else, people are dying every single day, yet survival seems to depend entirely on where they are. Across the nation and the world, countless lives are slowly slipping away every moment. Some are slaughtered by monsters, others die trapped in their homes, and many perish in the heat of battle. Uncounted souls are fading away. While lucky individuals manage to survive using newly awakened abilities, ordinary people are left to die simply because they have no powers. Is this it? He has never felt so utterly helpless. Does having greater power truly demand carrying a much heavier burden? Since this cruel world refuses to give him any answers, he must find them on his own. If that is the case, he will discover the truth with his own hands. This is a vital duty that someone with such immense strength must shoulder. Resolving to act, he vows to protect his nation and do everything in his power to save as many lives as possible. That is the only real answer he has for now. Currently, the maximum limit for granting his citizenship is 22,000 people. Yet, the number of people he has registered so far stands at only 1,000. The absolute top priority right now is to welcome as many new citizens as possible, then continuously level up the territory and construct additional outposts that way. There is at least a chance to save South Korea. Thinking back on it, the moment the citizen count surpassed 10, a brand new function called the class system became available to him. It stated that citizens could be granted various classes, though nothing particularly special seemed to change on the management board at first. Perhaps building a dedicated job research institute is the key requirement to unlock the training mode for these citizens. Once the research is complete, citizens can freely adopt any available job classes. Currently, the only class ready for research is the hunter, which lets them harvest byproducts from prey. Confirming this was indeed a newly added building project. A dedicated job research institute naturally requires a large plot of land, and fortunately, he already has the perfect spot in mind. All he needs to do is center the construction on the empty wasteland that the giant flattened during the last attack. Constructing the Job Research Institute takes 7 days and requires 30 citizens, a straightforward task that is highly doable. He can easily have Kim Dobbin recruit those 30 workers later. It is the classic law of leadership: cultivate yourself and protect your family first. Only then can you hope to save the nation. This timeless principle is something he understands completely. So to lay the groundwork for saving the nation, his absolute first priority is locating the lost families of his loyal retainers. They have given everything to support him, and now it is his turn to pay them back. He immediately activates the Monarch Eye to check on their status. Meanwhile, Hadong's squad is advancing toward Kaikachisan. They are currently on their way to find Heian's mother in Xinjiangdong. Even while building the annex, they constantly tried to push forward to Xinjiangdong, but with endless waves of monsters appearing, they found themselves in a situation where moving forward even a single kilometer was extremely difficult. He still cannot leave this place, blocked by the protective barrier, and can only stand inside, looking out. Is this really as far as he can go? All right, He triggers a system transmission to contact them. Can everyone pull back for now? Summoning Byung-ho is their fastest bet, given his super speed. Even if he looks a bit panicked returning. Kim Ji-hoo, I rushed over the second I heard your call, but what are you doing out here? They share a quick greeting, and Byung-ho remarks it has been a while, asking if the massive pile of dead monsters was his doing. When asked about the others, Byung-ho says they are catching up. Meanwhile, Dong-jan arrives and instantly catches on, realizing the territory has expanded this far. The master nods, confirming that having the safe zone extend this far will make executing their tactical plans a whole lot easier. But that is not all, leaving the group completely stunned as they ask what he means. Kim Ji-hoo had already planned this out. Keeping Ha-dong's squad here was never just about speeding up construction. The relentless wave of monsters has turned the path leading into Xinjiang into a complete death zone. Even if they tried utilizing the subway lines, navigating the surface between her parents' home and the station would be nearly impossible. But the completed annex changes the entire situation. He confidently breaks the news to them they will be able to reach Xinjiang by the end of today. That is where Heian's family is sheltering, and she freezes on the spot, completely speechless. She stammers, wondering if this is even possible despite the expanded safe zone, but he reassures them that he has a plan and tells them to get ready. In addition to that, he presents them with a major new proposal. Now that the annex is built and territory reaches Kakasan, they can directly access and utilize the subway system. Furthermore, bringing Sejin over will allow them to exploit the local rats and unleash their poison gas tactic once again. As for the Job Research Institute, Kim Dabin has already been notified, and with the necessary manpower fully secured, everything is set. Kim Ji-hoo turns to his companion, Shin, telling her that he is counting on her. She nods and agrees it is time to move, closing her eyes to focus on scouting the route from Keikachi-san to Xinjiang. But if they just let them walk straight through, they would probably get wiped out in an instant. Scouting through the rats reveals an absurd number of monsters lurking there, which is far worse than he initially anticipated. Since the monster wave flooded the surface, he assumed the underground would be clear, but fortunately, he is far stronger now. He clicks his tongue and smirks. A closed space is actually perfect for unleashing Garang's ultimate skill. Using a two-dimensional connection through the rats, he floods the entire subterranean chamber with Garang's deadly poison mist, wiping everything out. System notifications immediately chime, confirming the death of the armored eels, yielding massive experience points and plenty of gold. He cannot help but grin at the massive jackpot, noting that the bonus gold from Garang's poison kills has surged significantly. This benefit is a direct result of the master servant contract he forged with her. Garang instantly received the knight title, boosting her gold rewards, but she was not the only one to undergo a transformation. Sejin has also evolved, rising from a knight to a baron, and while the base experience split ratio remains identical, having a baron-ranked retainer yields absolutely massive advantages. Specifically, any experience and gold gained from their kills is multiplied by 3, but the stat boosts, based on their loyalty, have increased quite significantly. Furthermore, the boost now applies to all stats instead of just physical strength, doubling the overall increase. On top of that, Shin also unlocked a brand new ability, Sewer Reinforcement. Once buffed, they can run much faster and are incredibly hard to kill under normal circumstances. Before long, she completes her mission, completely clearing out the entire subway line. Ji-hyun nods. Of course, he didn't just sign the contract with them, he wants to make an offer to everyone. Dong-gu and the others quickly ask back, an offer? He looks at them seriously. Yes, it is nothing difficult. He and all the members of Ha-dong's squad have signed the master servant contract to boost their abilities, but he cannot get out here. Acting as commander, he broadcasts a loud message. Everyone is prepared. Let's head out. Hyung-gun and Kim Kwang, just like Sejin, both receive the Baron title. As for Oz, she receives a title 1 rank higher, officially claiming the rank of Viscount. The Viscount title is not vastly different from Baron, but when a Viscount-ranked retainer slays monsters, the gold rewards they receive are tripled. Barons can distribute and grow, meaning there is really only one major difference. A retainer with the Viscount title unlocks 3 extra retainer slots, which increases the maximum number of retainers allowed. Thanks to this, the maximum number of registered retainers rises to 21. Chang Su excitedly suits up. Great, let's head out then. His stats have also risen significantly. With trust at 93 and loyalty at 100, he grips his sword, laughs, and stands up. His awakened ability is the Steel Knights, a brand new enhancement skill that Chang Su received after gaining his knight title. Now, in addition to his armor, he can even summon an armored golem. He no longer needs to fight on the front lines himself, as summoning a massive army to do the dirty work is much easier. The monsters are massive and overwhelming, making the clash incredibly intense, but his summoned knights are strong enough to completely hold the line. Ju stands behind, smiling widely. He wants to end this quickly as the others rush in, leaving Chang Su's forces to handle the monsters. The rest head toward Jihyun's subway station, quickly reaching exit number 2. He tells them that he has already cleared the path, so they can head straight to Seokjin Station without any more fighting. They eagerly rush ahead, absolutely thrilled. The tracks to Seokjin Station are about 3 kilometers long. With physical abilities far exceeding average humans, it only takes them 10 minutes to arrive. Finally reaching their destination, this is Henry's hometown. Panting heavily and soaked in sweat, she is amazed they arrived in just 1 day. Ga-an asks which direction they should take, and since she knows the area well, exit number 2 leads straight to their neighborhood. But as they step out, they spot a massive pack of goblins crowding the exit, screeching like wild animals the moment they see the humans. Donggu shouts, a warning about goblins, but an impatient Henry is already drawing her bow to strike. She snaps that they are busy, warning them not to block the path. No one has ever seen her this furious as she screams for them to get lost, firing a lightning arrow that pierces straight through. The goblins never expected things to escalate so quickly, and before they can even react, the single arrow completely wipes them all out. Ding! Goblins defeated. This showcases Henry's newly acquired skill, the light arrow. Before making contact, the light explodes and splits into dozens of sharp beams, each capable of piercing flesh and turning this skill into a highly devastating weapon. He is thoroughly impressed while watching them, but suddenly, he stops in surprise. What is that? Piles of wooden beams are completely blocking off the entrance to the apartment building. This immediately gives Jihyun hope that survivors are still inside. Donggu instructs the team that he and Henry are heading up while the rest guard the entrance. Ju quickly summons his soldiers, telling them to rise up and guard the area, which is the perfect defense plan. The two rush upstairs, anxious to see what awaits. Reunion or tragedy? They finally reach the apartment. Henry runs so fast, she barely stops in time, immediately pounding on the door and shouting for her mother. Only silence. Suddenly, she freezes in disappointment, her face turning completely pale as she wonders why no one is opening the door. No, it cannot be. Since her father is already gone and only her mother remains, she collapses in despair, begging not to be left entirely alone. Tears drench her face. She grinds her teeth in utter helplessness. Perhaps her intense desire to see her family has actually touched the heavens, because that tightly shut door suddenly swings open to reveal a young man standing right in front of them. Hearing him call her sister, Henry quickly raises her tear-filled eyes, realizing it is Myung-ha. Hope has finally opened up for her, leaving everyone speechless with astonishment. She quickly asks Myung-ha where their mother is. Surprised to see her crying so hard, the boy quickly replies that their mother is inside, before noticing and welcoming his brother-in-law too. Right after those words, a woman calls out from inside, telling Hyrin and the others to hold each other tight. She weeps with joy, thrilled to see her beloved daughter safe and sound. Their reunion is filled with overwhelming joy as they ask if she is hurt and whether she has eaten anything yet. Hyrin cries out to her mother, who lovingly asks her sweet daughter why she is crying on such a happy day. Though told to stop, Hyrin cannot help but sob, asking where her father is. The mother's face immediately turns pale as the painful truth sets in, her hands trembling violently on her daughter's shoulders. She gasps that it cannot be true. But before Hyrin can even finish, her tears overflow. Before the joy of seeing her daughter can fully sink in, the grief of losing her husband completely takes over. Her raw despair is more than enough for the family to realize the tragic truth. The entire family covers their faces, weeping loudly in absolute despair. Reunited but missing one of their own, the entire family sinks into deep despair, shedding bitter tears of grief. Their heavy grief will linger for a long time, but with Hyrin's family finally safe, attention shifts to the rest of the team. The next goal is rescuing the families of Ha Dong-jeon, Kang Deok-soo, and Kim Jeon. The target location is Jangjeon-dong, where all three of their families are located. Clenching his fists tight, Jae-hyun knows they must speed up so no one else has to endure such devastating heartbreak ever again. Once the team escorts Hyrin's family to safety, Jae-hyun uses his summoning skill to gather his vassals, directing them to advance toward Jangjeon-dong from the west. But amidst the strategic planning, Jae-hyun suddenly receives an urgent report from Kim Dae-bin. Jae-hyun asks if the capacity of their public facilities has officially reached its limit, and Kim Dae-bin nods in agreement. Indeed, one crisis after another keeps piling up. Jae-hyun ponders if there is any way to expand their public facilities to accommodate more people. Kim Dae-bin suggests letting those who live nearby return to their own homes, a potential solution that Jae-hyun has actually already anticipated. His plan is to construct public facilities outside the apartment complex, such as community centers and local administrative offices. Additionally, he plans to scatter grocery stores everywhere, paving the way for residents to soon live outside the main complex. Jae-hyun had already expected they would eventually hit a limit, but fortunately, the newest arrivals all have homes nearby. Furthermore, as their territory expands by another 1 kilometer, many nearby residential areas are successfully brought within the safe zone. With so many empty houses nearby, letting those local residents move back will free up plenty of space inside the complex. While coordinating these changes, Jae-hyun also plans to establish several outer outposts for his hunting teams. These outposts will serve as central hubs to build more grocery stores. Always a man of action, Jae-hyun asks Hyrin to gather everyone right away. He wants to select reliable people to manage these newly established outer outposts. She gladly agrees to handle the task, just as Jae-hyun's system chimes to notify him of the construction mode. Do you agree to build a new grocery store at the selected location and provide basic utilities like water, electricity, and gas? Of course, Jae-hyun approves, wrapping up these minor tasks instantly. With that settled, Jae-hyun is eager to check on the others, pulling up a feed to see where Ha Dong-jeon's team has reached. Seeing they have already reached Guseo Station, Jae-hyun marvels at their speed, noting that their journey must have been completely smooth sailing so far. Hyrin's poison mist strategy was only viable up to Guseo Station, meaning they will have to forge their own path forward from here. This is because the subway line from Dusil to Dongnae runs partially above ground. But fortunately, Kim Jeon launches his giant companion bird into the sky to tear their enemies apart. The bird has grown massive, soaring high above just as the ground team encounters a massive swarm of goblins. Naturally, they charge right in, refusing to let any escape. Moon Byung-ho draws his weapon to open fire, utilizing his newly unlocked skills. With Moon Byung-ho's newly acquired stealth skill, the overall combat power of Ha Dong-jeon's team has multiplied immensely. Ha Dong-jeon yells out for everyone to stay close to the knights, aiming to break through this hostile zone with minimal combat losses as the team executes their plan. Their goal is to reach Ha Dong-jeon's house as quickly as possible. There is no need to waste energy on unnecessary monster kills while Kim Jeon's bird dominates the skies. Suddenly, Ha Dong-jeon signals them to halt. The path ahead is completely blocked by a ruined building, leaving Ha Dong-jeon with no choice but to carefully climb inside. With no other route available, they decide to drop down to the ground below. Descending 3 stories is a minor task for a team with an average level of 35. The real issue is that Jae-hyun spots something deeply concerning from his screen. Who on earth broke that massive concrete bridge? What kind of creature possesses the raw power to completely shatter a concrete bridge? The complete lack of giant footprints suggests that a massive land beast is not responsible. But regardless of the cause, this is clear proof that a monster capable of destroying a massive bridge is lurking nearby. Jae-hyun immediately warns the team to stay alert and proceed forward with absolute caution. Ha Dong-jeon acknowledges the warning, while Jae-hyun refuses to take his eyes off their progress. Since the team landed near Dongnae Station, reaching their destination of Jangjeon-dong means they must first pass through both Myeongyun Station and Oncheonjong Station, followed by Pusan National University Station, leaving only 4 kilometers to go. With their families living in the same neighborhood, they should arrive safely at this pace. He hopes everything goes smoothly, but suddenly a musical chime rings out. His face goes pale with confusion. Wait, is that a doorbell? There shouldn't be any doorbell in this place. Quickly activating his skill, Multi-Sight, he scans the entire building and spots a group of people standing outside. It is indeed coming from the apartment complex. What exactly has happened since he handed over the operations to Kim Dae-bin? It is extremely rare for something like this to happen. He tells Jane that he has to make a quick trip back to the apartment. She nods instantly, telling him to stay safe, and he activates teleportation. In an instant, he is back at the apartment. Annoyed by the interruption, he decides to see what is going on. When no one answers, the crowd outside starts pounding heavily on the door. They anxiously call out to see if anyone is inside, questioning if they have the right room. It is definitely this unit. Just then, the door swings open, startling their leader. He glares at them coldly and asks what they want. Strangely, the moment they lay eyes on him, the system notifies him that their trust levels are skyrocketing. Ji-hoon has no idea what is going on. Their trust spiked the second they saw him, a phenomenon that usually only happens with new recruits. The leader asks if he is indeed Ji-hoon, pleading that they desperately need his help. Clasping his hands over his chest with utmost sincerity, he begs for guns. What is giving these people the nerve to ask for such a thing? Guns, he asks. Yes, they reply. Not knowing who they are, he naturally refuses immediately. He apologizes, explaining that he cannot just hand weapons over to strangers. Since they are all in the safe zone, why would they even need guns? The leader cuts him off, looking extremely troubled as he tries to appear trustworthy. He explains they do not plan on using them inside. Taking a few steps forward, he reveals their desperate plan to venture out beyond the safe zone and leave the territory. Ji-hoon asks if they want to fight monsters, but the leader shakes his head in denial. Stuttering, he admits they want to save their families, begging for a way out. Realizing their situation, Ji-hoon finally understands. Are they just like him? Staying awake all night worrying about loved ones, desperately figuring out what to do, they finally chose to take matters into their own hands and rushed over to find him. Ji-hoon states clearly that he cannot solve all their problems. The man's face drops in disappointment as he hangs his head, mumbling. But wait, Ji-hoon only said he could not assist directly. Not that he would refuse to lend them the weapons. Several guns clatter onto the floor in front of the stunned crowd. Ji-hoon tells them that while he cannot go, he can provide the armaments to help them rescue their families. The group immediately bows very deeply. Thanking him, they wonder how they can ever repay this favor. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch, and Ji-hoon follows up with a proposal. Startled, the leader snaps his head up, asking what the deal is. Ji-hoon gets straight to the point, asking if they want to make a contract with him. The master-servant contract is an incredibly broken skill that allows him to recruit up to 100 awakened individuals. This particular contract has a rather troublesome condition, but before Ji-hoon can even explain it, the man readily agrees. They eagerly ask what needs to be done. Ji-hoon grits his teeth awkwardly, realizing exactly why his mother never fully filled her 100 slots, despite having such a rare skill. Just thinking about the requirement makes him die of embarrassment. With a bright red face, he asks them to please kneel down before him. The crowd is completely dumbfounded by this bizarre request, staring at him in frozen silence. As they stand there frozen, they wonder if he is actually joking, or if he is just way more power-hungry than they initially thought. The elderly leader actually drops down on one knee, looking flustered. He accepts it, stating he can only offer his gratitude. Asking to be excused, Ji-hoon gently places his hand on the man's head like a divine blessing. He finally understands how his mother felt, and it is incredibly embarrassing. He vows never to put himself through this cringeworthy ritual again. Struggling to get the words out, Ji-hoon commands him to submit to his authority from now on. The old man is speechless, but Ji-hoon quickly prompts him. He explains the man just needs to state his willingness to serve. To get the weapons, the elder is willing to play along with this eccentric demand. He declares aloud that he is ready to serve. Finalizing the pact, a chime rings, displaying Jang Sung-jun with 48% trust and the telekinesis awakening. Spiritual energy erupts around the old man, leaving him completely shell-shocked. His body begins to glow with light, and incredibly, he has just unlocked an A-rank skill. This is a massive unexpected harvest for Ji-hoon, as an incredibly powerful awakened ally has joined him. He opens the system shop, buys an orange, and decides to test his new powers. The quest is simple. Use telekinesis to levitate the orange. The time limit is 10 minutes, with a mental strength buff reward and no failure penalty. Sung-jun receives the notification, feeling slightly startled by his new telekinetic powers. Ji-hoon holds out the orange right in front of him. He asks if Jang Sung-jun can try to make the orange hover in the air without physically touching it. Intrigued, the old man gives it a shot, gritting his teeth as sweat pours down his face during the intense effort. At first, the old man concentrates hard with absolutely no result, but then the orange slowly starts to rise. The surrounding crowd gasps in pure amazement. Even the old man is shocked by his success. It works, it is actually floating. He joyfully yells out to Jae-hyun that he finally did it. The orange floats high, but the old man gets too excited and accidentally crushes it, splattering juice all over Jae-hyun. Horrified by his mistake, the old man starts babbling excuses. He begs for forgiveness, explaining that he lost control of his power. Jae-hyun just smiles, telling him it is fine and that this telekinesis is the exact gift of their contract. Suddenly, a system notification rings out. The trust of Jang Sungjun has reached 50, unlocking the loyalty required to register him as a retainer. Jae-hyun looks at the remaining survivors, asking if they want to sign a contract as well. Naturally, every single one of them happily agrees. Soon after, he registers Jang Sungjun as his retainer and completes the contract process for the others. Although the other 5 only awaken D-tier and C-tier abilities, it does not matter. Equipped with borrowed gear and newfound power, they eagerly head out. As they say their goodbyes, Jae-hyun watches them leave. Honestly, securing Jang Sungjun alone is more than enough to make him happy. Now that the old man is his retainer, Jae-hyun can provide him with direct system help. He double-checks if the target apartment complex is in Jeodidong. Once confirmed, he wishes them luck and sends them off. Glad to have settled this smoothly. With that wrapped up, it is time to head back. Activating his teleportation skill, he instantly appears in his room and startles his companion. She gasps in surprise, while he just grins and teases her. Jae-hyun asks if anything happened while he was away, and she anxiously reports that they are in deep trouble. A giant monster has just appeared right near the squad of Ha Dong-jan. It is a massive, two-headed beast with curved horns that looks extremely difficult to handle. One look leaves him completely shocked, as the creature is easily the size of a house. Now it makes sense this beast destroyed the bridge, and its horde is viciously attacking the survivors. Even the crow belonging to Jian has to join the fight. It flies around the monster to distract it, pecking relentlessly until it successfully blinds one eye. Seizing the opportunity, Byung-ho teleports and instantly appears right above the head of the beast. Aiming a rifle with both hands, he fires a shot that blasts its face. Meanwhile, Ryo-soo summons his soldiers to fight, but his soldiers are far too small, only managing to scratch the legs of the giant. Enraged, the monster stomps its feet, causing the ground to shake. A single stomp from the beast completely wipes out the army of Ryo-soo. Helpless, he curses that their attacks are not doing any damage. If only they could spot a weakness, they might actually have a chance to take it down. From afar, Jae-hyun lends a hand, summoning a massive barbell through the system to drop directly on the head of the monster. He apologizes for being late, and the squad grins with relief. Having their leader on their side makes all the difference. He declares that he will back them up from here on. Everyone sighs in relief as the beast collapses from the heavy blow. Ryo-soo asks if it is over, while Dong-jan tells him to stay sharp. Jae-hyun knows that even though the heavy barbell hit the target, the system notification confirming the kill has not appeared yet. That means they are in serious trouble. He quickly screams out a warning. He warns them to watch out just as the beast roars. It is not over. The monster is still alive and looks even angrier now. Jae-hyun calls out to the bear girl, Eun-ju, asking if she can somehow slow the monster down. She glares at the beast, wondering if she can do it. Jae-hyun counts on her, knowing she must succeed. "I am counting on you," he says. The tiger girl Won-ju charges forward, calling for a boost to increase her strength. Combining their powers, Eun-ju gets a massive strength boost and charges like a rocket straight toward the stomach of the monster. Seizing the moment, Jae-hyun opens his inventory right in front of the beast, preparing to summon a massive weapon. Thousands of bullets instantly fire, tearing directly into the flesh of the monster. Eun-ju strikes at the perfect moment. Her eyes glow red as she unleashes her strongest attack, dealing a bloody blow that drops the giant to the ground. "Now, hey Ri," Jae-hyun shouts, telling her to ready her bow. He watches closely, knowing that just a few more light arrows will easily finish this beast off. The rest of the squad readies their weapons for combat, while Jae-hyun cheers them on. Hae-ri draws her bow, but suddenly she freezes. What is going on? The monster reacts with terrifying speed, hurling a car right at the squad. But Hae-ri refuses to give up and releases her shot. "Watch out!" The arrow collides with the car, causing a massive explosion in midair. Caught in a rain of exploding metal, the squad faces certain death if hit. Jae-hyun feels his heart sink as he frantically searches the smoke for Eun-ju. She strikes from behind, but the twin-headed beast is far too quick and clever. Before she can even lay a hand on the beast, a heavy blow strikes her square in the stomach. She falls back in absolute agony, and the monster immediately hurls a car straight at her. Ga Young screams in absolute panic, urging Eun-ju to wake up. But before she can even help her fallen comrade, another flying car is targeted right at her. It is way too close. Jae-hyun watches from afar, his eyes wide with pure horror. No, he thinks, this cannot be happening. Is he really about to lose another precious person to these monsters? He needs a plan, any plan at all. He has to find a way to save Ga Young before the worst happens. While he desperately racks his brain, a sudden burst of brilliant purple light streaks across the battlefield, as if answering his silent prayer. It seems his desperate plea was answered. That violet energy completely shatters the incoming car, saving Ga Young in the nick of time, a truly heart-stopping close call. She stands there frozen, staring at the strange dark sparks. What just happened? Everyone instinctively turns around to find the source. A hand still smolders with dark purple flames. Her savior is none other than her husband, Dong Gun, stepping up to protect his wife. His face is flushed, red with bloodthirsty rage as he growls for everyone to back off. He is going to rip that beast apart. It blocked his path to his family and almost took his wife. Jae-hyun finally lets out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. His heart nearly stopped beating back there. Everything happened so fast, leaving him completely dazed. Suddenly, Ye-jin runs over with deep concern. She asks if Jae-hyun is all right. Even though the danger has passed, his mind is still racing as he gives her a brief nod. He says he is fine and just needs to relax, but his eyes stay glued to the battlefield. He knows for a fact that those dark flames are not part of Donggun's standard skill set. What is the deal with that mysterious black aura? The twin-headed ogre hoists another vehicle and hurls it straight toward Donggun. Donggun is absolutely furious now. Clenching his weapon tightly, he swears he will not let the beast get away with this again. With a powerful heave, he throws his spear with unprecedented, earth-shattering force. The spear tears through the air and pierces straight through the twin-headed ogre in a single shot. The attack leaves a massive hole in its chest, completely destroying it and awarding them a mountain of experience points. Now the beast is truly defeated, completely soloed by Donggun. Wonju watches in disbelief as the crowd erupts into joyous cheers, celebrating their victory. Meanwhile, Ga Young quickly checks on Eonju. She asks if Eonju is all right. In response, a giant, trembling bare arm raises a weak thumbs up. She is still breathing, and that is all that matters. Byung-ho immediately asks Donggun about that mysterious, powerful skill. But even Donggun is completely clueless, staring down at his hands and admitting he has no idea how he did it. Donggun guesses that Jae-hyun must have lent them a hand. But back in his room, Jae-hyun is just as confused. Jae-hyun ponders the situation. Does that strange dark fire only activate under very specific, life-threatening conditions? No. Is it truly his own power, or Donggun's? While that remains a total mystery for now, it is far from his biggest concern right now. That familiar, agonizing pain is returning once again. As the system chimes to announce his skill level has upgraded, his gut-wrenching, pathetic screams echo through the entire building. After enduring the exact same torturous pain, everything goes right back to normal as if nothing ever happened. Ye-jin is absolutely terrified by his screams, but he clutches his chest to comfort her, claiming he is fine and getting used to it. Only he knows that all the monsters in his expanded domain have been turned into experience points, granting citizenship to everyone living inside. But this time, there is one key difference. As he grimaces from the lingering pain, the system chimes with a dungeon discovery notification. Being the first to find it rewards him with 100 crystals, giving him a sudden jolt of surprise. A dungeon? And the fact that the system is giving out crystals as a reward means something. This place must be highly connected to crystals. The entrance is near the slopes of Hwangryung Mountain behind the apartment complex, so he decides to send Lee Jun-hyuk's party to investigate. As long as he establishes a vassal contract with him and his entire team, their combat power will be more than enough. He uses his skills to locate where Lee Jun-hyuk is currently stationed. Activating his scouting skill, he spots Jun-hyuk standing frozen in place, utterly pale. The man stammers in shock as the surrounding goblins suddenly drop dead on their own. It seems that with his territory expansion, any monsters the hunting team was currently fighting were instantly wiped out by his influence. Jae-hyun reaches out to Lee Jun-hyuk, who immediately recognizes the voice as his. He uses telepathy to order Jun-hyuk to gather his party and meet him at the apartment complex for a task. After sending them back, Jae-hyun and Ye-jin also use the Sovereign's Gate to return home. Since Dong-gun's party is safely nearing their destination, Ye-jin's reconnaissance work is officially complete. He tells her she did a great job and can head back. Ye-jin looks up in surprise, asking if she can really go rest or if he needs more help. She is such a tireless worker that it makes him smile. Jae-hyun chuckles, reassuring her that she has already done more than enough. He promises to reach out if anything comes up, telling her to enjoy a nice rest with her family. Even though she acts hesitant, she is secretly thrilled to get some time off. Accepting his offer, she bids him goodbye with a bright, joyful smile and heads out. The two of them wave to each other. After saying his final goodbyes, he turns back into his apartment to prepare. With that settled, Donggun's party should be arriving at their destination any moment now. Last time Jae-hyun checked, they did not even need his help anymore. After all, everyone had leveled up and could overcome almost any difficulty on their own. On top of that, the most annoying area boss was already dead. From here on, everything should go smoothly. In fact, they had finally made it right up to the apartment complex. Seeing this, Jae-hyun felt a wave of relief and smiled with satisfaction. This was the exact apartment complex where the families of Ha Dong-jan, Kang Deok-soo, and Kim Jon lived. The moment Deok-soo caught sight of the building, he broke down in tears, crying out that he finally saw home. Dong-jeon picked up his pace, urging them to hurry inside and rescue everyone. Jeon was just as hyped to bring their families back to safety. They charged forward like the wind, putting everything on the line. Every single one of them was filled with absolute hope. Just a little further. Watching them run, Jae-hyun could not help but feel happy for them. They were almost there, and with just one final push, they would reunite with their families. Once reunited, they could all head back to the safe zone and live a peaceful, happy life. But suddenly, their faces froze, and their sprinting legs ground to a sudden halt. Every single one of them stopped dead in their tracks. Dong-jeon caught up, asking what was wrong and why they had stopped. Deok-soo was completely pale. His smile vanished, and his eyes stared ahead in sheer shock. Kim Jeon and Yoo Hyrin caught up and gasped in horror. Gripping his weapon, Jeon's hands began to tremble violently. Deok-soo ground his teeth, barely able to force the words out that they might be too late. That was when Dong-jeon finally saw it. They were too late. A massive horde of monsters was already waiting inside. The entire apartment building had been completely overrun. These beasts were level 31 dark orcs and massive orc warriors. Every single one of them looked absolutely vicious. Before the team could even step inside, the monsters marched out with weapons drawn. Jae-hyun watched as high-level beasts, all level 30 and above, poured out from the basement parking lot. Deok-soo could only stammer that this was absolute madness. Jae-hyun panicked too, knowing exactly what this terrifying sight meant for the survivors inside. How could this happen? The chances of anyone surviving inside that building were practically zero. Enraged, Deok-soo waved his arms to summon his entire army of steel knights, wanting nothing more than to slaughter every single beast. Watching him lash out in pure hatred, Jae-hyun immediately realized what this meant. Their families all lived in that very building. Without another word, both sides clashed in a brutal, chaotic battle. Yoo Hyrin turned to look at Dong-jeon with deep worry. This was too much of a shock for him. Hyrin called out to him, but a dark purple flame was already erupting from his body as his eyes burned with rage. Completely losing his mind, his only thought was to slaughter every monster in sight. He unleashed a massive, glowing purple blast straight into the sky. The monsters stared up blankly, having no idea what was coming for them. Dong-jeon's concentrated energy fell like a meteoric flame from the heavens, crushing the horde below, yet his blinding rage was still far from satisfied. The war was on, and not a single orc would leave this place alive. He charged forward like a bullet, unleashing all his built-up fury, exhaustion, and grief onto the enemy. The orcs still had no clue what was happening, but they did not need to understand. Arrows pierced their skulls as Jeon and Deok-soo fired their guns and threw spears, diving straight into the melee. Everyone threw out every single skill they had, with Deok-soo wiping out several monsters all by himself. Jae-hyun joined the fray, opening his system window to summon endless ammunition and firing it directly into the monsters' faces. The low-level dark orcs were actually pretty easy to handle. For Dong-jane's squad, who had spent all their time hunting and grinding for power, these grunts were absolutely no match. But the real threat was not the low-level grunts. The actual danger came from the orc warriors, massive brutes with rippling muscles and glowing eyes. With their razor-sharp fangs, they were on an entirely different level compared to the regular foot soldiers, making them far more lethal. They were absurdly strong, forcing Jae-hyun to intervene and project his voice directly to them. He yelled that he would support them, warning the team to watch out for the armored orcs heading their way. Just as he said that, an orc archer let loose an arrow flying straight toward them. This was getting insanely dangerous. The arrow was aimed directly at their weakest link, Kim Da-jong. She could not react in time, forcing Jae-hyun to desperately scream for her to get out of the way. But it was too late. The arrow struck her directly in the stomach. Blood splattered, and her eyes went wide with shock from the agonizing pain. She looked down in disbelief, wondering if she had actually been shot. With blood pooling, her teammates panicked. Da Jiang reached down with trembling hands to touch the arrow still lodged in her stomach, collapsing as she ground her teeth to endure the pain. Dong Jian whipped his head around, completely horrified. Seeing his teammate gravely injured, he panicked, unable to believe his own eyes. Da Jiang did not have the physical stats to survive a fatal hit like that, and worse, they had no healer left to save her. Jae Yoon watched in despair as their normally calm leader broke down. In this state, Dong Jian could no longer give orders to anyone. That attack was aimed directly at the weakest point of Dong Ganha's team. Once hit, even healing magic would be completely useless, making him tremble with anxiety. What should they do now? They could no longer rely on Jian Kim's support. Wuju might barely manage to hold on, thanks to his high self-regeneration ability. But if this battle drags on, defeat is only a matter of time. The outcome of this fight was decided from the very beginning. If they want to run, this is their absolute last chance. He thought about summoning his retainers to help them escape. He knew he should have done that from the start, but just as Dong Ganha looked away, a monster loomed right behind him. The beast raised its weapon high with both hands, preparing to bring a devastating blow right down on him. Panicking at the sight, Ga Hyok Kim screamed out for Dong Ganha. Right then, Ji Dong Kim decisively ripped the arrow from her own stomach, yelling to reassure the panicked group. She yelled for them not to worry. Even Ga Hyok Kim was completely stunned as she ripped the arrow out with her bare hands. She immediately began healing herself, telling everyone to pull themselves together and rescue the people trapped inside the building. Until they know who is alive or dead, nothing is certain. She urged them to go find their families immediately. Her words snapped the team back to reality. Dong Ganha spun around just in time to deflect the monster's giant axe as it swung down. The situation was finally looking up. Even though Ji Dong Kim managed to remove the arrow, the agonizing pain left her unable to fight for a while. Watching them fight so desperately and suffer like this, Ga Hyo Kim felt a massive wave of regret washing over him. He should have ordered them to retreat and run away immediately. But seeing how hard they were fighting, he knew he couldn't afford to just give up now. They were so close to reuniting with their families. Clenching his fists, his status window flared with a rage that matched his own. Fleeing was out of the question. Dong Ganha, Cheng Wu Kang, and Jian Kim, he resolved to boost them all to level 40, gifting them incredible power. A system alert chimed, warning him that once they reached level 40, each subsequent stage would cost a whopping 1 billion. He didn't hesitate. Cost was no object. Today, he was going to make sure they won. Instantly, Dong Ganha, Cheng Wu Kang, and Jian Kim surged to level 40. They stared at their glowing bodies in utter shock. Ga Hyok Kim quickly explained that their levels had just been boosted. He told them to wipe out every single monster. Reinvigorated, the entire group unleashed their newfound strength and charged back into the fray. Upgrading everyone cost him well over 10 billion coins, but it was worth it as long as they could crush these brutal orc monsters. In reality, almost all the money they had gathered up until now was meant for expanding their territory. Jian Kim waved his hand, summoning a massive flock of black crows. That spent gold was supposed to fund basic infrastructure like electricity, water, and gas for the residents. He went even further, boosting Dong Ganha and Wuju to level 45. He was playing completely all in today. Investing their hard-earned funds directly into Dong Ganha's team was a no-brainer, because these warriors deserved every bit of it. The grueling battle dragged on for hours, leaving everyone completely exhausted. Ga Hyuk Kim stayed right in the thick of it. He and his retainers joined forces on the front lines, helping Henry Kim, Bung Ho Moon, and Ji Dong Kim level up. Once Henry Kim, Bung Ho Moon, and Ji Dong Kim hit level 40, he quickly boosted all the other remaining members to level 40 as well. Just like that, every single team member had officially surpassed level 40. As for the top 3 absolute powerhouses in the battle, Dong Ganha, Cheng Wu Kang, and Wuju, they were raised to level 45, matching the raw tier of that giant 2-headed orc. This meant they now had 3 fighters who were practically monsters themselves. In no time, the upgraded team completely slaughtered the remaining beasts. When the dust finally settled, only Dong Ganha's squad remained standing on the bloody battlefield. Exhausted but clinging to hope, they made their way inside the building. But the deeper they went, the paler their faces became as they saw the desolate ruins and scattered bodies. There was absolutely no sign of life left. With incredibly heavy hearts, they slowly climbed the stairs floor by floor. A suffocating silence fell over them as they finally reached Dong Ganha's apartment. He stood there, slowly placing his trembling hand on the doorknob. Henry Kim held onto his arm, softly calling his name, but Dong Ganha stayed completely silent, his entire body locked in extreme tension. There was a 99% chance no one had survived, but he still clung to hope. He swung the door open only to find an empty house covered in bloody footprints. Bloodstains splattered the walls, and a bloody knife lay abandoned on the floor. The deeper he walked inside, the darker his expression became. Refusing to give up, he searched room after room in a desperate, hopeless search. The rest of the squad stood frozen at the doorway, staring at the blood-spattered walls of an entirely empty home. Dong Ganha searched in absolute silence, barely even knowing what he was looking for anymore, yet unable to stop. Only much later did he quietly mutter for them to leave. Henry Kim looked at him with deep pity. Dong Ganha's expression was strangely calm, as if he was in too much pain to cry, quietly whispering that he was fine. Henry Kim couldn't hold back anymore, throwing his arms around him in a tight hug, sobbing and telling him to just let his tears out. Dong Ganha gently patted his back to comfort him, whispering that he had expected this all along and would be okay. The other rooms in the building were just as empty, dead silent and covered in blood, leaving Dong John to slump to the floor in despair. Was it confirmed? Yes, it was. Is this what reality looks like? Every single one of them had lost their families. Jae-hyun was completely speechless, his entire body frozen in shock as he realized he had failed. Even with such immense despair on their faces, they weren't like Henry, who still had family by his side to share the grief. Despite trying his absolute best, he was ultimately abandoned by the world, completely alone. Jae-hyun broke down, burying his face in his hands and sobbing. How could he dream of using his power to save the country when he couldn't even protect the people right next to him? Suddenly, Dong Jion spoke up, mentioning he found no footprints at the house, which meant there was still hope they were alive somewhere. Even if they weren't, they still had to keep living. Since those words came from none other than Dong Jion, everyone else was left in silence, not knowing how to respond. There was no need to give up hope just yet, and that sliver of hope made their situation far better than Dong John's. Dong John looked up and asked if Jae-hyun was there, and he immediately replied. Outside, the rain was pouring relentlessly, leaving them both completely exhausted and unable to take another step. He apologized and asked Jae-hyun to summon them back so he could rest for a while. Jae-hyun complied immediately. As he summoned his vassals back, he was consumed by self-doubt, with one dark thought repeating in his head. Was it because he was too greedy that he arrived a step too late? If only he had saved their families sooner. Dong Jion turned to leave, saying he would rest first. Jae-hyun grit his teeth as tears streamed down his face, questioning if he could have saved everyone if he had acted differently. To put it simply, his struggling had been entirely in vain. His parents had survived on their own strength to find him, and his grandfather had relied on his immense power to hold out. They would have been perfectly safe even if he hadn't gone searching for them. Though they said nothing, they might have secretly resented him for causing this terrible outcome. To them, he felt like the actual killer of their families, and he could no longer bear this crushing guilt. He immediately bowed his head, sobbing and crying out that it was all his fault because of his greed. Weeping uncontrollably, he kept repeating those words, blaming himself, and saying his greed had cost everyone the chance to save their families. After Jae-hyun apologized, Dong Jion stood in silence, then turned around and walked straight over to where he was bowed low, crying bitterly. He stared at him for a long moment in silence before finally speaking. Dong Jion told Jae-hyun to stop, insisting that none of this was his fault. But Jae-hyun's entire body kept trembling under the weight of his guilt. Dong Jion placed a hand on his shoulder, asking him to look up and see what was around him. He pointed out that everyone present, including himself, had been kept alive by Jae-hyun's power. They didn't have to worry about food, water, or monsters, all thanks to him. If it weren't for him, Byung-ho's grandmother and Henry's family would never have been saved. They spoke with absolute sincerity, telling him that he was their ultimate salvation. Without him, Dong Jion wouldn't have known his family's fate, nor would he have had the chance to get revenge on those monsters. Jae-hyun stood completely in a daze as Dong Jion's suddenly raspy voice reached his ears. Through that tone, he could tell how hard Dong Jion was clenching his teeth to appear strong. Despite dealing with so much pain today, Dong Jion was still standing there to comfort him. After all, with only their own weak power, they could never have defeated those monsters back then. There are simply too many tragic things in this world. But that pain does not target any single person. It is just a part of life that naturally happens to everyone eventually. He didn't need to shoulder all the responsibility, because this was the world's fault, not his. He shouldn't put so much unnecessary pressure on himself. He just needed to be like a massive tree, standing tall for them to lean on. Providing a safe shade for them to rest was more than enough to make them incredibly grateful. Those incredibly sincere words left Jae-hyun stunned, making him realize that Dong-jon was actually far stronger and more mature than he had imagined. After saying his piece, Dong-jon turned and walked away. Jae-hyun was left in disbelief. He was supposed to comfort them, but they ended up comforting him instead, leaving him to mutely thank them. And it wasn't just him. Even Jian looked at him with an encouraging smile. Henry and Byung-ho cheered him on as well, telling him to hang in there and expressing their deep gratitude, since Byung-ho could never have saved his grandmother without him. Janin and Jane smiled at him as well, admitting they would have died in that house long ago without his help. Another agreed, saying they surely would have gone mad without his help, as everyone gathered around to express their most sincere gratitude. Jae-hyun stood there completely speechless. It felt incredibly strange to him because he had always acted purely out of self-interest, viewing his help as nothing more than a simple trade. He only helped them because they helped him first. They call him their savior. Honestly, it makes him feel terrible. Does someone like him really deserve to be their salvation? You just need to be like a giant tree. Just stand there and let us lean on you. A giant tree? How can he avoid letting down their expectations? He must become a massive tree, spreading wide shade so everyone can finally rest. His mind is finally clear. Yes, he will do his best to become the giant tree that Ha Dong-gon wants. The grand goal of saving the country that he set at the beginning was merely a byproduct of his overwhelming power. The sheer pressure made him feel like he had to do it. But that is not what he truly desires, and he is not even sure he could give it his all. To him, just slaying monsters, leveling up, establishing outposts, and expanding territory like this is more than enough. He decides to cast aside that lofty goal of saving everyone in South Korea. His new goal is to become a massive tree, creating a wide canopy of shade so everyone who enters can have a comfortable place to rest. He is absolutely certain this is the path he needs to take. Just then, ding, everyone's trust and loyalty skyrocket to 100%. Shortly after Ha Dong-gon's party leaves, Lee Jun-hyuk leads a group straight to Jia-hyung's house. He stands outside calling out, "Jia-hyung, I brought everyone here just like you asked." This group is massive, crowding the hallway with noisy chatter, so Jia-hyung steps out to welcome them after their long journey. Lee Jun-hyuk asks in surprise what kind of favor he needs. Instead of answering right away, Jia-hyung slams the door, telling them they must change places first. Normally, anyone who is not a vassal is barred from entering his home. Regular citizens can only make it to the front gate, but there is a method to his madness. After quickly upgrading his front door, he opens it wide and invites them inside. The entire group stands frozen in sheer disbelief. The red-haired girl is completely lost, wondering if this is actually her own home. They keep questioning what on earth is happening as system alerts chime. Their trust is skyrocketing, playing right into Jia-hyung's hands. He chuckles. That's right. If you want to build trust, flexing your raw power is definitely the most direct and effective way. Once everyone is finally settled inside, he gathers them to explain the details of his offer. Jun-hyuk nods for him to go ahead, and Jia-hyung extends his hand, asking everyone present to first sign a contract with him. They all drop to their knees and wait silently. After a while, the final group asks in confusion if the entire contract process is completely finished now. "Thank you for your hard work," they say. Jia-hyung is sweating bullets from exhaustion, but he forces himself to push through. Signing contracts with this many people is brutal. It is pure exhaustion, but with that out of the way, preparations are complete. Turning to the leader Lee Jun-hyuk, Jia-hyung gets straight to the point. With their territory rapidly expanding, the entire Honglan mountain now falls completely under their control. Is that the mountain right behind them? Yes, and even worse, a dungeon has reportedly appeared there, making him look dead serious. Addressing Lee Jun-hyuk and his crew, he asks them to explore that dangerous new dungeon. The leader is visibly tense and hesitant to make promises, but seeing this as a massive opportunity, he readily accepts, saying it is absolutely no problem. He thanks Jia-hyung for the mission, but as they speak, a sudden voice cuts through, calling out Jia-hyung's name. Startled, his eyes fly wide. Telepathy? It's Gobin calling, telling him the things he requested are finally ready. She asks him to head over immediately. Since he can't just ignore her, Jia-hyung checks the floor numbers as he boards the elevator. As the elevator doors slowly slide shut, he finally lets out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, Lee Jun-hyuk eagerly accepted the dungeon conquest proposal. Now, he can finally relax a bit regarding all the issues surrounding the local dungeon. Interestingly, even though Lee Jun-hyuk's actual skills remain the same after swearing loyalty, his 12th retainer Viscount Mage title, much like Odu's, upgraded his rank from a mere knight to a Viscount. On top of that, elite members from Lee Jun-hyuk's crew, including Lee Hyo-chan, Shin Ah-young, and Kim Ji-tae, all managed to achieve B rank, unlike the standard D to C rank grunts. It really feels like, as the number of contracts grows, the accumulated system data increases too. Acquiring high-level powers seems deeply tied to a person's innate traits, essentially their raw potential or natural-born talent. Watching the elevator, he guesses he can only form contracts with exactly 100 people, meaning he should focus on recruiting only the most talented. Stepping inside, the lift starts moving. He is heading down to meet up with Ga-bin. Her eyes light up the moment she spots him, asking if he finally arrived. Jia-hyung smiles back, thanking her for the effort. She laughs, saying it is nothing at all, as long as she gets paid well for her trouble. The mere mention of cash instantly cures her fatigue. Jia-hyung begrudgingly promises to pay her a handsome bonus, his gaze suddenly turning serious as he scans the crowded room. He asks if these are the recruits she gathered, and Ga-bin points toward them with a proud nod. Following his instructions, they gathered 10 of the most capable workers. He steps forward to introduce himself, saying he is pleased to meet them. He introduces himself as Ga-hyun Kim. The others bow in unison to greet him, though the blonde guy looks curious. The blonde asks what Ga-hyun gathered them there for. Ga-hyun cuts straight to the point to explain his plan to everyone. He wants to offer them department chief positions, leaving everyone standing there completely speechless and wide-eyed with shock. He calculated everything. Although the population has grown immensely, only a few people are currently holding chief positions. There is only Medical Chief Chung-min Lee and Rescue Chief Baek Chung-min, and the blonde guy seems pretty eager to step up. He promises they will give their absolute all if given the chance. Since 12 chief positions remain, they seem like a safe bet. No free handouts. Ga-hyun makes it clear that he cannot just give these roles away, laying out the truth directly. There is a catch, which instantly gets the crowd whispering about what kind of condition he might set. The reason he selected them is simple. As more survivors join, countless problems big and small are bound to pop up. Prove it first. Only those who can propose solid solutions will get a chief title. With that, Ga-hyun reaches his hand out. It is time to start. So he invites anyone who is ready to step forward and present their ideas. The presentations drag on for a long time. They cover tons of ideas, from local waste management to maintaining internal pathways inside their safe zone. They present clever solutions to various issues, leaving Ga-hyun feeling quite satisfied with their overall capability. Ideas flood in. A steady stream of brilliant concepts rolls in. Dane Kim really outdid herself by selecting such a stellar group. Suddenly, a rather arrogant-looking guy raises his hand, claiming it is finally his turn to pitch. Ga-hyun nods for him to speak. The man suggests they desperately need an internal force in charge of maintaining security. Even though nothing major has happened yet, without a dedicated force keeping our trouble is bound to break out sooner or later. Ga-hyun immediately catches his drift, asking if he wants to create a police-like department, which the man confirms. Just then, another guy steps up, apologizing for interrupting to share a crucial detail he just remembered about the police. He asks if they know that the local police station's armory actually stores all kinds of firearms, including assault rifles. His jaw drops. Stunned, he asks if there are actually firearms kept right inside the station. He thought only the military possessed them, but the guy scratches his face, confirming it is true. Since South Korea is technically in a state of armistice, their police armories are fully stocked to handle sudden emergency situations. However, because it is just a local precinct, the overall scale of their inventory is rather limited. Even if it is small, those weapons are incredibly dangerous, so he has to weigh his options carefully. Retrieving those guns would be perfect for starting their security force. The closest one is Buanan Station over in Samson. Ga-hyun asks for his name, and the guy introduces himself as Ji-ho Kang. No time to waste. Hearing this, Ga-hyun knows he must act immediately, before anyone else loots those weapons. He tasks Ji-ho with assembling a team and heading there, which completely catches the poor guy off guard. Jia-hyun reassures him not to worry, promising to guarantee his safety for this mission. Their territory has expanded recently, meaning the station should already fall within their safe boundaries. If it is outside, He should not force it and just head back, finally putting Jiho at ease. Today brought far better results than expected, so Ga-hyun tells him to pack up and leave immediately. He quietly smiles. The prospect of actual assault rifles is incredibly exciting to him. The others resume their meeting. The next day, after electing the department heads, Jiho's team successfully returns with the weapons. Everything goes smoothly until he activates his Monarch's eyes to scan and register the firearms in the shop. Bad news. They only managed to retrieve 2 assault rifles and 1 completely empty magazine. Quantity is not really a concern, since he can buy more from the system shop once registered. The real problem is that someone else already raided the precinct. When Jiho's squad arrived, only scraps were left, meaning hundreds of weapons have vanished into thin air. This is huge. It implies a massive, highly armed survivor faction is operating somewhere out there. That is a pretty major headache, but a group of that scale should easily stand out. Yet, despite how loud they should be, he has absolutely zero intelligence reports on them. They are too far. Since they are outside, he postpones the issue. He has to handle a much more pressing matter first, specifically prioritizing who gets these newly acquired rifles. Cut to another area. Goblins are crawling all over the streets. A whisper breaks the silence. Seo-jun, what should we do? Behind a nearby tree, the old man's group is hiding. There are just too many monsters. Damn it, we barely made it this far after all that struggle. But nobody dares to launch an attack with our ammo running dangerously low. Crap. What is the plan? Seo-jun, make a call. The old man has absolutely no clue, but his teammates keep pushing him for an answer. After a grueling battle, everyone is exhausted, and their weapons are almost dry. With their current strength, taking on a massive swarm of monsters like this is practically impossible. Damn it. Is there really no way out of this nightmare? Just as despair sinks in, Big Brother's voice echoes in Kang Seo-jun's head. Suddenly, a system window flashes open as the main character sends them a massive supply of high-end guns and ammo. Everyone is left speechless, watching them struggle in this hopeless situation. The main character can't help but smirk. It looks like he arrived just in time to deliver some much-needed reinforcements, so they should put these weapons to good use. Saved from the brink of death, the entire group lets out a massive sigh of relief. Big Brother, thank you so much. Realizing they have a chance, everyone grabs a rifle and gears up. Focus, everyone. Seo-jun quickly scans the area, fully taking in the situation. He asks if everyone is ready to move. With loaded guns back in their hands, their confidence instantly surges. Understood, they shout, charging forward like moths to a flame, while screaming at the top of their lungs to attack. The monster horde turns around just as the two sides clash. Seo-jun grips his rifle and opens fire wildly, spraying bullets in every direction as the chaotic shootout begins. These guys are surprisingly good shots. No matter how many goblins swarm them, they get wiped out. Clearly, these monsters are smart, turning tail and fleeing the moment they realize they can't win. The group cheers in pure joy. They're running away. We actually did it. Let's go save our families. They keep pushing forward, firing their weapons as they advance. Chime. System notifications flash continuously, confirming the beastmen are defeated, and experience points are piling up. Watching the battle unfold, the main character is absolutely amazed. Is this really the raw power of a rifle? Without even using skills, standard firearms alone are enough to push back the beastmen. This means that as long as someone knows the absolute basics of handling a gun, they can generate enough firepower to completely shred standard monsters. Excellent. It looks like Jang Seong-jun's squad is safe for now, so they can handle the rest of this zone on their own. But what about Lee Jun-hyuk's group? How are they holding up? Elsewhere, Jun-hyuk's team is completely safe so far. Walking through the dense forest, they let out a sigh of relief when they finally locate their target. Looming right before them is a D-rank Lizardman Swamp dungeon, and it looks incredibly dangerous. Jun-hyuk takes the lead, peering into the entrance to scout the area. Oh no, the inside is completely flooded. How are they supposed to even step foot in there? But water is actually his specialty, since his main ability controls it. Calming his anxious teammates, he tells them not to worry and instantly activates his water control skill. Instantly, the water inside the dungeon parts down the middle, creating a perfectly dry path right through. Everyone else watches in sheer amazement. Wow, that is insane. Jun-hyuk takes the lead, turning back with a confident smirk to ask if everyone is ready. Let's move in. Chime. Lee Jun-hyuk's party has entered a dungeon for the first time, earning double experience points and gold bonuses. The main character continues to monitor their journey. Since the dungeon remains completely unexplored, There's no telling what hidden dangers might be waiting. That is why, right after handing out rifles to Jang Seong-jun's squad, he immediately sent some over to Jun Hyuk's team as well. Now, they also possess a decent amount of firepower. Clearing it should be easy, but the system screen leaves him completely puzzled. What does the number next to the dungeon info mean? He initially thought it was a player limit, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The deeper they go, the more magical it feels. Wow, with water surrounding them everywhere, it is like walking through an aquarium. Another teammate agrees, noting it feels exactly like an underwater glass tunnel. Suddenly, one of the members flinches in shock and raises his rifle, shouting that 3 enemies are approaching from their 11 o'clock direction. His senses are incredibly sharp. The monsters are moving incredibly fast, forcing everyone to raise their weapons toward the target. 11 o'clock? Isn't that completely underwater? The water suddenly starts to surge violently, and it seems Jun Hyuk is losing his grip over it. Foaming white bubbles splash everywhere. Watch out, it's a blue mutant. The white-haired teammate screams, warning Jun Hyuk about the threat right behind him. It is a level 21 lizard man, and it looks absolutely terrifying. With razor-sharp fangs and glowing yellow eyes, it lunges forward to attack. Jun Hyuk reacts just in time, drawing his weapon and successfully blocking the deadly strike. Damn it, it's not alone. The others are closing in fast. Raising his gun, Hyo-chan yells at everyone to focus because 2 more are coming. Fire! The entire team unleashes a relentless barrage of bullets into the water. Some rounds find their mark, but it isn't enough to take them down. These bastards are swimming freely underwater, making them incredibly hard to hit. If only there was a way to force them out of the water. Suddenly, Kim Dae got a bright idea and shouted that he had a plan. He smiled confidently, since water was his absolute specialty, but before he could act, Jun Hyuk suddenly stopped him, shouting for everyone to wait because someone had already figured things out. With one move, he drained the water around the monsters, waited for the perfect moment to signal them, and their combined gunfire successfully completed the plan. The system chimed, confirming the lizardmen were defeated, and the monsters were finally dead. His older brother felt they were incredibly lucky, as those lizardmen could have easily used the environment to overwhelm them. After all, moving through a flooded dungeon is extremely difficult. Creatures like these lizardmen, who can swim freely in pitch-black waters with limited visibility, are basically grim reapers. But Lee Hyo-chan possessed a mini-map ability. He could map out the terrain within a 100-meter radius to distinguish allies from enemies. Meanwhile, Lee Jun-hyuk used his water manipulation skills to completely flip the tables. It seemed the main character did not need to provide any support. To be honest, with strength like this, there was no need to send Jun Hyuk's entire squad. Just having Lee Jun-hyuk, Lee Hyo-chan, and a few fire support members would have been more than enough to conquer this dungeon. Everything went smoothly for the group as they headed straight down to the end of the tunnel. Jun Hyuk asked in surprise if they had arrived already, noting that the boss room was separated from the outside by a simple wooden door. They finally made it and walked right inside, but something felt completely off. This room was bone dry, and the boss was nowhere to be seen. Just as those words were spoken, Lee Hyo-chan got visibly irritated and annoyed. He grumbled that every time someone said that, things went wrong. And suddenly, everyone went pale as they felt a massive tremor. Lee Hyo-chan was the first to detect something closing in on them, warning everyone to watch out as it charged toward them rapidly. Right at that moment, water burst violently from the cavern. The group gasped and screamed in terror, completely caught off guard by the sudden ambush. Shouting for everyone to get behind him, Jun Hyuk stood at the front and tried to block it using his water-splitting skill again. But things were not going to be that easy this time. He recoiled in sheer shock as the threat finally revealed itself. A massive lizard man holding a trident stood atop the rushing water. This was the boss monster, and it looked incredibly intimidating. The team quickly surrounded the monster and raised their guns, knowing they had absolutely no other choice but to shoot. The entire squad opened fire, but a boss is never an easy target. It waved its hands to control the water, forming a solid shield. Panicking, they warned each other that the boss was blocking their bullets with water, rendering their attacks useless and leaving them clueless. Having manipulated water for so long, Jun Hyuk was thoroughly impressed to finally meet a foe with similar abilities. Muttering that he had no idea water could be used like that, he treated this as a training session and told everyone to stay put. Confused, they asked what he meant, but Jun Hyuk did not waste any words and simply dashed forward. He promised to handle it quickly and return. leaving the worried team with no time to stop him. The brave Junhyuk charged straight onto the crest of the waves to strike first. He locked eyes with the trident-wielding boss, facing the armed monster completely empty-handed. Was he really trying to fight empty-handed? As it turned out, he planned to weaponize the water itself. The two water users were evenly matched, but Junhyuk seemed to have found a winning strategy. Smiling playfully to mock the beast, he pointed out that since the monster used physical strength to block his attacks, it probably meant the beast could not move within his controlled water. In the blink of an eye, Junhyuk materialized right behind the monster. Activating his water manipulation skill, he trapped the monster's neck inside a water sphere, declaring victory before detonating a water bomb. With a massive explosion, the monster's head ruptured, sending blood and water flying everywhere. The spectating teammates stood there completely speechless, having never seen such an epic display. The dungeon was successfully cleared. The system confirmed the defeat of the level 3 Lizardman chieftain and granted them experience points. For defeating the boss of the Lizardman swamp, Citizen Lee Junhyuk was rewarded with 10 crystals. Clearing the dungeon for the first time also brought a bonus of 100 crystals, all while our protagonist closely monitored the battle. Once Junhyuk's team finished their dungeon run and departed, the dungeon status information began to shift slightly. That number likely represented the dungeon run limit, which meant they still had 9 more attempts left. By clearing all the remaining runs, he would be able to claim a divine artifact, potentially gaining another item as useful as his communication ring. He simply could not afford to pass up this opportunity. So he quickly contacted Junhyuk to check on his physical condition. Aside from being a bit tired, everything was fine, leading the protagonist to explain that he had a favor to ask. Junhyuk readily agreed to help, but froze in place when the main character straight up asked him to clear the dungeon once every single day. He wondered if it was a joke, but realized it was actually a perfect chance to train. So, he happily agreed to the task as if it were a minor chore, and he truly kept his word. Over the next 10 days, Lee Junhyuk consistently cleared the dungeon and gathered 10 crystals daily. Having cleared the dungeon for the first time, he receives 100 crystals. A divine draw costs 300 crystals, and with 400 in hand, a new weapon is finally within reach. He tells his team to go get some rest after their hard work, then checks his system and smiles he finally has enough crystals for the divine artifact draw. Perfect. Now it is time to pull. Getting a brand new divine weapon is always exciting, but there is always a catch. He has to endure a sharp pain and a blinding light erupting from the magic circle, which is incredibly irritating. It is so bright even a blind person could see it. Can they not turn this light off? It is usually bright, but this draw is exceptionally blinding. The young man carefully lifts the newly summoned object with both hands. The system pings with an announcement he has obtained the Shelter King crown, which doubles all active buffs for his citizens when worn. Jia Hui is stunned, because he already has 6 active buffs, including a 100% experience boost, extra gold, and faith power. Not to mention basic taxes, population subsidies, and economic buffs. Can wearing this single crown really double every single one of them? But does he have to wear it constantly? It is a bit awkward, but the boosted effects are simply too powerful to pass up. He looks ridiculous, but he tells himself that since he rarely leaves the house, he might as well wear it all the time. A sudden wave of pure refreshment washes right over his mind. Conveniently, his tax cooldown is almost up, making this the perfect time to test his new crown. If the double effect works, his 10% tax rate will jump to 20%. A 20% tax should bring in a few billion, but the actual screen display leaves him completely speechless, over 15 billion gold. This means the total wealth of his citizens is around 75 billion. These people are way richer than he ever imagined. No wonder his general store has been pulling in massive revenue lately. Their actual purchasing power is skyrocketing by the day. Richer citizens are always a good thing, and now that he has the crown, he needs to level up fast to unlock better store items. As his thoughts drift, the doorbell rings, and a loud voice calls out to him from the hallway. It is Seong-jun and his group, all wearing massive smiles as they call out to Jia Hui, happily announcing they have come to return the borrowed gear. Jia Hui greets them warmly, thanking them for making the long trip back just to deliver his weapons in person. Fresh off a victory, the group is high-spirited and insists it is the absolute least they could do. Suddenly, they all freeze, staring in utter shock at the shiny crown on his head. Realizing his blunder, Jia Hui quickly tears it off, red-faced and stammering. He stammers that it is nothing special, before hurriedly changing the subject to congratulate them on their success. Desperate to hide his embarrassment, He quickly asks if they managed to safely reunite with their loved ones. The men nod emotionally, admitting that if they had been even a single minute later, they might have lost their families forever. But because he generously lent them firearms, they were able to pull off a miracle and rescue everyone safely. Jia Hui modestly waves it off, saying he only helped as much as possible. He insists they saved their own families with their own strength, but the men bow deeply anyway, explaining how desperate and critical the situation had been for them. They thank him over and over, their voices thick with genuine gratitude. Seeing them happy makes Jia Hui smile, and he is genuinely glad to help, as system notifications suddenly flash with their loyalty levels skyrocketing. After chatting for a little while, Seong Jun and his happy family finally head back downstairs, leaving Jia Hui to sort through the pile of returned firearms. As he locks the weapons back in the armory, he wonders if everything has been accounted for. Suddenly, the system screen flickers with urgent red text, catching him off guard, since there should not be any active alerts right now. But reality hits hard, as the screen displays a list of deceased citizens, leaving Jia Hui completely frozen in sheer shock. What on earth is happening? Over 15 of his citizens are wiped out in mere seconds in an unprecedented tragedy, followed immediately by a strange notification that a low-level blood demon was slain for extra experience points. It looks like positive news at first, but this alert actually marks the beginning of a massive, bloody catastrophe. Elsewhere, bodies litter the cold ground as a terrified, trembling girl desperately cries out for help, trapped in the tight grip of a menacing, red-haired man who holds her tight. Surrounded by a horde of ravenous undead, the attacker remains completely silent. He sinks his fangs deep into her neck, and her flesh instantly turns pale and shrivels up as she transforms into an undead. After draining her, he carelessly tosses her body onto the ground for the other ghouls to swarm. He wipes his bloody mouth and laughs maniacally, delighted by the fact that their prey in this area is practically endless. Before arriving at this place, his discovery of this hidden safe zone had been purely accidental, back when he was still highly confused by the massive, transparent barrier blocking his path. Then, when an offer for citizenship pops up, he immediately hits agree without thinking twice. Entering the place, his jaw dropped in pure shock. He absolutely could not believe his eyes. It was hard to believe, but this place was packed with families playing happily, like a heaven hidden inside hell. And look over there, food was everywhere. Not only was there a massive bounty, but the quality looked far better than anyone he had eaten outside. They seemed several times more delicious. A dark idea instantly popped into his head. If he just stayed here, devouring all these innocent people would give him the chance to evolve and become someone truly strong. Just like the guy who had deemed him useless and cast him aside, a powerful vampire. That monster had devoured countless humans, sporting long, terrifying claws. He ecstatically fantasized about his upcoming promotion to mid-tier, believing he would soon possess power equal to that man. But merely matching him was not enough. He needed to drain even more human blood to surpass him completely. To achieve this, both he and his pack had to grow stronger. As a low-tier vampire, he could only control 5 bottom-tier subordinates. Even though one of them had died during this hunt, it did not matter. With countless humans around, turning someone into a new bottom-tier vampire would be a piece of cake. The thought made him smirk evilly, his eyes burning crimson. Once he successfully transformed into a mid-tier vampire, his own followers would also evolve into low-tier threats one after another. They would then multiply, creating even more of those bottom-tier beasts. In this way, his vampire legion would grow exponentially in no time. He would feast on every human in the area before settling the score with that traitor. By then, his power would easily surpass his rivals. At last, he would be able to carry out his bloody vengeance. Glancing backward, he noticed someone approaching and could not help but grin. He wondered if yet another piece of prey had come to die. His subordinate vampires began to grow restless, their eyes glowing red as they bared their terrifying mouths filled with razor-sharp fangs. He controlled them, while laughing in delight at the fool practically delivering himself. But suddenly, the smirk wiped off his face, leaving him frozen in shock. Unbelievably, the moment his weak minions charged forward, their heads exploded into pieces. He stood there, wondering what on earth was happening. His minions were completely wiped out in the blink of an eye. The monster was certainly troublesome enough to make Ga Hyuk personally step in to handle things. Seeing the man approach with furious, murderous intent, the creature panicked. He had absolutely no idea what had just transpired. There was no warning, and they had not even clashed. In just a single instant, his entire legion had been completely annihilated. Was he seeing things? He was completely unable to grasp what was happening before him. Catching a glimpse of Ga-hyuk's glowing eyes, he shivered in terror, as if his mind was actively rejecting the reality in front of him. Yet one thing was crystal clear: this man was an absolute monster that his current self could never hope to comprehend. Only one thought crossed his mind: he had to run away. Suddenly, an invisible hand, Ga-hyuk's special skill, gripped his neck and hoisted him high into the air. He was entirely helpless, his body freezing up as he screamed in agony, begging Ga-hyuk to spare his miserable life. Ga-hyuk was absolutely furious. A lowly vampire had dared to slaughter so many innocent people within his very own territory, and he was not about to let it slide. "How dare you?" Ga-hyuk growled. The chokehold nearly killed him right there, leaving his eyes bulging as sweat poured down his face. He was done for. He knew that expecting forgiveness from this terrifying man was nothing short of an absolute miracle. Damn it. In the end, he would never get his revenge, only to die such a meaningless death. But just as he was about to cross the gates of death, Ga-hyuk released his grip, letting him crash hard onto the ground. Ignoring his desperate coughing and gasping, Ga-hyuk delivered a stern ultimatum, demanding that he answer every single question truthfully from now on. He lay flat on the ground, trembling like a leaf, looking up at him in utter silence. Only when pressed did he stammer out a submissive reply. With a grim, death-like expression, Ga-hyuk demanded to know how he had managed to enter this place. This lowly vampire was Jaegil Seongju. Hearing how easily he had slipped into the territory was enough to give anyone a massive headache. The system notification for granting citizenship never specified that the recipient had to be human, only stating that those who met the requirements could be accepted. He never expected that this loophole actually allowed him to grant citizenship to non-human monsters as well. To make matters worse, they were man-eating beasts, leaving him completely speechless. Asking if he was originally human, the vampire groveled on the ground and confirmed it was true. He tried to make excuses, claiming that before he was bitten by a vampire named Asang, he had been just a normal human. Now, it made sense. Perhaps that was why the system allowed the citizenship grant. He then ordered the monster to keep talking. Seongju explained that his memories were extremely hazy right after turning into a bottom-tier vampire, and he had to hunt humans to eventually evolve into a low-tier threat. When asked about the difference between the tiers, Seongju clarified that those were their vampire ranks. The bottom-tier beasts were like rabid animals acting purely on instinct, possessing only enough intelligence to follow basic commands. Once they turn into a low-level vampire, human-like consciousness is formed, allowing them to raise a small puppet army of their own. He asks what rank that bastard Sang-hyuk belongs to, feeling irritated just at the mention of his name. He is a mid-level vampire. Ji-hwan understands now. Since the low-tier Seonggu is currently at level 28, the level of a mid-tier vampire must be much higher than that. While the exact details of their hierarchy remain a bit fuzzy, it is absolutely certain that high-tier monsters still exist, and the level of those high-tier vampires must be incredibly insane. He asks one last question. The mid-tier vampire is named Sang-hyuk, right? The creature nods and confirms it. With a dark, grim expression, Ji-hwan demands to know his location. The trembling monster kneels, stammering out the address. Drenched in cold sweat, the creature realizes that Ji-hwan is the absolute scariest person alive. He spills everything. Sang-hyuk is currently hiding in an apartment complex in Jeondong. Ji-hwan gets the intel and states he understands. Suddenly, the creature begs him to wait, eagerly offering to guide him so he can kill the target personally. Surprisingly, the system alerts Ji-hwan that Seonggu's loyalty level has suddenly increased, which is quite unexpected. But looking at this pathetic thing, begging for survival only makes Ji-hwan feel deeply sick. He has never felt so disgusted by a spike in loyalty before. No matter what this creature was before it turned, he has absolutely no interest in accepting the allegiance of a beast that eats humans. He has the intel, so sparing it is out of the question. Opening his system screen, Ji-hwan decides that since the creature wants revenge so badly, and since he does not plan on sparing its life anyway, he dumps an incredibly harsh quest onto it. The task is to eliminate Sang-hyuk within 24 hours. The reward is minimal, but the penalty for failure is instant death. With a cold glare, he declares that he does not need a guide. The creature must do it alone. Seonggu is absolutely terrified, hurriedly pleading for mercy and desperately asking him to wait. He begs to be allowed to drink human blood, claiming it is the only way he can evolve and defeat the target. Extremely disgusted that it dares ask to harm more humans, Ji-hwan snaps at him. He warns that if the monster touches a single person, his head will be cut off instantly. The terrified beast collapses onto the ground, screaming in absolute horror. The creature still does not realize this quest is a death sentence, but Ji-hwan cannot risk it going on a desperate rampage. So, he opens the shop and buys an M16 rifle with 100 bullets, leaving the monster utterly stunned. Deciding to play a little game of cat and mouse, Ji-hwan wants to give him a tiny sliver of hope. He tells Seong-gu that this is his chance. Cowering like a dog, the monster snatches up the rifle, eager to slay his creator. Clutching the weapon tightly, the beast gains a sudden surge of confidence, muttering that he will give it his all. Ji-hwan orders him to go all out and eliminate all the vampires. He adds a final warning: if that weapon touches a human, Seong-gu dies. Terrified, the creature scrambles away without a second thought. Once the monster is gone, Ji-hwan uses his communication ring to contact Seo-jin, who answers him right away. He asks her to send one of her shadow mice to shadow the beast and requests her to drop by his house. Ji-hwan does not head straight home. Knowing there are man-eating monsters nearby, he feels obligated to hunt them down for everyone's safety. He has already made up his mind to establish a dedicated vampire extermination unit. But as he looks around, he realizes he is too late. The street is filled with the bodies of those who thought they were safe. Gritting his teeth, he contacts Gabin to dispatch a cleanup crew and help clear this horrifying scene. His ally sadly reports that while everything is prepared, they cannot find any clues to identify two of the victims. There is absolutely nothing they can do. With all communication signals cut off, verifying their identities is impossible. He laments that if they had spotted the threat sooner, this tragedy could have been avoided. He wanted to help their remaining family, feeling a heavy weight of guilt for failing to protect them. Unleashing his mid-level fire magic, Ji-hwan personally cremates the bodies while making a solemn vow. He promises to avenge them before letting them rest. Meanwhile, Seong-gu actually heads out with his new rifle to hunt his creator. He sprays bullets wildly at the low-tier minions, screaming like an absolute lunatic. He shrieks Sung-hyuk's name, completely unaware that Seo-jin's shadow mouse is watching him from nearby. Monitoring the situation, Seo-jin quickly contacts Ji-hwan to report on the chaotic fight, confirming this is indeed the vampire he mentioned. Ji-hwan can only facepalm at the creature's sheer stupidity. Wasting his limited ammunition on mere scouts is absolutely brainless. Although Seong-gu claimed that even low-level vampires had started developing human intellect, in reality, they might be even dumber. Jiahui did not care whether he lived or died. If Seong-gu failed, Jiahui would deal with it himself. After all, he had never expected the guy to actually defeat Ah Sung-wook from the start. Not wanting him to waste more ammo, Jiahui recalled the gun back to inventory. Seong-gu stared in utter shock as it vanished. Desperate, Seong-gu kept begging for another 100 rounds or even just 50 more bullets to finish the job. Suddenly, a heavy sigh echoed through the area. Someone grumbled about all the noise. Seong-gu turned pale at the voice. He looked up in fear as a female vampire appeared, scoffing that she wondered who was causing such a loud racket. Smiling maliciously, she mocked him. Look who it is. The outcast Seong-gu dared to return, and he was actually stupid enough to come back entirely alone. Boiling with rage at the insults, Seong-gu snapped that it was indeed him, then lunged forward to attack the vile woman. Unfazed, the woman sneered at his rude language. She waved her hand, her eyes glowing crimson as she ordered her lackeys to seize him. Her underlings charged instantly, and just 2 low-level vampires were more than enough to pin him to the floor. He looked incredibly pathetic, screaming for those bastards to let him go while the woman watched with utter boredom. She walked over slowly, asking Seong-gu if he still had no idea why he was abandoned in the first place. She declared it was because he was too stupid. As Seong-gu stared blankly, she scoffed that he could not even handle a pack of low-level vampires. With no room to argue against the truth, he could only stutter. She casually dusted off her hands, muttering that he could not even feed himself. Yet, the utterly helpless Seong-gu kept screaming curses at the wretched woman. Leaning down to threaten him, she advised him to start speaking the truth, demanding to know about the loud noise from earlier and the marks left all over the walls. She had been wondering where he got the courage to run back here alone. It turned out he brought a gun, and she demanded to know where it was hidden. In response, the brazen Seong-gu spat directly into her face, telling her to go eat dirt. It was an incredibly bold move that left the stunned woman completely frozen in place. Still acting tough, despite his situation, she slowly wiped her face, noting that fools like him always ended up dying young. Infuriated, her eyes widened as she ordered them to kill him, sending the rabid vampires rushing forward like wild beasts. Seong-gu finally felt terror, screaming at the top of his lungs for help. But of course, nobody was going to save him. Blood splattered everywhere as he was brutally torn apart. A system chime rang out to confirm that Citizen Song-gu was officially dead, easily eliminated by just 2 low-level vampires. Suddenly, the vampires began smoking, howling in sheer agony as they went completely mad. The woman watched with an amused smile, realizing her minions were actually evolving after absorbing his nutrients much better than she had ever expected. She waved her hand once more, ordering the survivors to search the area for the gun. As they rushed off, something suddenly clicked in her mind. Catching a faint scent in the air, she realized Jia Hui had already intervened. Watching the feed from Seong-gu's active camera, Jia Hui saw them getting shot down. He quickly instructed Si-jin to get ready, planning to wipe them out completely. He decided to use those deadly weapons as bait to keep them distracted. This bought him enough time to pump toxic gas throughout the entire floor before the woman could realize what was happening. The woman screamed in panic, but Jia Hui simply called out to Se-jin. Shutting her eyes tight, Se-jin immediately severed the feed as Jia Hui summoned a burning roll of paper. The old apartment building suddenly glowed with a blinding light before erupting in a massive explosion. A barrage of system alerts rang out, confirming multiple low-level vampires had been destroyed. Back with Jia Hui, he let out a sigh of relief, noting that the monsters were much closer than he originally thought. Although his territory would soon expand after leveling up, that new boundary would likely swallow the exact zone where those monsters had nested. Fortunately, he had detected their existence early. He was determined to completely eradicate them before his territory could expand and merge with theirs. Only learning of this now, Se-jin quickly asked Jia Hui if such creatures could actually appear inside their own territory. She suggested assigning quests to their citizens so they could actively hunt them down. Jia Hui immediately rejected the idea, explaining that such a method was far too extreme. If innocent people ended up targeted, the public reaction would be disastrous. Se-jin understood his point and nodded sadly in agreement. She realized it would completely destroy everyone's trust, as absolutely nobody liked having such a dangerous label forced upon them. Jia Hui did not want to trigger internal conflicts. Besides, even if he directly interfered, his options were extremely limited. He needed a reliable way to distinguish his citizens. Right then, a system notification announced that their total citizen count had reached 30,000. Sensing his sudden change in expression, Si-jin quickly asked what was wrong as he stared blankly at the achievement alert. Wait a second. This achievement system allows him to grant custom titles with unique effects once specific requirements are met. He realizes this is the perfect setup, prompting the system to establish an achievement penalty for anyone murdering a registered citizen. When he asks the system if he can revoke these penalties at will, it confirms he can, so he names the title Murderer. The brutal effect decreases all stats by 80% and completely seals both arms. Plus, a glowing murderer label will brand their forehead and in his eyes. That is a pretty light penalty. Jae-hyun locks in the settings immediately, hearing a chime confirm that this major headache has been thoroughly resolved. Now, anyone who commits a crime equivalent to murder will automatically face this harsh, system-generated punishment. Smirking, he loves the idea of branding serious criminals right on their foreheads as a warning to everyone else, finding it more genius by the second. Even better, he can use the system to grant positive titles too, like rewarding brave fighters with the Monster Hunter achievement. Suddenly, Ye-jin stands up to look at Jae-hyun, suggesting that instead of using a direct physical punishment, they should broadcast a warning message first, like telling any hidden vampires in the area to gather at a specific location. To her complete surprise, Jae-hyun just grins and admits he already solved that issue, leaving her to stare at him in pure, wide-eyed disbelief and excitement. Her eyes sparkle as she looks at him with pure, heartfelt admiration. Admitting she does not know the exact details, she praises him, causing the flustered leader to blush deeply at the compliment from such a pretty girl. Awkwardly stammering out a thank you, he quickly looks away, realizing they usually only focus on grim survival and heavy business. But looking at her now, he realizes Ye-jin is incredibly gorgeous, making his heart flutter while she keeps teasing him. She laughs at his modesty, but just as he starts getting lost in his thoughts, a sudden ring of the doorbell startles him. A voice outside calls Jae-hyun's name, explaining they rushed over immediately, prompting him to tell them that the door is unlocked. The sweet moment is completely shattered as she walks in with a polite apology. Though Jae-hyun called her here for a critical reason, she is an indispensable powerhouse when it comes to wiping out massive enemy hordes. Looking at Hyrin, he thanks her for coming to help with the vampire raid, knowing they absolutely could not afford to leave her out of the plan. Her deadly poison will be incredibly useful, and she is already pumped up and asking if they should launch the strike immediately. But Jae-hyun urges her to wait, stating there is still one important matter they need to settle first. Meanwhile, inside a dark and tense meeting room, a heavily scarred, red-eyed vampire solemnly announces to the table that Shin Sa-jun has been killed. The room instantly erupts in shock, with everyone whispering and wondering if his sudden death is linked to the first-floor explosion. Demanding to know what happened, they learned that the entire first-floor corridor was blown apart, and low-level scouts nearby reported hearing heavy gunfire. Believing the humans are behind this, an enraged vampire slams the table and blames those damn police officers. They curse the humans for pushing their luck, sparking a chaotic shouting match as every vampire throws in their own opinion. Some demand to slaughter the humans immediately and seize their guns, claiming that even eating them alive is not enough to satisfy their rage. But others urge caution, pointing out that since the humans are armed, launching a head-on assault is far too risky. Even though their secret faction has been exposed, they never expected the police to dare launch a direct assault like this. Worse, how did those humans even find their hidden base? And what triggered this sudden raid? It makes absolutely no sense to them. Impatiently, one of the fighters begs their leader, Sang-hyuk, to give the order to strike, declaring that everyone is ready. Knowing their objective has not changed, Sang-hyuk steps up and declares that their primary goal is to wipe those humans out. The bloodthirsty crowd immediately roars in agreement, eager to seize this chance to destroy them. But Sang-hyuk quickly reins them in, warning that to minimize casualties, they cannot afford a reckless, direct confrontation. He suggests exploiting the humans' desperate lack of resources to infiltrate their ranks and completely dismantle them from the inside. The heated vampires instantly quiet down, realizing the wisdom of this plan, while their leader prepares to assign the mission. But right in the middle of their discussion, a violent rattling at the door handle startles everyone as they look over in confusion. Desperate thuds slam against the thick wood as a panicked voice outside frantically screams Sang-hyuk's name, putting the entire room on high alert. Before they can ask what is happening, a battered vampire pushes the door open, gasping for breath. The messenger desperately warns them of extreme danger and begs everyone to evacuate immediately, leaving the council completely bewildered and demanding to know what he means. Coughing, he gasps that there is no time to explain because the rats are already outside. Right when he finishes, a massive, glowing-eyed mouse leaps straight past him into the room. One of Ye-jin's terrifying scouts, having already tasted their terror, the messenger shrieks for everyone to run, but the confused vampires just stand there completely frozen and unable to react. Behind the mouse, a holographic system screen suddenly materializes. Sang-hyuk immediately catches a strange scent and roars an order for everyone to hold their breath and escape through the windows. But it is already too late. Those who inhale the poison turn purple and collapse, while only a few manage to leap outside. System alerts chime as the low-tier vampires are wiped out, though the high-tier ones still manage to slip away. But there is absolutely no escaping Kim Jae-hyun's sharp eyes, and he quickly spots the leader, Sang-hyuk, before telling Seo Ye-jin to have her mice closely tail him. Although their clever strategy using Yu Hairin's lethal poison mist successfully wipes out dozens of vampires, most of them are just weak, low-tier pests. The elite group in the meeting room is entirely different from the ones they wiped out earlier, consisting of mid-tier monsters ranging from level 25 to 30. This is clearly Sang-hyuk's elite squad, and if they are not eradicated immediately, they will only continue to breed more monsters. They must go all out to completely eradicate them right here. Kim Jae-hyun has the mouse relentlessly pursue them, but suddenly, its entire body is lifted off the ground. Sang-hyuk's glowing red eyes loom close as he squeezes the mouse in his fist, demanding to know who is behind it. Of course, the helpless mouse can only squeak in terror before he crushes it to death in a single squeeze. The mental backlash leaves Seo Ye-jin clutching her head in pain, prompting Kim Jae-hyun to quickly ask if she is all right. Kim Jae-hyun is incredibly frustrated that their surprise ambush failed to take down even a single high-tier vampire. He originally hoped to wipe them out before they gathered intel on his group, but now they know the true danger of the poison mist. They also realize he is using mice to spread the toxin, making it highly unlikely they will ever trap them in a confined space again. On top of that, there is a very high chance they will abandon this base entirely. He tells Seo Ye-jin that even though she is in pain, he needs her to check if the monsters have already fled to another location, and she understands, acting immediately. He feels quite worried, because each time a mouse is killed, Seo Yejin suffers a severe mental shock, making it difficult to keep relying on this poison strategy. He realizes he needs the rest of the team. In this situation, the only ones capable of dealing with them is Ha Dongjion's squad, so he activates his Monarch's Eye skill to check on them. He finds them training hard in the gym during their off hours, and Ha Dongjian now looks completely transformed, with massive, bulging muscles. Standing nearby, Yu Hairin asks how the weight feels, and Ha Dongjian replies that it is actually far lighter than he had imagined. She points out that the total is 350 kilograms, wondering if his recent intense training is really paying off. She quickly waves her hands in refusal, but Ha Dongjian chuckles warmly, telling her not to worry because he will spot her. Her face turns pale with fear, but she cannot refuse, finally lying down as she warns him that he must catch the bar immediately if anything goes wrong. He carefully spots her, telling her to just trust him as she closes her eyes tightly and prepares to give it a try. To her absolute shock, the massive bar feels incredibly light, and she cannot comprehend how she is actually lifting it so easily. She immediately accuses Ha Dongjian of secretly helping her, but he just smiles and denies it. Watching this play out, Kim Jae-hyun notes that ever since returning from the dungeon, Ha Dongjin has carried a deep, quiet sadness in his eyes, with Yu Hairin constantly keeping him company. She points out that they have all grown significantly stronger than before. Kim Jae-hyun watches them closely, realizing that the warrior seems to have finally overcome his grief as Ha Dongjae nods in agreement. Seeing them like this brings peace of mind, knowing that Ha Dongjian is in a much better place now. It is likely thanks to Yu Hairin and her family, meaning the group is fully prepared. Next, Kim Jae-hyun checks on Kang Deok-soo, who has been training relentlessly against monsters, finding that his Steel Knights are moving with far more agility than before. While Kim Jian also greets his senior, he agrees that he has been pushing himself incredibly hard lately. After wasting days in a dark, drunken daze, he finally snapped out of it, realizing he could no longer afford to remain weak, and Kim Jian completely agrees with him. He reveals that he has even mastered a brand new technique, leaving Kang Deok-soo absolutely flabbergasted by the bizarre physical appearance he has taken on. Kim Jian is literally about to turn into a bird and fly away, covered in feathers, as he proudly shows off his strange new form. He suggests they hunt a bit further away today, just as a system notification alerts him that Kim Jian's crow control skill has upgraded to Crow Communion. This unexpected development takes Kim Jae-hyun by surprise. He marvels that Kim Jian actually managed to evolve the skill purely through his own hard work, allowing him to literally fuse with his companion crow. Having this incredibly useful ability will make future scouting a breeze, as Kim Jian can now fly high into the skies to dramatically expand their reconnaissance range. It seems Kang Deok-soo and Kim Jian are fully prepared, meaning only Moon Byung-ho is left to check on. Recently, Moon Byung-ho got a car and has been driving far out to hunt, accompanied by Oh Eonju and Kim Ga-young, though he can only sigh wearily. Are Dongjian and Jeon just drinking their worries away today as well? Eonju replies to let them be, saying they will pull themselves together eventually. Will they really get over it? Yes, they are strong people, so just give them some time. Time is always the best medicine for these kinds of things anyway. Hearing that makes him feel a bit guilty. Even though he wants to listen to Eonju and give them space to settle their emotions, they are still the elite force that received the heaviest backing in the entire territory, possessing strength that completely eclipses everyone else. Hwang-on and Hyunji, Kim Jion and Kang Woo, Eonju, Kim Jion, and Moon Byung-ho. He transmits his voice to all of them at once, asking if they have been resting well lately. Forget the small talk, he tells them he has thought it over, and they are the only ones left who can solve this vampire problem. So let's get straight to business. There is something he must share with them. The scene then cuts to another apartment building. Heated arguments echo from inside, with vampires insisting they strike first and wipe those pests out immediately because a war has been declared on them. Their comrades died because of that filthy rat, and they cannot just stand by and watch themselves get slaughtered like cattle. This is Ah Sang-hyuk's group. They have relocated elsewhere to plan, and they beg him to give the order so they can launch their attack. But another vampire urges Sung-hyuk to relocate their base immediately, warning that if the enemy strikes again in the same way, they will all perish. The first speaker is furious. Just like that, their strategy meeting devolves into a full-blown screaming match. He mocks the coward, asking if running away ever solved anything. He calls him an idiot, pointing out they were completely overwhelmed by a single tiny rat. Staying in a compromised hideout offers absolutely no advantage, which is exactly why they must execute a preemptive strike. But do they even know who they are fighting? Another curses, asking who else it could possibly be, and calling the question incredibly stupid. He claims it has to be those armed fools from the police. Suddenly, Sang-hyuk steps forward and silences everyone, declaring that it is not them. The room falls dead silent. They ask Sang-hyuk if he actually knows who the culprit is, as his eyes glow a brilliant crimson. He admits he does not know their identity, but no regular group has these abilities. And besides, the corpses have completely vanished. He flashes back to the chaos, right before they were overwhelmed by the toxic bone shards and had to escape through the window. He saw lower-tier vampires get hit by the poison, and their bodies instantly dissolved into thick black-purple smoke before vanishing entirely. The moment they died, their remains disappeared. Even when Shin Seo-yeon met her end, they could not find a trace of her body either. He originally assumed she was blown to pieces, but clearly something else is happening. Gunshots, heavy explosions, and rats spitting toxic bones. There are just too many anomalies for this to be the work of ordinary human law enforcement. If it is not the police, then some mysterious, hidden organization has them in their crosshairs. This leader is remarkably sharp, constantly wondering who is hunting them and why. A terrified follower pleads with Sang-hyuk, saying they must gather the surviving vampires and escape from this location immediately. He argues that staying here without knowing the true face of their enemy is only going to lead to their absolute destruction. Sang-hyuk falls silent. His mind drifts back to a memory, back when a powerful figure asked if his name was indeed Sang-hyuk, and he humbly nodded. He was young and naive back then. The man told him that he would be leaving the area for a brief period. He handed Sang-hyuk a crucial mission, pointing toward the high-rise apartments and ordering him to feed on every single human in the area to evolve, then gather and lead a massive pack of vampires. And, above all else, before his return, he was strictly forbidden from leaving this spot. Sang-hyuk had been incredibly anxious, thanking his lord for such an honor but expressing deep fear over what would happen if a crisis arose that he could not solve. But his master had complete faith in him, praising his careful nature and stating that anyone else would have been too excited to think straight. Blinded by the thrill of evolution, others would have rushed in without a care. Sang-hyuk could only offer his humble gratitude for the high praise. Before departing, his master had provided a backup plan, sharing the exact location of his temporary hideout so they would have a failsafe. He told him to seek him out immediately if a danger emerged that proved too difficult for him to handle alone. Back in the present, Sang-hyuk turns to his comrade, Sun Gi-han. Knowing he is the fastest vampire among them, he asks for confirmation, and the startled guy nods. Confused, Gi-han asks why he is suddenly bringing this up, but Sang-hyuk is determined to obey his master's commands, declaring they will not move their base and will wait here. Although a few try to object, the others quickly fall in line with his decision. They realize that based on recent events, the mysterious assailants are bound to launch another raid very soon. Remaining completely resolute, Sang-hyuk commands that they take action while there is still time. He orders Gi-han to run and find young Dong-hoon, the powerful progenitor who created him, to explain their desperate situation and request his immediate, overwhelming assistance. With their plan set, the scene shifts. Elsewhere, painful whimpers and gasps echo through the dark. A man, choking under a brutal, iron grip, desperately begs for mercy. He gasps that he cannot breathe, crying out to know why this is happening. The choked man sits on the ground in complete panic. "Did you not save us from death, just to turn us into vampires?" he asks. He desperately asks why he is doing this, but young Dong-hoon only squeezes tighter, mockingly repeating the word rescue. He admits their misunderstanding is natural, while the others watch in horror, wondering if they are not of the same kind. Deciding to lay all his cards on the table, Jung Dong-hoon offers to give them a special explanation. Vampires have devoured humans since ancient times, but do they know the real catch? Human nutrients are far too scarce, making it incredibly inefficient to grow on them alone. While sucking the energy right out of the helpless vampire, he casually asks what would happen if he instead fed on other vampires who already grew big by devouring humans. That way, he can absorb a massive amount of concentrated nutrients in just a single feeding. Why turn them into vampires? He asks if they finally understand his reasons. They are definitely not family, but just livestock raised for slaughter. Realizing this too late, the terrified victim desperately crawls backward, begging him to stop. The victim begs him to stay away. Jung Dong-hoon only smiles wickedly, whispering a final insult before the kill. He drains him dry. Jung Dong-hoon grumbles that even though the prey is ripe, it is still not enough. He realizes the other group is also ripe for harvest, and would taste absolutely perfect right now. But for some reason, he cannot seem to remember their exact location. Frustratedly trying to remember where An Sang-hyuk's group is hiding, his annoying headache completely vanishes when a fresh new prey suddenly walks straight to his front door. The polite visitor introduces himself as Sun Ki-han, a loyal subordinate sent directly by An Sang-hyuk. He explains that Gondong is under attack by an unknown organization, prompting An Sang-hyuk to send him here to beg for backup. Young Dong-hoon's face goes completely blank, utterly stunned by this absolutely ridiculous stroke of good luck. A free meal is served right to him. He stays silent, cracking a massive, wicked grin that leaves the messenger completely confused. Declaring that he finally remembers, he watches as Sun Ki-han suddenly notices the dead vampire bodies littered across the ground. He stammers in panic. Jung Dong-hoon does not even bother hiding his dark intent to eat him too. By the time Sun Ki-han realizes they are all just a food supply to this monster, he is already turned into tasty prey. Preparing to set out for his next meal, the scene shifts to Dong-gon's squad. As they finally arrive at the apartment building Ga-hyuk had pointed out, ordering everyone to ready their weapons, the group fires themselves up for their first real battle in a long time. Preparing to hunt down the vampires, the scene flashes back to when Dong-gon's squad stood in Ga-hyuk's room, wide-eyed in absolute shock. Vampires? Ga-hyuk slowly nods. That is exactly why he summoned the entire squad here today, confirming they are still in Gandong. Ga-hyuk explains he has been using Shin's rats to keep a close eye on them, since they have not made any moves. Ga-hyuk confidently assures the squad that their current strength is more than enough to handle them smoothly. After all, they now possess enough raw power to completely crush the enemy's strongest forces. But there is a catch. Ga-hyuk worries, because these monsters were once human. Even though they are monsters now, they might still speak or even beg for his mercy right before being killed. Fearing the psychological toll of such a gruesome sight might break their spirits, Ga-hyuk asks if they are truly ready, prompting a confident, calm nod from Dong-gon. Dong-gon completely understands. He has matured a lot, actively adapting to this harsh and ruined new world. To survive in this ruined world, he believes confronting these horrors is a necessary step, knowing they will face countless similar struggles down the road. It might not just be monsters in human skin next time, but actual humans they might be forced to kill. Suddenly, his expression turns dead serious. Placing a hand over his heart, he makes a solemn vow, declaring they will never back down. Their fierce and unshakable resolve completely blows past Ga-hyuk's wildest expectations. Pointing proudly to his team with a bright, confident grin, he claims they are far from being that weak. Even if their minds take a hit, they will always find the strength to stand back up, just like before. Ga-hyuk stares at them in absolute awe, while Dong-gon playfully shifts the mood by teasing two of his teammates. He jokingly suggests that if things get too heavy, they can always copy Guida and Jion by drowning their sorrows in cheap booze, making Ga-hyuk laugh in relief. Realizing his worries were entirely pointless, Ga-hyuk feels incredibly reassured having them by his side, ready to launch the attack. He happily entrusts the mission to them as they head out. Meanwhile, an impatient An Sang-hyuk waits anxiously on the other side. Wondering why Sun Ki-han is taking so long, he worries if something terrible happened on Jung Dong-hoon's end, while another subordinate behind him clicks his tongue in annoyance. The lackey rudely suggests that the cowardly Sun Ki-han probably ran off to save his own skin, drawing a sharp, annoyed glare from An Sang-hyuk. He sternly warns Shin Hyuk-sik to watch his mouth, insisting the kid is definitely not a coward. They keep bickering, but their missing ally is still nowhere to be found after all this time. Perhaps he ran into some giant monster on the road and died before he can even finish his sentence. A massive arrow flies right past his back, scorching the air. Just like that, he barely stammers those words out before his entire body freezes in pure terror. Just a millimeter closer, and he would have been history. Ah Sang-wook stands there, mouth agape in absolute shock. What on earth just happened? Nobody in the room can make sense of this. Suddenly, Dong-gon and his crew smash right through the wall, barking out orders the moment they arrive. Ha Dong-gon's squad jumps straight into action, weapons drawn and ready for blood. Ah Sang-wook reacts instantly, screaming for all vampires to assemble and charge as both sides clash in a wild frenzy. Who do they think they are dealing with? Shim Hyung-sik charges straight at Yeoju, but a single, devastating slash is enough to split him clean in half. It is incredibly fast and absolutely lethal. The remaining vampires freeze in pure terror, and not a single one dares to take a step forward. Ah Sang-wook watches in absolute horror, his face turning pale. He simply cannot believe his own eyes. Was Shim Hyung-shik, one of the strongest low-grade vampires, really taken down with just a single blow? Just one strike, and a system notification chimes to confirm the low-grade vampire is dead, as its body turns to dust right before his eyes. There is no mistake. Standing on the balcony, he points down and screams for all vampires to push these intruders back, no matter the cost. They must defend this stronghold that Jung Dong-hoon entrusted to them. These are the bastards who have been terrorizing us, so kill them all. But Donggon's crew is hardly intimidated, raising their weapons with an absolute resolve. Both sides clash in a brutal, life-or-death struggle. Watching the chaos from above, Ah Sang-wook cannot comprehend this disaster. How is this even possible when their numbers are supposed to be completely overwhelming? Why are these humans fighting so incredibly well? It finally dawns on him that they are completely outmatched. This is bad. He needs a backup plan fast. But before he can even think, Donggon's spear drives straight through his chest. Donggon coldly tells him that they stand absolutely no chance of winning, because they are nothing like these low-life plunderers. They actually know the true pain of having their precious things stolen away. Even in his final breath, the dying fool keeps calling out for Jang-hoon. But suddenly, a powerful force slams down between them, throwing Donggon back and barely saving the vampire's life. Stunned and unable to see what just intervened, Donggon decides to play it safe and back away. It turns out, Jung Dong-hoon has actually arrived, grumbling that he only stopped for a quick snack, but still ended up a step too late. Ah Sang-wook desperately stammers in relief, begging Jung Dong-hoon to save them from these monsters. But the vampire immediately drops dead, leaving Jung Dong-hoon absolutely furious at his sudden demise. Donggon watches in total confusion while the vampire lord sighs, grumbling that the corpse is no longer fresh, before glaring at the squad. He demands to know if they are the bastards who ruined his food supply, while Yeoju's squad continues slaughtering the remaining vampires. Realizing the courtyard is finally cleared, Yeoju looks over to check on Donggon, only to freeze in sheer horror. What could have happened? Something massive must have crashed down just a moment ago. Furious that his meal was ruined at the last second, Jung Dong-hoon vents his rage, demanding to know if they destroyed his food storage. Donggon has no idea this monster treats other vampires as livestock, leaving him totally confused by the mention of a food storage. He thought he only lost a fresh meal, but the system suddenly absorbs all the corpses, leaving him completely stunned and unable to react. Starved and furious, the monster growls. Sensing the danger, Gahyun screams for Donggon to fall back immediately, warning that this is a high-grade vampire. But before Donggon can even flinch, the high-grade vampire delivers a devastating, bone-shattering blow straight to his gut. Sent flying across the ground, the others rush to his side, as Donggon quickly groans that he is all right. Struggling back to his feet, he warns the team to stay alert, while the monster slowly approaches, demanding to know how they made those bodies disappear. But suddenly, the high-grade vampire stops in his tracks, sniffing the air with a puzzled expression. Humans are usually tasteless and devoid of any real nutrients. So why do these intruders smell so incredibly delicious? A sickening, drooling grin spreads across his face, revealing his primal urge to devour them all alive. He announces his decision with a smirk, prompting Yeoju to glare and ask what nonsense he is babbling about. The monster bellows that since they destroyed his livestock, they will pay with their lives and become his new meals as they clash once again. Yeoju quickly realizes he is completely outclassed, and before he can even land a single blow, he is sent flying through the air. His armor shatters into pieces, leaving him too stunned to even react to the overwhelming speed. The vampire attacks relentlessly like a flash of lightning, but right before the fatal blow can land, Byung-ho teleports in and whisks him away to total safety. He survived. The vampire cannot believe his meal was snatched away. He glares at them, growling they can even teleport. Ju is absolutely furious, immediately ordering his soldiers to get back up and fight. Young-hoon lets out a sinister laugh, finding this intense battlefield to be incredibly thrilling. Ju orders his soldiers to attack, but even he is getting thrashed. The vampire easily parries them, while hurling insults. These cheap toys cannot stop me, the monster sneers, but then he suddenly freezes. Hyrin seized her chance. She draws her bow, unleashing a glowing light arrow that streaks toward him. Will he dodge it in time? He fails to dodge, taking several hits all at once and roaring in pure agony. The buffed werebear girl also seizes the opening, lunging forward with bared fangs to tear him apart. Yet the monster still has some fight left, shooting out blood threads to bind her tightly before tossing her aside. Hyrin fires another volley to keep him pinned down, but he dodges this time, mocking her that trick will not work again. He boasts about easily dodging her regular arrows, but she triggers her piercing skill, hitting the smug bastard a second later. Enraged, he grinds his teeth as Jian takes flight, carrying Donggun through the air. Combining their forces, they dive from above. Donggun strikes down with his sword, roaring die. The powerful blow shatters the ground, unleashing thick dust. But is that devastating strike enough to kill him? Everyone holds their breath, only for him to emerge alive. Mocking, "Are you really human? Who are you?" This is his first time struggling in a fight, so it seems he must finally go all out. He targets the archer first, declaring she will be the first to die as his rage boils over. "If you had behaved, you could have lived a little longer," he sneers. His muscles swell as his body mutates, lunging straight toward Hairin in a flash. He glares with absolute malice, calling her a foolish girl. Yet, Hairin shows no fear, even smiling back at him. Jae-hyun was waiting for this. Activating his system checkmate, the game is over. Startled, the monster freezes, only to hear a system chime summoning a 20-kilogram weight plate. Hairin smirks as the heavy plate smashes him. He is a fool, but the system alert has not sounded. He is still alive. Damn it. Even with a crushed skull, his body begins to regenerate. What on earth are these monsters made of? Does becoming a high-ranking vampire grant that kind of power? Everyone quiets down as the monster stirs, and once his eyes open, Donggun asks if he is finally awake. This wretched monster is truly still breathing, proving incredibly hard to kill. Half of his face is completely mangled and hideous. He claws at the ground, cursing them, but Donggun looks down coldly, telling him his body will not move anymore. They poisoned him with a powerful neurotoxin while he was knocked out. Realizing the trap, he screams in shock, pressing a spear against him. Donggun warns that if he wants to live, he must answer truthfully. Who are they? And who leads the vampires? Where is the leader hiding? Speak now. But the monster refuses, laughing defiantly despite his bound state. Mocking himself, he scoffs at being threatened by mere food. He sneers, asking if they really want to know where they come from. They are a new humanity, blessed with power by that lord. That lord? Who is that? Donggun frowns, waiting for more. The monster grins, admitting he does not know that entity's true identity, but he knows where that being resides. Donggun presses his spear deeper, demanding answers, but the fearless monster reaches out with a clawed hand. Do they honestly think they can win? He warns the human cattle to stop dreaming. With that, he suddenly stabs his own chest. Shocked, Donggun yells out, asking what he is doing. He destroyed his own chest, but remains breathing. Wiping out the vampires will not be that simple. Although the other high-ranking vampires are not entirely reliable, they will absolutely never fall easily to a bunch of weak humans. He mocks that their efforts will all be in vain, and with those final words, he collapses dead. The system chimes intermediate vampire defeated. Eliminating him naturally qualifies our main character for a massive upgrade. His territory expands, but the agonizing pain forces him to collapse. Yejin runs over with deep concern, asking if his territory has expanded once again. Startled, Jaehyun spins around, wondering how she possibly knew. Seeing her worry, he realizes she noticed because he reacts this way every single time his domain grows. He notices Yejin has always happened to be nearby during these expansions. He quickly reassures her, claiming it is just a temporary side effect. Telling her not to worry about him, he asks about the Grand Abyss area, which has already been cleared. Every single vampire has likely been wiped out. Just then, a voice calls out to Jaehyun, asking if he's there. He clears his throat, answering Donggun. Donggun goes ahead with his report, explaining that they thoroughly searched inside the entire apartment complex as instructed. Unfortunately, it seems there are absolutely no survivors left. Hearing this, Jaehyun feels a wave of disappointment, realizing his fears were correct. With the vampire leader dead, their job here is done. Jaehyun acknowledges the report and tells everyone to head back and rest up. Jaehyun tells Yejin she worked hard too and should get some rest. She nods in agreement, but as she reaches the door, she hesitates, looking back with newfound concern. She gently reminds him that getting proper rest is incredibly important, warning him not to push himself too hard. Jaehyun lets out a soft sigh, wondering if he really looks that exhausted. Others can rest, but for him, it is not that simple. He appreciates her worry, but there's no time for sleep yet. He still has work to do, starting with opening his system's achievement menu. As his territory expands, refugees from those newly claimed areas have been flooding inside. While he wants to grant citizenship to everyone, there's a risk that some vampires might be hiding among them. To prevent any issues, He decides to set up a specific achievement category for vampires. That way, even if a mistake is made, it will be fine. The newly set rules dictate that if a vampire gains citizenship, their powers will be heavily restricted. A visible mark will also appear on their face, much like a branded murderer. With that system task complete, Jae-hyun moves on to the next duty. He also has 3 newly acquired skill points to spend. He already knows where to put the first one, investing it to upgrade his shop skill. The upgrade functions exactly as he expected, granting it 10% discount every time his shop level increases by 2. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise as a system alert chimes. The enchantment feature is now unlocked, adding an enchant workshop to his build menu. An enchantment workshop is a completely unexpected addition, introducing a mysterious new build mode that he had not anticipated. This facility can reinforce his gear and apply magical buffs. Jae-hyun reviews the construction costs, carefully weighing his options. Though it's quite expensive, thankfully it doesn't require a massive amount of physical space. He can build it right next to the grocery store, ultimately selecting room 2011. But to his absolute shock, the construction finishes instantly. But of course, there is no such thing as a free lunch. To skip the wait time, he has to fork over 8 crystals, forcing him to weigh the cost. It seems that a single crystal can reduce construction time by about 10 hours. He only has 100 crystals left. Saving up 300 allows him to draw a divine item, so wasting them is out of the question. Since his communication, ring, and crown are both extremely powerful, he decides to cancel the process and save his resources. With 2 skill points remaining, Jae-hyun resolves to be cautious and save them for the future. Standing by the window, he peers down at the streets below. Down below, his reclamation and construction teams are working in tandem. They are busy repairing and restoring the city, bringing a lively energy back to the streets. Workers have been busy repairing damaged roads and clearing away the long-abandoned vehicles blocking the path. While it's not quite like the old days, a few cars have actually started driving through the streets again. Jae-hyun has also recruited teachers and built a school, allowing the local children to resume their long-interrupted education. Slowly but surely, a normal rhythm of life is returning. Everyone has endured endless hardships and struggles just to find a piece of quiet happiness once again. Clenching his fists, Jae-hyun makes a silent vow. He will never allow those vicious vampires to trample over their hard-won peace again. With his duties finished, his exhausted body begs for a break as he stretches out comfortably. Sighing in exhaustion, Jae-hyun realizes Ye-jin was right about the importance of resting. He takes off his crown and sinks onto the sofa, deciding to close his eyes for just a moment. He quickly drifts off to sleep. Instantly, the scene shifts to a horrifyingly devastated city. A tall, massive figure named Young Dong-hoon appears, looking around at the ruins with a sinister grin, satisfied that his rival is finally dead. With a wicked grin, Dong-hoon wonders if this place is Busan. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun has barely closed his eyes before waking up to find himself surrounded by pitch-black darkness. Confused and disoriented, he looks around, only for a harsh, questioning voice to echo right next to his ear, asking why he did this. A crowd of people kneel around him, crying out in agony, demanding to know why he didn't save them and their deceased families. They ask if he wasn't supposed to be all-powerful, surrounding him like vengeful spirits seeking retribution. Jae-hyun is gripped by sheer terror. Before he can even explain, a familiar voice cuts through. Henry appears, cradling a lifeless body, crying out that his father has stopped breathing. Henry begs, asking if Jae-hyun can use his incredible powers to bring him back. Terrified out of his mind, Jae-hyun backs away, only to find someone else waiting. A trembling voice reminds him of his promise that it wouldn't be the end. The speaker mentions how much they miss little Siwoo. It is Wonju, clutching her face as tears stream down. She stares at him, asking if she hasn't tried her absolute best all this time. He asks if it's because resurrection costs too much money. Shaken to his core, Jae-hyun desperately tries to explain himself to Wonju. He pleads that it is not like that, but cold, pale hands grab him tightly, clawing at him like restless ghosts refusing to let go. Gavin! Gavin! Kim Gavin, his heart was about to shatter to pieces. Panicking and unable to do anything, he suddenly bolted upright in fear. It turned out to be just a dream, but it was so terrifying it took him a while to calm down. Was that just a dream? Perhaps it was because he had seen too many corpses lately. Although he usually had nightmares, that dream felt terrifyingly real. Remembering the image of her crying into her hands, he suddenly realized something. Why had you not contacted him yet? With this vampire event going on, She should have completed many of her missions by now. He decided to go find her, knowing he had to talk to her. Acting immediately, he called her you. Could you come over to my house for a moment? A short while later, she arrived. Excuse the intrusion. Gavin, were you looking for me? The main character greeted her, welcoming her inside. You, please come inside first. I want to talk to you. Okay. The two of them sat down for tea and a quiet chat, and that was when the truth came out. Holding the warm teacup, her face fell as she asked if he wanted to know why she had not asked him to resurrect Sigu again. He felt a bit flustered, apologizing and saying he should have asked more tactfully, but she cut him off. It is okay, I understand what you mean. In that moment, her eyes softened as she remembered the image of her smiling son. I experienced a miracle when I saw my son again, and it was all thanks to you. But after seeing Henry's father pass away, and other comrades losing their loved ones, I did a lot of thinking. I also heard about what happened to Dong. Seeing everyone in such pain made me reflect even more. If I kept insisting on bringing Sigu back, it would eventually cause trouble. People would desperately cling to you just to hold on to the dead. A society that barely managed to stabilize would plunge right back into chaos. I do not want my Sigu to be the spark that starts that chaos. Indeed, Gavin had never thought of it that way before. You had reflected deeply. Everyone carried similar pain but still fought hard to keep living. I do not think I have any right to receive special treatment. Thank you for giving Sigu and me that wonderful, miraculous day. It allowed us to say our final goodbyes. Even now, it still feels like a beautiful dream, and it has brought me immense comfort. Gavin stared silently at her. In that moment, he realized that Yu's expression was completely different from when they first met. Seeing her smile so brightly and look so at ease brought him a great sense of relief. It is wonderful that she could see it this way. Unlike her anxious self from before, Yu's expression was now incredibly calm and composed. Thank you for taking the time to see me. Do not say that. I am the one who should be thanking you. Before leaving, she wanted to express her gratitude for how well he had taken care of her. Sleep well, she said. Gavin smiled softly and nodded. After their talk, he realized once again that Yu was truly far more mature than he was. Hearing that she had found such great comfort, ended up doing something else as well. It completely soothed his own heart. If he lay down now, he felt like he could finally get a peaceful night of sleep. Months flew by. Gunfire suddenly erupted as goblins were slaughtered one after another. A trio of hunters finally let out a sigh of relief. A system chime sounded as their quest rewards were delivered, granting them a small amount of experience points. Sung Woo let out a long sigh. Phew. Daily goal complete. Looking at the twins, he asked how many they had left. About 5, they replied, and he had the same. Hearing that, he had absolutely no intention of staying to help. Smiling mischievously, he turned away. Oh, really? Then you two can handle the rest yourself. The twins protested immediately, asking how anyone could do that, and begging him to lend them a hand. I am taking off first, so you guys need to learn how to stand on your own feet. Sung Woo openly sneered at his comrades, telling them to stop relying on others. What a bunch of useless weaklings. One of the twins glared back in absolute fury, but his brother quickly held him back, laughing awkwardly and telling Sung Woo to go ahead because they would handle the rest. Glad you understand. I am out of here. Once he left, the twins muttered to each other that they would have struggled much more without him. I get how you feel, but we really need to work hard on our own. Back then, when they were attacked by the Cyclopes, their cowardice in running away came with a heavy price. Gavin now assigned them brutal hunting missions every single day. On top of that, failing a hunt meant facing an agonizing, full-body punishment that lasted for an entire minute. That horrific sensation was truly worse than death. Facing this hunting hell daily meant they would suffer excruciating pain the very second they failed. Thinking about it only made his blood boil even more. They deeply regretted their actions that day, but realizing it now was far too late. Still, they eventually completed their exhausting and grueling hunt. Great, they did their best and reached their goal. Before heading home, they decided to go buy some meat. Sounds good. Let us have a barbecue tonight. Yet, one of them could not stop thinking about their situation. How ironic. This living hell actually had a silver lining. Although they were forced to hunt daily, they still had a mother waiting at home. We are home, they called out, their financial situation now far better than most others in the area. Their mother rushed out to greet them, welcoming her beloved sons back. She asked what they bought today, and they suggested grilling the meat they had brought home. Saying he would shower first, he comforted himself that they no longer had to walk on eggshells when spending money. Perhaps because of this, lately he had frequently felt they were finally building a real life. While he was lost in thought, his brother walked out of the bathroom, cheerfully calling out that he was done, and it was his turn. The two brothers teased each other about taking forever. Feeling completely refreshed, he noticed his brother was in an exceptionally good mood. "All right," he said, promising to be quick, and telling his brother to set the table, but the older twin suddenly paused before leaving. He agreed, but then added, "Ji-hoon, you worked hard today, so let's keep pushing tomorrow as well." He suddenly felt their current life was far better than before, and promised his brother he would keep working hard too. After monsters first appeared in the world, they had indeed gone through an incredibly miserable time trying to survive. But ever since that man named Kim Jae-hyun appeared, the entire world had completely changed. Now there was a safe zone, where whatever effort they put in would be met with a fair and equal reward. Before the world fell apart, he had graduated from a third-rate university, working at an exploitative company for a miserable salary. Back then, rather than actively living, he felt more like he was just barely scraping by. Compared to those hopeless days with not a single ray of light, the present was tough, but at least each day was filled with motivation. These days were truly so much better than his past. Looking out the window, he quietly admired the beautiful moon, thinking about how peaceful everything was. If it weren't for Kim Jae-hyun, this kind of peaceful life would have been nothing but a distant dream. Even now, he deeply regretted refusing his request that day, choosing instead to flee like a coward alongside Baek Sung-yeop. He clenched his fists, reminding himself of his resolve that he would not let Jae-hyun down a second time. Closing his eyes, he prayed that these peaceful days would last forever. Suddenly, his hands glowed with a brilliant golden light, sending him into a panic as he wondered what was happening. With a ding, a system alert announced his absolute loyalty, appointing him as a vassal. Jae-hyun's voice then echoed, greeting Moon Ji-hoon. He leaped to his feet, completely lost. What on earth was going on? As he wondered why a voice was in his head, Jae-hyun reassured him not to be surprised, saying it was him. Surprised, Jae-hyun stammered, asking why Jae-hyun was contacting him. Opening the system interface, Jae-hyun informed him that he had something important to discuss. Asking if he was free tomorrow morning, Jae-hyun nervously replied that he wasn't too busy. Now, sitting before Jae-hyun, he broke into a cold sweat, realizing the rumors were true. Jae-hyun gently called out to Moon Ji-hoon. He politely asked if Ji-hoon wanted tea or coffee, making him flinch. Ji-hoon nervously requested coffee, and Jae-hyun turned around to prepare it right away, saying it would be ready soon. Staring at Jae-hyun's back, he recalled the rumors floating among the citizens that anyone chosen by Jae-hyun would gain incredible superpowers. The more he thought, the more anxious he got. Suddenly, freezing cold air radiated from his hand, forming a thin layer of ice and shocking him. He wondered if this was the power Jae-hyun had bestowed upon him, as having this ability would make hunting much easier. Jae-hyun then placed a cup of coffee before him, handing it over. Flinching again, he frantically waved his hands and thanked him. Jae-hyun got straight to the point, starting by offering his congratulations. He told him to sit, explaining they were now freed from the mandatory party missions and would no longer be forced to participate. But he also warned him that if anything like this ever happened again, the punishment would not be nearly as light. He asked if Ji-hoon understood. Ji-hoon quickly bowed, apologizing. Ji-hoon then began explaining the official reason why he had summoned him there. Asking if Ji-hoon planned to keep teaming up with his old party members, Jae-hyun explained that using such a powerful ability just to hunt low-level monsters was a complete waste of talent. He wanted to hear Ji-hoon's honest thoughts. Clenching his fists, Ji-hoon admitted that while he wanted to keep fighting alongside his brother, he absolutely did not want to work with Baek Sung-yeop anymore. He despised the thought of it. Jae-hyun immediately agreed. He decided to arrange for Ji-hoon and his brother to join Lee Jun-hyuk's Water Affinity Squad. But first, he wanted to make a proposal. Ji-hoon wondered what it was. Jae-hyun then asked if they wanted to sign a contract, making it feel like a real job. Stunned, Ji-hoon agreed immediately, calling it a great honor. It turned out Jae-hyun had already planned everything out for the two brothers. Not long after, Jae-hyun summoned Moon Sang-hoon as well. After explaining the details of the master-servant contract, they successfully finalized their agreement. Just as Jae-hyun had suspected, their power level was determined from birth, passed down through their genetics. Both Moon Ji-hoon and Moon Sang-hoon received the exact same ice ability. By combining their freezing power with Lee Jun-hyuk's water abilities, they would undoubtedly create a devastating elemental synergy. Bringing them together might help form an elite squad, second only to Ha Dongjan's team. Just as he is filled with hope like that Ding Ding, a group of people meeting the necessary conditions for citizenship is drawing near. Do you want to suggest granting them citizenship? A long-lost notification pops up on his status screen. Something feels pretty off about this. What is going on? Lately, it is rare for anyone to approach the territory. He opens up the citizen info panel first to check. Full name, Dwayne. Trustworthiness, 21. Awakened ability, clairvoyance. Gavin activates his Monarch's Eye skill to get a clearer look. Even with a level 30 start and an A-rank awakened ability, grinding to such a high level shouldn't have been easy at all, right? Taking a closer look, he realizes they are actually carrying firearms. If Dwayne indeed has guns and constantly works to eliminate monsters, then reaching level 39 is not entirely out of the question. To accept them as citizens, he has to confiscate their guns first. He gets straight to business. He issues a quest, requiring them to store all their guns. The condition is to reach his location. Setup is officially complete. All right, he takes a nice, refreshing stretch, getting ready to welcome some new citizens he has not seen in ages. Another ding echoes. An eligible candidate for citizenship is drawing near. Would you like to offer them citizenship? Things are getting pretty weird today. Still more? Is it just one person this time? Today is turning out to be incredibly strange. He opens